right now to remove a significant obstacle in our towns. There's a significant amount of grant money that's come to the state. And it's very limited in terms of what it can be used for, but among the uses are running infrastructure and connections to homes and actual equipment for students who are underserved or not served. And it also includes teachers. They're also asked to, can be part of it. And so I've been following this pretty closely in the legislature, and then the governor just made some recommendations today, which didn't include much from broadband, but the legislature has as usual, has a different perspective. But the point is that we have a fiber cable company wiring Chesterfield right across the river. And we also have, we know where our underserved people are. And if we can get that information and contact, I actually contacted Consolidated, I haven't heard back from them yet. But if we can get some information, get the addresses of the people that we know, the children we know are underserved, and start talking with Consolidated about putting together a proposal, we could be the first ones in line for that money. And it would enable the running of fiber optics from all the way down the road to the house at the end, where if that's where the family was that needed the service, and anybody else along the line, along the way could use it. They're not putting restrictions on how it can be done. It's really quite an amazing opportunity. There's going to be a lot of competition for the money, but unless they change the restrictions, and the Congress doesn't seem to be in the mood to change the restrictions. They might extend the deadline, but it's $1,250 million that have to be spent between now and January 1st. And so I think it's a pretty good chance that we could get a chunk of that and get all of our families wired with really more than adequate broadband service. So, but we need to collect the addresses of the students. So I wanted to suggest or get the boards to see if the board agreed to add yet more to the plates of our staff by asking the teachers to record the names of the students that they know are underserved. They're the ones that are on the ground. They know who these people are. The 911 service doesn't know it. None of the agencies in the state know it. Only our teachers know that. And to get those names, and then to not to share those names, but to look up their addresses. Not the teachers, obviously. The office staff would look up the addresses and then put those addresses together and work with Consolidated to see what the proposal would be and what the bid would be to provide those services. So I wanted to. It needs to happen fairly quickly, and in order for us to stay ahead of the curve. So I wanted to put that information out there and just get a response from the administration and from the board as far as whether we support trying to pursue that pretty vigorously. Frank?
Yeah, I had mentioned this to Paul Smith, that, you know, it's an initiative that potentially might be available to us. And he has indicated that he already has that data as a result of working with Lyle and our teachers. So we do have that data. I also reached out to the legislative chair that you mentioned, David, and asked if they had a specification or, you know, anything that we could work with to you know, to take advantage of it. So I hope to hear back from him soon. And just one other angle that we might want to consider is, you know, typically school districts don't do infrastructure to a private home. You know, typically that's something that a town would do, but if the funding opportunity utilizes the school district as sort of the agent, you know, we certainly would love to work either way with the town or independent of the town to try to address that kind of infrastructure investment. And then of course we have to be mindful of, once it's in there, who pays for it, you know, who pays for the service. Typically, again, we don't pay for private use services, but you know, I agree, it's a lot of money, and it would make a huge impact on a number of our families. So we'll definitely stay on top of it.
Yeah, great. Yeah, the question I specifically asked Brigland is the school district the kind of municipality that could actually contract with somebody to do that work? And the other thing, the paying for service, I mean, that may be like after school care. It's just one of the things that we're going to have to provide if we're going to provide equity. It's, will wind up being in our budgets. We don't know. I don't know that, but we're already giving, sending Chromebooks home with kids. And so, great. That sounds terrific. My only question is, Paul had sent me the numbers that he had, and I don't know if those were, I don't know if if teachers were specifically asked to give the exact numbers of kids that they knew had inadequate service or not. So just to double check and make sure we have everybody, if that's possible. Herb, you had your hand up for a sec.
Yeah, I was just going to reiterate at least a piece of what Frank said, and you just covered it with the fees. Running lines out to the rural areas is a terrific idea. Paying for the service is quite another thing. We've experienced that with 2 or 3 of our families who had access, whose service was cut off because they weren't able to keep up with their bills. We managed through private funding to take care of that, but it's going to be a recurring concern.
Yeah, absolutely. Any other questions for Lyle, or any comments or other questions around the progress so far? Okay. Andy, would you like to talk about your plans for getting us back to school?
Yeah,
and also any summer plans?
Well, we have a few things in the works right now, and as you know, we will follow the guidance from the Department of Public Health, the Agency of Education, and working in conjunction with the Vermont Superintendents Association for guidance both regionally and across the state level in terms of what reentry looks like. As we've looked at things, one of the documents that's been incredibly helpful is just a generalized framework from the Council of Chief States school officials. And within that document, they look at really 4 components of a framework that we're going to organize our work around going into the next school year. One is around continuity of learning, the other around conditions for learning, leadership and planning, and the 4th one we don't have as great of an impact on that as around policy and funding. And the policy component will really dictate some of the, how we're able to, manage coming into the school year. As we spoke with our administrators last week and gave them an update, and I'll be sending this out to our faculty, we're looking at a range of options for reentry. Those range of options goes all the way from a full return to normal operations, which we know is probably unlikely, to having some level of a hybrid design where there are some students in the building and other students conducting learning remotely, and as well as and then looking at a fully remote learning environment. We do anticipate within any of those models that there may be some prolonged closures again related to an outbreak, whether it's at a single school or whether it's across the district. And so this is some of the work that we're trying to focus our professional development around. As we've discussed and as I've spoken with the leadership team, who have been incredibly helpful and resourceful in what they've done throughout the course of this year as this quick ramp up to remote learning is taking place. We've shared the first phase of getting everything up and going was incredibly challenging, and it's left some teachers and some staff feeling as if they need a greater level of support and understanding around remote learning. So as we think about the summer, we're at the end of the school year work, planning into the summer, we will be talking about really considering and contemplating our initial planning of looking at what would it look like to be fully remote at the start of the school year. By doing so, we're able to then backfill in both a hybrid model and some level of students moving in and out of the school at different time periods. And by utilizing a remote approach, we're looking to establish what's the baseline and kind of the initial framework that needs to be put into place for all students so that they have what we'd call an equitable experience across the district. And so as we've talked about other items with our leadership team, one incredibly important aspect around all of this work is making sure that students feel safe and secure. As you can imagine, schools are the one, for many of our students, it's the one place in our children's lives that's consistent and it's always present. Creating that remotely is difficult. It's possible, but that's an aspect of the work we'll be discussing with the group. The second part that we would like to talk about with our teachers, and Paul and Deb are working with this as well, is having a consistent set of digital tools across all the buildings at each grade level. So that in that way, it allows familiarity for students that may be transient, that may move from one space to another. They would have some degree of familiarity between school environments. And as well, it would give teachers a level of colleagueship where they can talk with colleagues from building to building, but it would also allow us to leverage best practices and identify problems and address challenges as a unit, as a unified group, instead of kind of in singular spaces. And so that's the big thrust of the work. As we look into the summer, the learning challenges are one thing. We'll consider also looking into the logistical challenges around bringing students back in at different points and what that would happen to be. As Lyle mentioned, we're not entirely sure the access to PPE will be readily available. And as we have our initial planning, that's something that we have our eye on. That's something we're continuing to look at. And that level of procurement, that's one of the level of strategies that we're looking to address early on. And many of the nurses have already started together to create a procurement list to find those items that would need to be in place for school to reopen in the fall.
Yeah, it's definitely, you can't get a forehead thermometer. Nobody has them in stock. They're simply not available right now. It'd be impossible to operate without those. But any thoughts or questions for Andy? Liz?
Yeah, if a family has family members who are at very high risk and for complications or death from COVID, in all of the scenarios that you're looking at, would there be an allowance for that family to not send the child to the school?
We would look for guidance from the AOE and the Department of Public Health regarding those unique circumstances. That's a policy component that we would want to look for guidance from what the state is saying around that. I'm sure that the schools are flexible places and we work to meet the needs. I have to emphasize that the safety and security of our students, staff, all the building occupants and our families is our priority right now. And so any plan would involve that. The last thing we would want to do is risk an exposure to anyone, let alone someone that may be medically fragile or have a high exposure risk. And so in the contemplation of what these things look like, those are all considerations.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Andy or Lyle?
I have a question, David.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not on the screen for the handhold thing.
Okay.
So, I just forgot my question. Oh, I know what the question was. So when you're thinking about this either phased reopening or reopening not with all the students coming back, I might have missed this if you said it, but are there any thoughts about what I can imagine? Like my mother's actually a preschool teacher, and she's like, I can't imagine having preschoolers, they're not going to wear masks. It's going to be kind of like really messy for preschoolers compared to what schooling might look like for ninth graders who are, much more responsible for their own bodies, or aware, I should say. So when you're thinking about this, it's very early on, but what are your thoughts about different approaches to different grade levels?
We would seek feedback from the principals and the school leadership around how they would best approach each unique grade level. I don't know, Emily, after working in I've worked pre-K through 12, and I will say some of our pre-K kiddos may respond better to wearing a mask than some of our high school students that I've worked with.
Maybe so.
I'm a sympathetic spouse of a high school teacher, so I know some of the juggling that goes on there. I think we would look to our school-based leadership to find that, what are the best ways to implement that in each of the unique settings. As a country, we don't have a great culture of compliance anyways, and so working around those items and making sure that we're reinforcing safety for all. As I've said before, safety is a priority, and making sure that we're reinforcing safe approaches to things. Within the logistical piece, also, we would have to look at a high degree of cleaning throughout the day, and both at the start of the day and at the end of the day. And so those are also the other logistical challenges that influence things, and to have from my limited exposure to the schools, they all seem incredibly clean and managed. But the standard of care in the building would have to be much higher than even what I've already seen, and that's in place.
Thank you.
Other comments, thoughts? Yes, Molly.
Hi, I just had I had a thought, because I've been reading a lot about colleges since I have a college-age student. And I know that several of the colleges are adjusting their calendars to try to condense learning on the early end, front-loading the learning, and then having an extended break at the time when flu season hits, and they're projecting the coronavirus might also hit again. So I just wanted to put that out there as a thought. I don't know how that would work in our school system, but it was interesting to me. It got me intrigued today, and yeah, and I know there are implications. I wear a union hat too, so there are implications for the calendar with the union. So I just put a plug in to have any communication about that with us as well. Thanks.
Thank you for that.
Thanks, Molly. Ruby?
I just wanted to ask, I see on the agenda that there's a role of leadership councils under this agenda item, and I wanted to kind of understand what the thinking was there.
Yeah, I've got some things to say about that. I just wanted to hear from everybody else first. So, other comments or questions for Andy or Lyle? Well, one of the reasons that I went through the policies I went through at the beginning of the meeting is because with the focus on parents and community engagement, is because the steering team, which is a group of people that volunteered at our first meeting, at our organizational meeting in the gym on the first or second day of the closed school season. A group that I could contact to kind of go through some ideas with, and to discuss some questions and things that to bring up with the board and the administration. And this week I asked them to get together, or last week, to get together and talk about leadership councils, and with really excellent conversation. And one of the things that became really clear is that the councils that have been going for a while, Guilford and Putney, are really pretty sophisticated and are really having some pretty valuable conversations. And then Sean, who's been on school boards now for 16 or 17 years, or maybe I'm making you older than you are, Sean, but he talked about how rewarding and thrilling it is to meet and have these quality of conversations with people from the community and the staff and the administration. And I was asking about that in the context of the summer planning and the changes that we're going to have to develop, and the work that the leadership teams and the building leadership teams that Andy talked about, they're going to have to be doing. And then the importance of having that informed by community members and staff, and as Molly just pointed out, and parents. And that's why we created that leadership council structure. And we talked a long time about why they didn't get set up and why they aren't all running as well as Guilford and Putney. And part of the reason is that we didn't have 10 people, so we didn't have somebody for every council to get them set up. But now we have assigned people to the councils, and it seems like that's the format or the structure that we need to have in place through the rest of the school year and through the summer, to inform the administration and to really participate in this planning, set up some sort of a communication system so that the parents and community members who are engaged and who are in touch with the community and who can inform this process can do so. Molly's example just a few minutes ago was a really good example of an idea that, coming from a parent who has a kid in college and has this other way of looking, a new idea to think about. And it's really important that this not be administrators in the summer in their school buildings trying to figure out how it's going to work for everyone, because that's not going to work. The range of need and the diverse situations that we're going to be faced with next year, we have to know as much of that ahead of time as possible to not have it be a real disaster. So I would like to with the board's approval, ask that with the board members voluntarily joining the principals in the schools that they've signed up with to convene the councils that have already have members, and for the schools that don't have the membership all set up, to do that, to get that work done, for the staff to identify a couple of teachers to serve, and for teachers or administrators or both to contact parents and get those councils up and running by the end of next week, certainly before we're done with school, and get those things functioning so that we're used to talking to other people than just ourselves in terms of how this is all gonna unfold and how we're gonna find our way back to whatever school is in the next year. And the other thing that that the steering team mentioned in particular was that some of our schools have a significant number of students of color, and we all have students with receiving special services. And so I would ask that those councils with students of color and all the councils reach out and see if they can get some parents of those children to join the council so that those voices are heard and are in the process. The electronic meeting, it makes people a lot more convenient. In a lot of ways, it's easier to meet. And I know there's a lot of work going on, and we're trying to graduate people and figure out grades and all the stuff that has to go on at the end of the year. But if we don't take advantage of this structure that we put in our articles, and that everybody, whether they like merger or didn't like merger, agreed with something that needed to happen, and now we've got the structure in place and we need to implement it. So I would like to hear from the rest of my board about what they think about moving in that direction and making it a new level of commitment to setting up the other 8 leadership councils that haven't, or 7, I guess, because Dummerston's a meeting, but we just haven't had reports from them. But set up the rest of those councils and get them going. And Nancy, I'll work with you to find some parents and get your board functioning too. So any thoughts, responses from anybody on that little tirade or whatever you call it?
I think it's a great idea. I'm going to move on it.
Thank you, Tim. Emily?
Yeah, I'm ready to work. I'm on Academy, so I'm ready to work with Kelly. I'm looking forward to that. So
great. Jackie?
I just sent Mark an email.
Great. I think one of the problems that we may, Ann?
The Career Center Regional Advisory Board is scheduled a meeting for June 2nd.
Oh, great. Great. Can you send me that, send that to me, please?
Sure.
Thank you. One of the problems that we may face is teachers don't necessarily have to work in the summer. So I don't know how, if it might be possible to get COVID funds for stipends for people, and the same thing, COVID funds for experts to come in and advise in terms of how to, some of the social emotional stuff that's going on. I assume that the administrators are looking into those opportunities already. Unless I know the agency hasn't given a lot of information yet, but we know that we're going to need that. But the other thing we have is the 1% funds, which we might be able to use as stipends for teachers to be on the leadership councils through the course of the summer if that's necessary. But we'll find a way to make it palatable to them as well. No other comments? No other thoughts? Okay, well, we'll look for, in the first meeting in June, we'll look for those leadership council updates and reports. Great. Next, Frank, we did the financial update. And so next is committee reports. Do we have any committees met in the last period? Oh, the Climate Crisis Task Force met. Interesting meeting.
Yes.
Thomas, can you give us an update? Great.
Yeah, sure. So we met, let me see, a week ago now. For the past, I don't know, about 6 months or so since we formed, maybe longer at this point, we've just been working on, at first we were assessing the school district, seeing what we're doing, and then I would say about halfway through we've changed to formulating actual policy proposals, and we did another round of brainstorming, what we're going to come up with to propose for purchasing, food, transportation, and what I called facilities management. Hopefully we get a better name than that. And at the next meeting, which will be in June, we will have, hopefully, if we are successful, our finalized proposals for policy changes, or one all-encompassing policy change or proposal. So I think it was pretty successful. We talked about climate impacts of fossil fuels, animal agriculture, how it all goes into what the school district does. So I'm hopeful for the next meeting we have something specific and concrete to come out with.
Thank you. Emily, do you want to say anything about where the PPEC is going next? They know what we've been doing.
So yeah, I can say just a really quick thing is, so our next meeting we'll be discussing the feedback we got tonight on after school. But we're also going to be looking at a little bit of what Jody mentioned, which was the equity in sports conversation. So we're reviewing a report that Chris Sawyer and mainly Chris Sawyer, but Steve Perrin too, because he's the kind of captain in charge of BUHS, put together. So we just had a lot of questions because it was a fairly dense report. So we're going to be hearing from them. And then I know that the next thing that we'd like to do is, which was on our agenda, was to start exploring a little bit of the preschool opportunities across the district. I don't think we'll have time for that in the next meeting, but I know we plan to invite someone from the preschool team that we had heard from maybe a few months ago. I'm forgetting the woman's name, but I'm sure David will remind me later. But we plan to invite her to a meeting maybe in June, so that we can start to hear a little bit more about what's going on in preschool and what opportunities exist across the district.
Great. And Kelly has a comment or question?
No, I was just going to report on the personnel committee.
Oh, go ahead. Great.
So
Thank you.
we met on May 8th, I believe it was. And we had a couple supervisory union negotiation matters and personnel matters to address. And then we also, Lyle let us know of the necessary delay in the 1% application deadlines for summer proposals, which had been May 1st, but that was based on everything that's been going on. So that's what we addressed in that meeting.
Great. Thank you. And I spoke with Jamie Comtois today, and she is going to convene a meeting of the Communications Council, so they will be up and running when we need to start advertising the upcoming vote and letting people know what we're thinking about for next year. So they're shaking off the rust and getting ready to swing in operation again. Any other committee news, committee information? Okay,
Yeah.
I think next is we have an addition to the budget or to the agenda. We have a request for an Act 250 permit Lyle, could you tell us about that?
Sure. So 47 Flat Street has requested a permit. They're planning on 15 units. They will not be expecting any students, so it will not impact any of our schools at all. And so what I need is, which actually is unfortunate, but what I need from you is to approve the 47 Flat Street Act 250 impact form.
Yeah, these impact statements are, the Act 250 includes checking with the schools before they give a permit to somebody to build a house that maybe we flood the schools and cost millions of dollars in additional space. So could I have a motion, please, to approve the Act 50, what is it called, Lyle?
Impact
statement. Impact statement for 47 Flat Street, please.
So moved.
Was that Liz? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And second?
Second, Ann?
Thank you, Ann. I see Sean and Tom want to speak. I'm going to do the vote and then I'll get to you. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we passed it. Sean, question?
Well, if I could go back to,
Sure.
I was going to make a comment about leadership councils under the, it's the last item.
Oh, great. Yes, go ahead.
Council report. And I would like to report that the Guilford Leadership Council met last Friday on May 15th. And there were 14 individuals on the council meeting. And we discussed a great deal of things about the Guilford School. We talked about the budget that we had earlier in this meeting. And so there were, Sarah Coffey was able to come, and a lot of teachers came, and tremendous amount of energy. And so I just wanted to say that, once again, that Guilford is really, it's again, a great group. And it's really so satisfying to be there. And they will be having another meeting this Friday, the 22nd at 1 o'clock. So if anybody wants to join the Guilford Leadership Council just to see how it goes, it's all you got to do is click onto the Zoom, and there you are. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean. And the Putney one meets tomorrow, actually. So. Oh, Sean, go ahead.
I have one more comment, if I could. The WSESU website has a block for leadership councils. And I think it would be really good if the leadership council used that spot to put their agendas and then post their minutes, because it's very, it's very easy to see. And then the other towns would know what has transpired. So Guilford has been doing it, but I think if all towns did it, it would be a place to go and see, what was being discussed and so forth.
Actually, that brings up a really good point, Sean. The Leadership Council policy outlines the staff warning of meetings and setting agendas and recording minutes. A very specific process. So I'd encourage people to go to the WSCSD website, click on the policies, and it's pretty much the last policy in the book, or pretty close to the end of the book because it's brand new, and it outlines that for you. So I would encourage board members and principals to have a look at that policy to make sure that we're not just operating under the policy, but also under the open meeting law. Sean? Yeah.
If I could just say one more thing. In the leadership councils, I think it said that the members of the leadership council will serve for 1 year. So I'm not sure when that year starts and ends, if it runs with the school year. Maybe the people on the leadership councils now should be aware of that so that they can re-sign up and continue the good work. So.
Thank you. Thomas?
Yeah, I was just trying to note before we moved on that the diversity committee also met this week. I just wanted to make that noted. I think we had some good progress, specifically 2 points that we were working on, trying to get some progress done on making the workforce more diverse over time, even fostering long-term goals of fostering students who are interested in becoming teachers after college to consider coming back to Brattleboro as one possible inroad to getting people who would want to be a part of the district. And another one was another point that we worked on was possible diversity training for the board and administrators, looking into different avenues for any sources that would be worthwhile and which ones would be the best. So I just wanted to note before we moved on that we have met as well.
Thank you.
We should be meeting in the middle of June for our next meeting.
Julianne?
I wanted to let you know the Dummerston School Leadership Council meets every other Thursday at 6 during the closure. So we met last week. The agenda should be on the SU site. I will send next week's agenda to Barb tomorrow. We're doing a community-wide survey on our outdoor learning and play spaces, because that's one of our big goals for the upcoming years. So that was a big item on our agenda and will be in the coming months.
Thank you. Somebody let me know that the Dummerston Council's been meeting for a long time, and I was not aware of that. So glad to have a report. Thank you. Sean, your hand up again? No? Okay. Any other, anything else on, I forgot to ask about the Leadership Council. It ran off the bottom of my agenda. Thank you. We also have leftover the recognition of visitors. I was going to try to do this at the beginning, but again, with the legislators coming, I wanted to get underway as quickly as we could. Any visitors that have information or wish to share anything with the board this evening? Seeing none. Communications. Any communications, noteworthy communications we need to share?
So David, sorry,
Yes.
this is Lyle. Sort of a communication. I've been in touch with Barb while we've been meeting here tonight,
Oh, good.
and we do need to have a warning article that states how much the school board members are to be paid, how much for the board chair and how much for individual members. So if you could take a couple minutes and determine what that is, we can get that on the warning as well.
Okay, I was going to do that after the public comment on
Okay.
non-agenda items, but, and after we approve the minutes too, I was going to go back to that motion
Okay,
and revise it.
whatever
So,
works for you.
Yeah. Any public comment on non-agenda items? Oh, Emily has a hand up.
So are we doing communications right now?
Yes.
Okay. So I had a communication in about the tennis courts, and specifically related to there being a lot of pressure on Memorial Parks, space in general, and maybe crowding there, and wondering when some of the spaces would be open at the schools, like the tennis courts, which are like, a big important part of the community. So my response to that was I would bring it to the board because I really didn't know about the legality behind that, because it's a school space and the schools are shut. So I guess I just wanted to hear a little bit more, maybe from Lyle, I guess that would be.
Yep. Lyle?
And I'll ask Steve to chime in as well. Steve and I have been working on this. Our plan was to open them hopefully before the weekend this weekend, because I've also been in touch with Brattleboro Parks and Recreation, and they indicated that there's a lot of pressure to get more people out because their courts are full all the time. The thing around signage is that we need to ensure people know that they can play, but they can't socialize. They have to play and leave. And there is some concern about keeping the benches up, because then that sort of invites people to sit, and So we have some concerns, but I'll ask Steve. Steve and I had talked about it yesterday, and I can't remember what the final determination was on that, Steve.
Yeah. So we've been vetting some signage, and we're using the guidance from the Vermont Department of Health. One of the challenges for us is that unlike other facilities, we will not have the ability to disinfect between uses, and we don't supervise those courts. And that introduces a level of uncertainty. So we're going to be saying that in our signs. Please understand that the school is not maintaining these, not disinfecting these, so people know that. And it's kind of a use at your own discretion. We went down from use at your own risk to discretion. So those signs, we're, Chris Sawyer and Robert Clark and I have been looking at various signs and kind of coming up with something that's simple. We looked at the benches. We cannot remove them because they're set into concrete. If we were to remove the slats from the benches, we'd leave an unsafe metal frame. So we're not going to do that. The other concern that it raises for us, and the track is the same way, is, as you pointed out, Emily, we are closed and our fields are closed, just like playgrounds are closed. And it's really hard because as soon as people begin to see usage in one part of the campus, they're going to jump in and say, oh, so now I can go use the baseball field, and I can use the football field. And those are closed. And, we're finding more and more often that as the weather gets nicer, that we're having to go out and remind people that they need to leave. And it's not always a pleasant conversation. I will tell you, it's the unpleasant conversations never happen with kids. They're great. It's adults who feel as though it's a green space, so they have a right to it. But anyway, long story short, with all of that, we are going to open up the courts. We're not going to open them all up. We're going to start with 3 to preserve social distancing as people are going to and from the courts, and we're going to see how that works.
So 3 courts, 'cause I'm going to respond to this person. So 3 courts and the track, you said, or not yet?
The track has been open.
Track's open. Okay.
And the other issue with the track, it's a composite track, and we've had some people who feel as though they should bring their scooters and walkers on there, and that track is not made for wheeled vehicles of any kind.
Okay.
So we've had some conversations about that as well.
And just one last question so I can include it is, so you're working on signage, so you're thinking the courts will be open this weekend, or should I just say a little later?
Well, we're hoping this weekend. We have a couple of events here going on Friday for our class of 2020 that, that's going to take priority.
Yep. Okay. So, and where would it be posted? Just at the site, or is there going to be an announcement? Okay.
It'd be posted at the site. We'd probably put something on our Facebook page. Okay. And I'd probably call Carol a lot and let her know.
Okay. Awesome. Thanks.
Sure.
Thank you, Steve. We also have the clerk's report. This week includes accepting the minutes from May 6th. So could I have a motion to accept the board minutes from May 6th, please?
So moved.
So moved.
Thank you,
Second.
Tom. Thank you, Thomas. Second?
Second.
Is that Ann?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Motion moved and seconded to accept the minutes from May 6th. All those in favor, please unmute and say aye.
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 Any opposed? The minutes are passed. So now we have to circle back around to the thing was actually the last thing on the agenda that became the second thing on the agenda, which is the vote. And it turns out that there is another article that needs to be on the warning because our article, thank you to Ruby McAdoo for taking the time to look it up and find it and send a message in the chat room. Our articles of agreement indicate that the annual meeting sets the salaries for the school board chair and school board members. And this year, first year of this board, the chair stipend was $6,000 and each board member was $4,000. So what is your pleasure for that article for the warning? I'm going to guess that the silence means we should leave it the way it is. And just copy it from, oh, there's Sean.
Yeah, that is exactly what I would say, that
Great.
you ought to have the article just as it was stated last year.
Would you make that a motion, Sean, and then we can go home?
Sure.
Or at least can be.
I would make a motion that the school board compensation should remain the way it was the previous year, which is 6,000 for the chair and 4,000 for each of the directors.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
Thank you, Tim. Moved by Sean, seconded by Tim. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it, the motion passes. So I believe that that completes the work on our agenda for the evening. We need an executive session. I don't, there's only one thing I know of, Lyle, that's around contracts. Is there anything else? Okay, then could I move that we enter executive session under 1 VSA 313 to discuss contracts where the board has determined that premature general public knowledge would clearly place the school board or people involved at a substantial disadvantage. Invited into the executive session are the superintendent of schools. Second?
Second, Emily.
Thank you, Emily. Moved and seconded to enter executive session. We will not be making any decisions when we come out, so I'm not sure if I need to put you in the waiting room or not. Rich?
If you would, please, that way I can catch the end of the meeting.
Okay, we'll do it. I'll try to remember to wake you up when we adjourn. Great, thank you. Okay, so at this point, would everyone but the board and Lyle please leave the meeting? And we'll wait a minute or two for that to happen. And Rich, or
Have a good night, everybody.
good night. Pause. Oh, I just.
Oh, there you are.
I'm pausing it.
No, you're
Okay.
recording now.
Are we? Oh, no, it's paused. Okay, now I'm going to push it again. Now we're recording. Okay. Thank you, Ann. Start again, please.
No problem. Mr. Chair, there being no further business before this board, I move that we adjourn.
May I have a second?
Second.
Oh, gee, somebody's in a hurry.
The rest
We'll
of
give
the
it to
board
we'll give it to
second.
Michelle. Okay, it's moved and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye and have a good night's sleep.
Aye.
Bye.
Good night.
Aye.
Thank
Good
you.
night, everybody.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night.
David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
All right, my friends, understand that Florida has been caught hiding, not reporting coronavirus deaths, and it's absolutely sickening, and it will lead to more people dying. For about 10 days now, medical experts have been expecting Florida's coronavirus deaths to spike. Why? Well, because Florida started reopening beaches 10 days ago. They have a totally incompetent Republican governor, Ron DeSantis. He's proven himself to be absolutely clueless. We know Florida has the 5th oldest median age in the country. Their population, the median age is the 5th oldest in the country. And coronavirus, by a large margin, is disproportionately affecting older people. And yet the Florida death numbers, just like they never really got that bad. You look at the case numbers, they're not testing that much. You see about 33,000 cases. Okay, that's a lot. But for a state with more than 21 million people, the case numbers are kind of low. That could just be testing. But then you see the deaths, and somehow the official coronavirus death toll in Florida was, as of the moment where we looked at it, 1,268 deaths. Now, it would be fantastic if that were the case. It didn't make sense. The numbers just didn't pass the sniff test, given the size of Florida and the policies and the number of population, densely populated areas. And now we have the answer. Florida officials have been withholding. They've just been not releasing the data from medical examiners about coronavirus deaths for more than a week now. The Hill reports that Stephen Nelson, the chairman of the State Medical Examiners Commission, said to the Tampa Bay Times, the state health department intervened, and they told me they are going to remove the causes of death and case descriptions for mortality data, which will hold down the official death toll from coronavirus in Florida. Now, many Republicans want to argue it's fine to reopen, shutdowns aren't necessary. They support it by saying, look, we don't have that many deaths here in Florida. And yet they're lying about the deaths. They are hiding the deaths, according to this report. Not only is this disrespectful to people who have lost their lives, it's disrespectful to people who, seeing these fake numbers, will go outside instead of staying home, will not wear a mask instead of wearing a mask, will go and protest and lobby for opening instead of understanding why it is that we're doing what we're doing. So when you look at the measures that can be taken to deal with the virus, stay-at-home orders, closing businesses, social distancing, masks. What Florida has chosen to do is just lie about the number of people dying, claim nobody's dying. It will also backfire, by the way, because if you use fake numbers to support opening up when you shouldn't, that will drive a crazy explosion in the number of cases and deaths. You would imagine eventually it would get out no matter what. Well, here we have one report. They are blowing the whistle and saying that the number is fake. And it never made sense. I'm trying to think if it was on the show or on live streams. A week and a half ago, I was saying the Florida numbers should be spiking. Okay, heat and humidity may play a role in slowing the spread, but from the studies we've seen, it's only a minor role. It only makes a little bit of a difference. Where are Florida's deaths? What is going on? And boom, in comes a whistleblower who says they're just not reporting them. If this is true, and there's every indication that it is disgusting, sick, and it will lead to even more death. We have the latest numbers from last week's new unemployment claims. 3.8 million more people, additional people, have lost their jobs. We've been tracking this weekly since the start of coronavirus. I mean, we always track it weekly, but we've been looking at numbers this bad since the start of the virus. Some weeks, the numbers have been as high as 6.8 million in 1 week losing their jobs. This is now a reduction in new claims. 3.8 million more people lost their jobs last week. So in total, this is the terrible news, 30 million people have now lost their jobs due to coronavirus. To give you a little context for that number, before this started, the workforce was believed to be 158 million in the United States, 158 million. 30 million is about 19%. 19% of all working people have lost their jobs in the United States in the last 6 or 7 weeks. This is nightmarish. These are numbers that are so outrageous that 8 weeks ago, they would have been unimaginable numbers. The slightly okay news, if we're looking for trends, right? Like if we want to find something, the slightly okay news is it's not 6 million every week. It's been diminishing. We had 6.6 million people lost their job. Well, you had 6.8, then 6.6, 5.2, then 4.4, and now 3.8. So hopefully over the next 4 to 6 weeks, we'll see the numbers of new claims continue to diminish. Eventually, hopefully, we will see a net decrease in the number of people who are not working. But this is not going to be quick. You know, Trump talks about this V-shaped recovery that'll be as quick or even quicker than the decline. Doesn't seem like it's going to be that way. Many jobs that are being lost are permanent job losses. Many businesses are not going to reopen. And what's also becoming completely clear is that there hasn't been enough stimulus from the government. We're now well into month number 2 of this. Some states are here in Massachusetts, we're very close to entering month number 3. And there are still people who have not gotten their $1,200 checks. And even when they get the $1,200, it's not going to be enough. This is going to be a big deal. Remember that before this, half the country couldn't even afford an unexpected $400 expense. That was before this. Those numbers are going to go way, way up. They're going to get much more ugly as this continues. We are going to need more stimulus. I would like to also see infrastructure done. And I'll talk next week about how much more stimulus we are likely to need, as well as what an infrastructure deal would look like. And, you know, the thing about Trump is everything is always a crony capitalist hit job. Even when, as I said earlier, Trump is using a lot of the right tools here to deal with this recession, which could become a depression, or maybe already is, but is not yet reflected in all of the numbers. Trump is often using the right tools, but it's always done in the wrong way. It's always done in a corrupt way, eliminating oversight for the stimulus money. The PPP program, which saw huge swaths of the funding go directly to big businesses and organizations that don't really need it, even organizations with large endowments, and a lot of small businesses getting absolutely zero. So next week, we'll talk about what would infrastructure look like, how much more stimulus are we likely to need depending on how this goes, and related topics. My question to you, you can get back to me on Twitter at dpacman, is where do you think unemployment will top out? There are people saying 40 million. We're at 30 million now. Some people say 40 million. Others are saying it's going to be a full 50, 55 million, like a third of the workforce if this extends for another 6 to 8 weeks to this degree. Let me know where you see that tragic number. I'm on Twitter at dpacman. We've got a tremendously good program for you today.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Yvette Cooney and Daniel Lightwing. Yvette and Daniel, thank you so much for your support. Also want to say a quick thank you to Richard Firestein, who's today's longtime sustaining member of the day. Hard to believe it, Richard, but you've been a member almost 5 years. Very much appreciate it. Grab a membership yourself. It's quick, it's easy, it's painless, and it feels good at joinpakman.com. Let's go to the phones, which are exploding today. at 617-830-4750 and see what's on people's minds, starting today with our caller from the 443 area code. Caller from 443, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Anthony calling from Maryland.
All right,
Can you hear me?
Anthony, we've got you. Sounds like you have gremlins in your phone, but go ahead.
Ben Shapiro recently made a video titled "Fascism is Secretly a Left-Wing Ideology." He said that left-wing means more government and right-wing means less government. He said that fascism is left-wing by that definition and anarchism is right-wing. Would you agree with that? Sort of that description of the political compass?
No, I wouldn't. More versus less government is very different than saying more or less libertarian, for example. What matters is what government is doing. What matters is how is government interacting with people. And government doing things is not fascism. But Anthony, I'm going to let you go because your connection is so bad. It's just a very, very strange noise that's there. And hopefully it's not another one of those embarrassing instances where the problem is on our end. We'll find out with our next caller. Let's go to our caller from the 707 area code. Caller from 707, what's your name and where are you calling from?
Hi, David. This is Bart, and I'm calling from San Francisco.
Hey, Bart, what's going on? Your connection is pristine, I must say.
Oh, I'm glad.
Yes.
Question for you is, did you figure out your YouTube issues with the algorithm? I know you were having issues with that, and I emailed you a while back about that, and I was just wondering if you had what the status was of that.
Well, I don't know which element of that you're referring to, because the YouTube algorithm is sort of like a lobster regularly shedding and molting and having a new shell, and it's a constant new series of issues. But certainly, so YouTube has whitelisted us for coronavirus monetization, so that issue has been solved. But there's always issues, you know. There's search issues, there's other issues. So I don't know exactly which issue you're referring to right now. The biggest issue is
it was the monetization. Sorry, it was the monetization. I was just gonna say there's people like me out there, tech people out there, I think that can help you. But just in case you're interested, there's people that follow you that I think could be helpful.
Got it. Okay. Well, we always, any tips and advice are welcome. But right now, I mean, the big thing now is because of the virus and fewer advertisers wanting to advertise, CPMs, or how much you make for every 1,000 views, are down about 35%. That's more of a systemic issue than an algorithmic issue, unfortunately.
Gotcha. Then move on. I have the other callers. My next question is, what can we do to help the Never Biden folks you mentioned that are saying Never Biden and so on? And who are the leaders of that movement? How can we help, convince them to go down a better road, at least get through this transition point?
The leaders question is an interesting one. I don't know who leads the Never Biden movement. Again, I think that in the same way that support for Bernie was overstated if you just looked at Twitter and Reddit, the size of the Never Biden movement may be overstated if you're paying too much attention to Twitter and Reddit. I think it's a smaller movement than maybe people on the internet think. But I don't know that there are necessarily leaders to convince. I'm not sure. I don't know if there are. I mean, like, are there prominent Never Biden people? I'm asking genuinely. I don't know.
I don't know. I was just listening to your comments about that and how you were mentioning that there's a movement. I was just trying to figure out ways that we could help convince that movement and where to go on Twitter or wherever, to talk to people and to help them understand
I mean,
the
listen,
situation
for
better.
me, what's been the only thing that's been at all effective, and there are probably more effective things, is to really drill down on, okay, so who do you want picking the next Supreme Court justice? Whose policy do you prefer on the environment? Whose policy do you prefer on taxes? And usually with most of them, I mean, listen, if they actually prefer Trump's policies, then they should be voting for Trump, and there's not much to argue about. But usually people will realize, oh, I prefer Biden's policy on everything. Why would I do anything that helps Trump get reelected? It's counterintuitive, doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Absolutely. Last question. And why can't reporters do real-time debating with Trump? So what's the real issue? Is it just access? And what's your take on that? And how do we convince them to be a little more forthcoming.
Yeah,
in
Trump
that
just
regard.
silences them. He moves on. He controls the bully pulpit, and it's hard to insist on a debate with Trump in the press briefings. Although I also wonder what the outcome would be. I think it would just turn one lie into four that now you're trying to fight. So we've talked about that before.
Okay.
I don't know. Thanks, Bart. Really appreciate the phone call. Hope to hear from you again. Let's go next to our caller from the 513 area code. Who's calling today from 513?
This is John from Ohio.
Hey, John, what's up?
We only just started getting some recognition of the Tara Reid story, like in the mainstream media, but it still hasn't been getting the attention that I think it should get.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a take on why that is, or do you have a take or opinion on the issue in general?
Well, listen, I mean, my view has always been that people who come forward and say this happened to me should be heard and their claims should be taken seriously and investigated. And that's my view, regardless of who's being accused of or political party, full stop, right? I mean, that's my view. And then, there should be a full and proper investigation. In terms of why it's not getting more coverage in corporate media, I have two ideas about that. One is that there is skepticism among some in corporate media about elements of the story. Now, I'm not an expert on the story, so it would sort of be beyond me to go through all of those details now, just on the basis of your phone call. I'm not prepared to do that right now, nor do I think that it's necessarily the best thing to be doing. But I think part of what's holding down coverage in corporate media is skepticism of some elements of the story, and whether that's right or wrong is a real debate to be had, right? I mean, if you believe that accusers' allegations should be taken seriously, then, take them seriously and investigate. And then I think the second thing is also we're just in a crazy situation with coronavirus constantly, and a lot of stories that would normally get more attention, stuff related to insane government corruption that would normally at least make more of a blip. The Tara Reid story arguably is part of that. Some recent thing that's being widely misinterpreted about UFOs, but still, there's a lot of stories that I think, were it not for coronavirus, would be getting a lot more attention.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
All right,
Thanks.
my friend. Thank you. Great to hear from you. Very much appreciate it. Let's go next to our caller from the 831 area code. Caller from 831. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Phil from California.
Hey, Phil, what's up?
Hey, so recently New York decided to suspend the primaries, and last couple of weeks, people have been researching into the exit poll discrepancies between Super Tuesday and some other states. Do you have a lot of faith in the elections these days, and how confident are you in your vote being applied accurately in November?
Well, so there's two kind of, the latter question is an easy one. I'm pretty confident my vote will be applied accurately in November. That's my belief based on what I observe voting here in Massachusetts in prior elections. But that's the more important question you're asking is the first one, which is general confidence in the election system. I mean, listen, there's no doubt that there is one party that has been working for 15 to 20 years to try to suppress the vote or to disenfranchise. And this includes everything from redistricting and gerrymandering up through and including voter ID, voter purges, etc. Right now, based on what's going on right now, my instinct is that November 2020 is not going to be as determined by maybe voting machines, as has been the focus in the past, but how people are interacting with the voting system in general, meaning vote in person versus vote by mail, and how coronavirus is going to affect turnout. So because that is unprecedented and crazy, and we see one side, Democrats saying we should be voting by mail, you see Trump saying we should not be voting by mail, that is making me scared about what is going to happen in November of 2020. Now, all the other things like voter ID, those are all still issues. But for me, what's most present and foremost importance for November is where are people going to vote? How are people going to vote? And how is that all going to be carried out? Because we know Trump knows vote by mail is bad for him.
Yeah, true. And I was also, I have a lot of Bernie friends that, the earlier caller was talking about the Never Biden thing, and
Yep.
they've discussed it. I think most people are going to actually vote for Biden because they kind of are going to do the math, and if they're going to 2 + 2 is going to equal 4 for them, and they're going to vote
Most
for Biden.
people are. Most people. I
But
mean,
I
remember.
can
Listen.
see a lot of
In just real quick, in 2016, I think you had about 10% of Bernie supporters ended up voting for Hillary. And that's, I'm sorry, ended up voting for Trump. 10% of Bernie supporters voted for Trump. That's roughly in line with what we see in terms of abandonment in prior elections. Like there was not a crazy number of amount of that in 2016.
Yeah, well, and Hillary's supporters voted for McCain more than Bernie's supporters voted for Trump.
Yep.
But I just think it's one of those things where the Democratic Party had a real chance to ignite a base, and they may have just created more independents and more people that just don't feel, like the party represents them anymore. Because, frankly, the whole campaign just felt like a smear. Everything on the media, it was just so negative. So I think a lot of people just have a bad taste in their mouth, and voting for Biden is not going to help them.
We will see where it all shakes out. I think that there's a universe where you are correct, but Biden still wins, right? I mean, the number, you could be right, and Biden still could get the votes he needs to become president. We've got 6 months to go, and a lot can happen between now and then.
Yeah, we can put a lot of pressure on Biden to make our things happen if we want him to. So that's a better way to do it than trying to deal with Trump.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
exactly.
agree with you. I agree
Thank
with
you,
you,
David.
Thank you. Appreciate the call. Thank you so much. Let's go today to our caller from the 707 area code. Who is calling today from 707?
Yes, my name's Gabe. I'm calling from Humboldt County.
Hey, Gabe, what's up?
Okay, so I was making sure you could hear me.
Oh, I can hear you.
Yeah, so I'll be real brief. I really appreciate you taking me on. I live in a rural part of California, and one of our major crops here is marijuana.
Yes, I've been
we're
up
the
there.
biggest
In fact,
distributor.
I was up there once for a conference, and the conference was in.
Oh yeah.
It was near Ukiah. Arcata, exactly. I was up in
Oh,
Arcata.
that's in Mendocino. Yeah.
And it was just like weed country. Country. It was crazy. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, I live in a more rural part of California, and I'll try to be brief in my questions. So, first of all, Joe Biden does not have a pro-legalization stance. Now, my father was a grower. I'm a second-generation American, and my family still deals with immigration issues. So on that, I am extremely anti-Trump. But on that, I'm also anti-Biden because he not only doesn't support the main cash crop from my county, but he also was in power when I've had family members being deported. So I'm more so wondering why I should vote for Biden in terms of what's the difference. Because to me, I'm looking at it like you got red version and blue version of the same person. And by voting for Biden, I'm not only continuing my own family's destruction, but my country's destruction because it's a one-party system.
Right. Well, let me ask you
and
this.
I'm curious. I'm curious if there's any answer for this. Sorry, go ahead.
Let me ask you this. If we think about the future of marijuana legalization, which we're seeing a lot of at the state level, right? So a lot of what we're seeing, the next 5 to 7 years of marijuana legalization will come from the state level, not from the federal level, is my prediction. Do you believe that we will get more favorable rulings of cases that are appealed to the Supreme Court related to cannabis if Trump picks a replacement for Ruth Bader Ginsburg or if Biden picks a replacement for Ruth Bader Ginsburg? What does your heart tell you on that?
Okay, so I'm actually really glad you asked me this. I thought about this a couple days ago. I was talking to my wife about this. So Trump and the Republican Party are pro-money. And right now in Humboldt County, there is huge, massive, multi-million-dollar corporations coming here and spending money. They're lobbying. I think that marijuana legalization, even with a Trump in office, is closer than you think. Now, again, I will never vote for a right-wing death cult. I'm not going to vote for Trump, the Republican Party.
Yeah.
You know, they want to see my state burned to the ground. And so on that end, I just want to tell everyone here, do not vote for Donald Trump. Don't do it. But on that same level, it's like the difference between the left and the right in this one is minimal, because it's like, okay, yeah, you may get someone who may not be favorable towards it, but financially they'll let it go. I mean, it's just like, alcohol prohibition, I'm
All
sure
right,
a
so
lot
hold
of
on,
the
Gabe.
folks
Let
that
me slow things
legalized
down,
alcohol.
Gabe, just a little bit here because you're saying a lot. Let me. I so I
Oh yeah,
I
go
don't
ahead.
I don't
Go ahead,
agree
I'm
with you.
sorry.
I think there's no doubt. I think
Okay.
there's so hold on. I think there's no doubt that whoever Biden picks to the to go to the Supreme Court would be better on this issue than whoever Trump picks. I also believe.
Oh, no doubt.
I also believe that, remember, back during the Obama-Biden era, they said, even though weed is illegal federally, we're not going to send federal agencies into states that have legalized it. When Trump put in Jeff Sessions,
But they did.
But
They did, though. Obama administration, there was many raids by the feds during those times.
There's no doubt that there were, but they were dramatically diminished. Whereas Trump's AG ran on, we're going to ramp that back up. So
Yes.
for me, it is not what
Trump's a
Biden
fence
is not.
walker. He believes in nothing.
Gabe, thank you for the call. I very
does.
much appreciate it, and I hope that you make the decision that is right for you. Let's take a quick break. Don't hang up if you're holding, because we will be right back with your calls in a brief moment.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
Let's go back to the phones at 617-830-4750 and see what is on people's minds, starting with our caller from the 240 area code. Who's calling today from 240? Where are you calling from?
Salutations, David. This is Rob. I'm calling from Maryland.
Hey, Rob, what's up?
So I've always worked at small businesses. I've always resisted going to big corporate places for work because I know that I would suffer. It would be spirit crushing. I prefer places where, rather than there being a very established culture, the place has a malleable personality that I can actually come in and contribute to.
Okay.
And because I work for those types of places, I'm unemployed right now. And it's looking less and less likely that those types of places are going to come back after the dust settles, because they typically have much lower margins that they're running on, that if they miss a month of profit, they can't keep up. And so now I'm very reluctantly applying to the Safeways and the CVS's and the Burger Kings of the world, because that's all that's going to be left after this. And we're also kind of creating an entire generation of the young people right now who are seeing that they really only have three kind of options as far as career paths if they want their careers to be pandemic proof. They can either go into public service like government, healthcare, or education. They can go into they can go work for a massive fast food chain or at a grocery store, or they can get one of those corporate jobs where they can work from home, and those are diminishingly rare. I mean, those are the jobs of our parents' generation, not ours. And so we are going to, for a long time, have this shift, I think, that crushes the dreams of a lot of people who may have been better in non-essential fields such as cosmetology or the arts or culinary or being in a research field of academia where you have to actually go somewhere to study something. And I wanted to know just if you had any ideas about how we could incentivize, or if this is even a good thing. Like, should unnecessary jobs just disappear? And if not, how do we incentivize people to still follow their dreams?
So there's a lot there, Rob. And so first of all, I don't know that I agree with you about the jobs that are pandemic proof. I mean, what we just learned this week about the nearly 5% GDP reduction in the first quarter. And half of that GDP reduction was in healthcare, which is counterintuitive because with so many coronavirus patients, how could that be? It's because almost all non-emergency healthcare has been shut down, and it certainly has not been pandemic proof for people who work in dermatology offices and the like. So I don't totally agree with the premise, but what I would tell you is just because a job is not essential in a pandemic doesn't mean it's not an essential job. So as an example, transportation is essential to 99.99% of human existence. We're in a pandemic shutdown where people aren't traveling. So everything from cab drivers to airline pilots are suffering right now. But I would not want to disincentivize people from working in those fields because they're so important 99.99% of the time. What we need to do is we need to be more proactive, as I spoke about on the Wednesday show this week, about softening the blow to a lot of these industries. And by that, I mean to the workers, not to like the hedge fund people that are speculating in these businesses. We need to have an economic system that's more proactively protecting them. But the last thing I would say is, hey, during however long this is, if it's 2 months, if it's 9, whatever it is, to say there were jobs that weren't really useful during that time. These are jobs that are absolutely necessary to society 99.99% of the time, and I would not suggest people abandon them. We just need to be better prepared to deal with situations like this. My friend, I'm going to let you go because I have so many people that want to get on, but it's an important question, and I'm glad that you asked it. Let's go next to our caller from the 603 area code. Who's calling today from 603?
Hi, my name's Eric, New Hampshire.
Hey, Eric, what's up?
Not much. I just have a quick question. Because of the pandemic, how wider will the separation between classes become without any policy or tax change? If say, Trump gets reelected and, everything becomes the way it has been for the past 3 years, how far do you think the haves and have-nots, that separation will grow?
I don't have a mathematical answer, but it's going to grow. And you're asking a really important question, which is we are now seeing, that there's this implicit understanding of blue collar and white collar that exists. The idea sometimes is made very simple by calling it office work versus factory work. The reality is it's much more complex than that right now. You see, as I mentioned, for example, airline pilots very much affected by what's going on right now. You see people who work in restaurants, but also people who work in certain types of retail and even people in certain areas of healthcare that are being hit because they are typically non-emergency healthcare, et cetera. So we are going to see a growing. Yeah.
I was more talking about the people that the shareholders of the airlines, not the pilots.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm talking about the ones that have the wealth.
Yeah.
They're going to seize opportunities, whether, but not the person that goes to work. The ones that tell the people to go to work.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
believe-
Listen, at any time there is a cataclysm, a crisis, a pandemic, a natural disaster, something like 9/11. These are opportunities for speculators and those who are flush with cash to make a ton of money with speculative and non-productive use of assets. There is no doubt about it. And you're completely accurate in that there is going to be a widening income gap, a wealth gap rather, as a result of this because of people who are in a position to seize some of those opportunities. Totally.
Okay, great. I mean, that's why I thought, unless there is policy or tax change.
Of course.
To
so like one
balance it
example,
out,
now this
which
is something Trump actually floated this, but he didn't do it, which is what about suspending the payroll tax for a certain period of time, the Social Security, Medicare? That would actually be an interesting thing because if you, I don't remember exactly where the line is, but it's around $125,000 a year. You only pay Social Security, Medicare up to your first $125,000 a year in wages. So people who earn a lot more than that in wages, or people who are earning their money through capital gains, they're already not paying that. So suspending that would be a way to directly do fiscal stimulus to people who are actually mostly working for a living. It wasn't done, right? But that's an example of a policy that would have helped.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
All right,
But
my friend, thank you so
do
much
see
for the
a-
call. I very much
thank you.
appreciate it. And it's great to hear from our mostly friendly neighbors to the north in New Hampshire. Let me go next to our caller from the 312 area code. Who's calling today from 312?
Hi, David. This is Priscilla. I'm from Chicago.
Hey, Priscilla, what's going on?
I'm just wondering, what's your take on, there's a lot of Joe Biden sexual assault allegations, and I am not a Trump supporter. I would never vote for him in my life.
Mm-hmm.
But I honestly also don't feel comfortable voting for someone who's had so many sexual assault allegations, and I honestly feel like at least some of them are credible. And yeah, I don't know how I feel about that.
So I'm aware, we talked earlier about the Tara Reid allegations. Which other allegations are you referring to?
I'm not sure of the name specifically, but it's mostly just, am I comfortable voting for someone who even has these allegations against them at all? Because it would be hypocritical of me to be like, oh, I don't want to vote for Donald Trump because he's a rapist or whatever, but then go and vote for someone like Joe Biden who's allegedly done the same thing to other people.
But so is there any allegation other than the Tara Reid one that you're aware of?
I am not specifically aware of any other names, but I've heard that there are multiple allegations. So maybe I'm just not informed enough. I don't know.
Well, I think there's
just wanted
definitely
someone's take
people
on
that
it
are,
who's-
there's definitely a blending together of like Biden hugged a senator's daughter and it was weird, and the Tara Reid thing. So here's my view, and I've sort of stated it already, but here's how I think it applies to voting. Every woman's allegations should be taken seriously and investigated. What Tara Reid is alleging is serious, and it deserves investigation. She deserves to be heard. This is my view, regardless of the political party of accuser, accused, whatever, period, and full stop.
Okay.
Where I would next go to is, great, you don't want to vote for anyone who's been accused of anything like that. Perfect. The next question is, what else do you care about, right? In the sense that, so Trump's been accused by 16, 17, 22, 46 women, according to one book. We know that he's paid off some women. His own wife, under threat of perjury in a deposition, accused him of raping her, etc. And then we do have the Tara Reid allegation with Biden. Where are you on climate? Where are you on taxation? Where are you on coronavirus response? Where are you on education? Where are you on diplomacy? Is there any difference there in terms of your view on Trump versus Biden?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I just think Biden is stronger on all those issues than Trump, and it goes back to what you always say, it's kind of picking who I would rather have,
Right.
Definitely not my ideal. I voted for Bernie in the primary, and I wish I could vote for him again in the general. However, I am still considering voting for Biden just because I really don't want Trump back in. And
Right.
also,
So
like
in
you
other words,
said,
Priscilla,
Ruth Bader
is there a,
Ginsburg is
if I
leaving
say to
too.
you, who do you prefer, Trump or Biden? Is there a clear answer in your mind?
Biden, yeah.
So then is there any question about what you should do in November?
There is still, just because I don't know, like he's just not the person I want, and it goes back to, do I really want, it's so hard because I am pulled in both directions. Like, yes, I don't want Donald Trump, but I also don't want to just give Biden my vote just because, and I
Well,
feel
let me
like
ask
that
you,
is kind of
Priscilla,
what the corporate Democrats are expecting.
it sounded like you were saying it's not just because. In other words, you said you preferred Biden over Trump. I listed 6 or 7 policy issues and you said Biden's better, right? You said that about a minute ago.
Yeah.
So it's not really just because. It sounds like you've analyzed their positions on policy and you've decided which one's better.
Yeah, I have. I don't know. I feel I still feel some hesitation, and I'm not sure. I still feel like I will vote for him, but I don't know. And I know a lot of people are in my same boat, that they're just kind of feeling,
I
don't know. It's like we're in a rock and a hard place. We're forced to vote for someone who we're not completely behind, which I get that's kind of the
Well,
way it
that's
works,
always
but
the case
I
to
don't know.
different degrees. I mean, no, I've never voted for anyone I'm completely behind. It's always, who are you more behind?
Right.
And it sounds like you're pretty damn clear about that.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
I am. I've just been such a Bernie supporter since high
Sure.
school, and now this is going to be my first time voting.
Wow.
And yeah, it's just not the way I planned, but thank you for your time.
Priscilla, I can tell from talking to you that you're going to do the right thing in November.
Thank you.
All
Have
right,
a good
Priscilla,
one. Thank
take
you for
care.
your
Have a
show.
good one. All right. I apologize for everybody I was not able to get to. We are out of time today, but we will take calls again. Really appreciate you joining me. Quick break. More after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex, French press, or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Hatriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. The David Pakman Show is now on Instagram as David Pakman Show. Check out behind the scenes pictures, memes, funny stuff, and more. Follow us on Instagram at David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Let's get into audience questions for the week, starting with, hey, David, what do you believe is the future of the progressive movement in the Democratic Party? Or is the future of American progressivism outside of the Democratic Party? So there's a philosophical debate here. There's an ideological debate to be had about, will the Democratic Party allow itself to become a truly progressive party, or will it not allow that, meaning that if progressives want a real foothold in the United States, they will have to work outside the Democratic Party as third-party candidates or whatever else the case may be. Beautiful conversation. I love it. Completely irrelevant if campaign finance is not reformed. And arguably, if we don't actually change our system of elections away from a first past the post, winner take all system. I think that if you look at the Tea Party movement of 2010, if the Tea Party movement had decided to work exclusively outside of the Republican Party, instead of just having Tea Partiers run as Republicans, had the Tea Party succeeded at taking seats, it actually would have weakened the Republican Party, and by its very, by the inverse, it would have strengthened the Democratic Party. Why is that? If the Tea Party candidates were not running as Republicans, they would have been running against Republicans. They would have disproportionately taken votes from Republicans. They would have played spoilers for Republicans. And they likely wouldn't have won as many seats either, right? So you would have had some cases where Republican seats would have been lost to Tea Party seats as third partiers, and that would have weakened the Republican Party. You also would have had seats that a Tea Partier running inside the Republican Party could have won, but would not have, because Republican money would have poured into the Republican candidate and not the Tea Party candidate. So because campaign finance is what it is, and because we have a voting system that is what we have, the Tea Party won a bunch of seats in 2010 in the midterms because they ran as Republicans. At the local level, some didn't, but nationally they ran as Republicans. Eventually, the Tea Party became integrated into the Republican Party, and the Republican Party overall was moved towards the Tea Party. This was a massive win for the Tea Party. You don't really hear much about the Tea Party anymore. It's just part of the Republican Party at this point in time. That's an example of a success at changing the party. Now, there's an argument to be made that Democrats are not Republicans, that the Democratic Party would not ever be so influenced by a progressive wing like the Tea Party was able to influence the Republican Party, because they're just fundamentally different parties. I completely disagree with this. And the evidence is, look at how the Democratic Party has already moved in the last 5 years, since Bernie Sanders in 2015 started more prominently talking about Medicare for all, free college to a lesser extent then, more in 2020, minimum wage increase. A lot of the stuff that was made prominent by progressives back in 2015, 2016, 2017 is now relatively mainstream in the Democratic Party. Now, there is no question that because the Democratic Party, as much as the Republican Party, are very corporate influenced establishment parties, you still see, a majority of Democratic senators don't support something like Medicare for all right now. But I think the evidence is clear that the progressive wing, progressives, have already influenced the Democratic Party. So my position is, if we don't change campaign finance, move to public funding of elections, limit the duration of a campaign, limit how much money can be spent, eliminate PACs, all that different stuff, I don't believe progressives have a serious chance outside of the Democratic Party. It pains me to say it. There's actually also a backfire risk. If progressives outside of the Democratic Party did a good job of taking some seats away from Democrats, running independent third party, in the short and even medium term, it probably helps Republicans by strengthening them in comparison to the Democratic Party. The progressive wing, these progressive independents, would be too small to really get very much done. In the long term, it's a question mark, and we don't know. So right now, if progressives were to break off and form their own party, it could very much damage the Democratic Party. If you're an accelerationist, right, if you prefer Trump over Biden, if it can't be Bernie, then maybe you like that. Maybe you want to see the Democratic Party destroyed in order to, at some point in the future, build it back up. That's a philosophical discussion. In practice, I don't see any way that if we don't reform public campaign finance, and if we don't reform how our election systems work, I don't see any way that progressives succeed at the national level. Local is different, by working outside the Democratic Party. Go bigger than the Democratic Party, of course. But in terms of electoral politics, you've got to fix campaign finance and how we do elections first if you want progressives to have a shot outside the Democratic Party at really making an influence. Hey, David, does the hashtag Never Biden movement help or hurt progressives? So there are elements to this question that are similar to the elements of whether the progressive wing of the Democratic Party should simply separate from the Democratic Party altogether. First and foremost, the Never Biden people who insist Biden can't win, these are the exact same folks who believed, even when it was very clear Bernie had no shot to the nomination, that Bernie was going to be the nominee. So in terms of their ability to do political prognostication, I would not put too much weight behind the opinions of the hashtag Never Biden movement. But I think that they bring an important question to the table, which is over the long term, does the progressive movement benefit or not from Joe Biden winning in 2020? Now, I did a segment about this a couple of months ago. I am no stranger to this idea. If you sort of take a game theory perspective, you can argue that the best thing for progressives is for Biden to be the nominee, but to lose to Trump. Why could that be the best thing for progressives over the long term? This is theoretical. Well, Biden's the nominee and loses, it gives progressives the strongest position to say, we told you an establishment Democrat can't win. We need an actual progressive as the nominee. And it would potentially position a real progressive for 2024 to potentially become the next president of the United States after Donald Trump's second term, right? That's the game theory question. Now, in practical terms, how much damage is done for decades if Donald Trump gets to pick one or two more Supreme Court justices during his second term? Well, that's not trivial. How much damage is done to the environment if we get 4 years of Trump versus 4 years of Biden, who supports the Green New Deal as a framework, if not fully, admittedly? How much does our economy suffer if we get 4 more years of Donald Trump's tax plan as opposed to Joe Biden's, which is better on marginal tax rates, which is better on the taxing of capital gains? I could go on. So I believe that if you want to ignore the damage and destruction that Donald Trump will do in a second term, in a game theory hypothetical perspective, there is a very good case to be made that in the long run, maybe the progressive movement is more jump-started by Biden losing in November than winning. In practical terms, as a person who gets one vote and has the decision to make, do I take an action that reinstalls Trump or do I take an action that removes him? I have to vote for Joe Biden. That's my moral compass. I can't take an action that would make it more likely Trump gets 4 more years. And this gets us to incrementalism versus accelerationism. When I look at history, and I've done this before, I won't bore people by doing it again. When people say, hey, let's burn it down to build it back up, I don't see instances in the last 150 years of American history where that was actually what worked, other than through cataclysm and massive death. When we look at the progressive era, the New Deal era, and the civil rights era, yes, there were protests. Yes, there was some violence. Yes, and I'm not minimizing it by saying some. I don't mean, what I mean is, in the grand scheme of things, those were advances that happened because of peaceful protests, because of who was on the Supreme Court at the time and was able to uphold some of those changes. So the theoretical question of the long-term progressive movement's success, if Biden loses versus if he wins, let's do it. When it comes to November, I can't take an action that helps Donald Trump. Okay, last question today. Hey, David, are you worried about violence if Donald Trump loses in November? I want to be really careful when talking about this because I worry that I'm stepping into a minefield where I might be giving people ideas, and I really don't want to do that, which is why I've sort of resisted talking about this. But I think at this point, it deserves some discussion. Okay, let's game it out. Joe Biden wins by a lot. What do Trumpists do? Joe Biden wins by a tiny bit. What do Trumpists do? I actually think the more dangerous scenario is if Biden wins by a little bit, because if Biden really just crushes Donald Trump, My instinct is that you will see Trumpists sort of just like pretend nothing ever happened and say, hey, you know, coronavirus was a unique circumstance. This isn't really a big loss for Trump. This was, you know, people voting because of a pandemic that affected every country. This doesn't say anything about Trump. Okay, Biden's the president. Good luck with that, guys. And I think you would see Trumpists be relatively quiet if Biden absolutely blows out Donald Trump. Now, more likely is that it's going to be maybe a closer election, no matter who wins. The scenario that scares me is if Biden wins very narrowly, very, very narrowly, and Trump fuels the idea that something unfair happened, that the election cannot be trusted, that the results have been doctored, that it was rigged in some way. That's the scenario that really scares me, particularly in the period between Election Day and what would be Joe Biden's Inauguration Day. That period, in my mind, could become one of these where you want to stay home when the virus is spreading. Maybe you would want to stay home during that as well in certain parts of the country. I believe that law enforcement, locally, state, federally, is more than equipped to handle it. But that doesn't mean that there could not be dangers. And yes, it is something I'm thinking of, and I am hopeful that it does not go that way. If Trump wins, I think it's less likely that you see that violence. I think the scenario most likely to lead to violence would be a narrow Biden victory, which Trump casts doubt on the integrity of the election in a way that really gets his base going and going crazy. I hope I'm wrong. Let me know your thoughts about what you expect, what you think there. We've got a fantastic bonus show for you today. It is Friday, meaning producer Pat Ford is taking the reins of the bonus show. So that's it for me for the week. I will be back with you on Monday.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the, what is this? The 372nd edition of Energy Week with George Harvey and Tom Fennell.
That's what I got, 372.
Yeah, there you go. This is George Harvey. I'm going to change my name to Bob. That's an acronym for bald, overweight, and I forget what the third one was.
That's probably the third one.
There was a third one, but I forgot. And the amazing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
By the way, everybody, Tom actually is amazing. I'm not kidding. Okay, Energy Week is based on a blog that I have called geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com. We're going to keep you apprised of the dates of the articles that we're talking about, the dates they appeared at the blog, not the dates they were published. And we're starting on May 21st, 2020. May 21st was a Thursday. Today is, we're starting on May 14th. Today is May 21st.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. Tom, did I confuse you?
Yeah, I thought I lost a week.
Probably so did some of our viewers. Anyway, you can go to the blog. If you're watching this at the BCTV website or at YouTube or wherever, there is probably going to be another place that you could go posted that you can get a link to, or you can even get a file that shows you the program that you could follow along with if you want. And it shows the pictures that are online, so people are going to be able to watch this looking at the pictures if they don't even have a TV screen in front of them, but can get the sound as they would in a what do they call them, Tom? Podcast. Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, right.
There you go. So we're starting on May 14th. We have a picture of a rendering from a planned project in Maryland.
That's what it says.
An item from E&E News. And
Looks like a little fishing boat there, huh?
A little fishing boat.
Yeah. Well, what it says here is it's a FERC order that could bar offshore wind from the U.S. power market. This is crazy.
Well, FERC has been working on this for months.
Huh?
And FERC has been working on this for months, and we've been reporting on it.
Yeah.
A controversial order from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission issued late last year could block offshore wind developers from the nation's largest capacity market, analysts say. Now, states with ambitious clean energy goals say they are grappling with how to respond. And there's a bunch of things that they could do to respond to this. And Tom, you probably have something to say about that.
Well, this is crazy. I mean, they're trying to say we don't want you to use renewables.
Yeah, that's exactly. What they're saying is anybody who subsidizes renewables, those renewables are not allowed to put out bids that are lower than bids from competing fossil fuel plants.
That's it in a nutshell. And my goodness, I mean, it's hard to wrap my head around that. That's craziness. Yeah. Well, I got a couple of notes here. States are trying to meet targets for clean power, while FERC is trying to support traditional fossil fuels. And FERC's move here raises prices for state-subsidized renewable generation. So Vermont, for example, can't give you a discount if you put in solar or something like that. And it's going to undermine efforts to slash carbon dioxide. Now my cat's getting in the way. He wants to get in on the show.
Yeah, I should tell everybody we're doing this broadcast from home, which is why we're not on the screen. I am in my home and Tom is in his, and we're doing this by telephone, and anybody who's got a cat knows what that means.
Well, anyhow, it's undermining efforts to slash carbon dioxide emissions by extending a lifeline to fossil fuel generators that would otherwise have retired. And in this particular case, offshore wind will bear the brunt of the impact.
Yeah, and it's not just carbon emissions; it's particulates, and they are killing people. I mean,
well, this is all a hoax.
Yeah, there you go.
And it's Trumpism, really. What we're looking at here is Trumpism.
Yes, and it's one of those things where basically what's happening is the democracy that we have is in trouble because it is. Well, okay, I shouldn't be propounding on politics, but
you can't get away from it, though.
Hard when you're talking about energy. It's hard. There's going to be a lot of money lost by people who own fossil fuels infrastructure. They don't want that.
That's the bottom line, really.
Huh?
That's the bottom line.
That's the bottom line, and they don't want to lose that money, so they want to force us to live with their products. And they are especially upset if the states are subsidizing attempts to keep us alive because, in Vermont we lose about 300 people every year just to the emissions from the transportation sector.
And we have clean air, relatively.
We're in a place here where basically politicians are saying, given a choice of offering more jobs or saving more lives, we want to offer more jobs. It's okay if we kill people as long as somebody's making money on it. I don't buy that.
Well, unfortunately, there's some people that do.
Well, I'll tell you something. Based on their actions in office, I think Richard Nixon would not have bought it. And I think that Gerald Ford would not have bought it, and I think that Ronald Reagan would not have bought it, and I think
you're right.
George Bush would not have bought it. And these are the people who the people are saying are their predecessors, who they look back to, who are their models. And I'll tell you something: Theodore Roosevelt would not have bought this. It just would not have happened. So. Anyway, we got to move on, I think, unless you've got more, Tom.
No, we got a picture here of a very unusual thing. It's called a pump jack.
Also known as a nodding donkey.
A nodding donkey, exactly. Exactly. And the show wouldn't be the same if we didn't show a pump jack. And we're going to do it again before the show's out.
Yeah. Okay, this is an item from The Guardian.
Long-troubled U.S. oil firms are capitalizing on coronavirus assistance.
Weren't we just?
Why am I not surprised?
We were just talking about the fossil fuels industry, having an effect on our politics, weren't we?
Yeah, weren't we?
Many American oil and gas companies are in financial trouble and were before the coronavirus economic crisis. And now they're asking for taxpayer assistance to cushion their fall.
They got hands out, baby.
What? Yeah, absolutely. Many independent drillers were mired in debt and got mired in debt chasing the fracking boom.
Well, we've talked about that.
When I was young, 50 years ago, I had a lot of friends who were in the I think the majority of my close friends were either or both in the John Birch Society or the National Rifle Association. These guys admired people who were, they admired Ayn Rand, for crying out loud, who I could never deal with. But I remember them saying, you can't solve a problem by throwing money at it. And that's what is happening in Washington right now. They're throwing money at a problem, and concealed in all that are places where oil and gas companies can get money, and it's not really concealed when you get right down to it.
They got $113 million in taxpayer-backed loans that were meant for small businesses. And the fossil fuel industry, somehow or another, has glommed onto this.
You know what? I just had a thought.
Yeah.
Maybe FERC is going to tell these people that they're going to have to, since they're being subsidized, they have to meet the prices of wind power and solar.
That would be nice.
Yeah, but it probably won't happen.
Well, there's more coming. The Fed also plans to offer bond buybacks to giants such as ExxonMobil and Chevron.
Absolutely.
They're feeling a in oil demand, so they want some more money.
Yeah, and these are companies that have, in some cases, hundreds of billions of dollars in income every year. You know.
Well, they've been subsidized from the beginning.
Oh yes, yes, indeed they have.
And you know, they want the subsidies, but you can't subsidize solar. Can't subsidize wind.
Yeah. Well,
we got a nice picture of a nuclear power plant, by the way, which is one of the most highly subsidized industries in America.
Yeah, this is from S&P Global. What do you got for a title?
Fermi 2 reactor in Michigan sees over 200 workers testing positive for novel coronavirus during outage.
Yeah.
I don't understand this one.
You don't?
200 workers?
Nearly 250 workers at DTE Energy's 1,250 megawatt Fermi 2 nuclear reactor in Newport, Michigan, tested positive for novel coronavirus during the ongoing refueling and maintenance outage, according to a union official. The reason why there were so many people who got sick is because they probably had 1,500 people, maybe more than that, in town from out of town just to do the refueling. That's what happens.
That's what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, and so they have all these people packed into a small area, and you know it's like some people with these things were saying you can't close these plants down. You got to keep them going. We should delay refueling. I'm sorry, you can't delay refueling. And then there's other people who are saying they shouldn't even be refueled because there's you know, so you have two sides of the pro-nuclear, anti-nuclear thing here going on. But 250 people is a large part of the number of people at that plant.
There's about 2,000 people that are working there now, right now.
All right.
They're all over the place.
So this is 12.5%, and that's 12.5% that we know of.
Yeah. Well, they're trying efforts to remediate this, but it's still too little too late. You know, now they got mandatory face mask usage and stuff like that, promotions of physical and social distancing. They should have done that in the beginning.
They should have. There's no question about it.
Well, let's move along. This next one is very interesting and very important, I think.
Yeah, and it's got an interesting picture of a solar farm seen from behind. So it looks like a black line across the screen.
It is an interesting picture. I'm glad you told us what it was, because there's no way we'd ever figure that one out.
Well, and I should say we're up to Friday, May 15th, and this is from the Los Angeles Times.
Giant batteries are changing everything for clean energy.
Southern California Edison announced it's buying 770 megawatts of batteries. So one California utility is buying more energy storage than was installed in the entire United States last year. The CEO of SCE's parent company called it just another stepping stone.
Well, batteries are a big part of the short-term plans for energy in America.
Absolutely, and I think long-term plans too. And the
well, yeah, really, they are.
They are, you know, and the thing is, you know, we've talked about this and talked about it, but when you have the old baseload paradigm, you have baseload power plants that just run flat out all the time, that provide enough energy to meet your minimum need. Because if you fall below that, you've got a serious problem of what to do with the extra electricity. Then on top of that, you have load following plants that provide electricity that costs more, and then on top of that, you have peaker plants that cost even more. And it turns out these batteries provide electricity cheaper than the peaking power plants.
Oh, by quite a bit.
And so what they're doing is they're putting them in to cover the peaking power plants, but also the load following power plants and the base load plants, because it's just cheaper than...
Well, the batteries are going to become the new base load.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's what they're going to do. And what that means is our solar and wind power farms and rooftop solar and all the rest of that, what they're going to be doing is covering whatever load happens to be out there, but charging the batteries. And those, this is how we're going to get into a future where
it's a new model.
It's a new model. It's absolutely a new model. And the thing that's beautiful about it is not only does it cost a great deal less than the model we're working on now, but it provides more reliable and better quality electricity.
And it's instantly dispatchable.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It means
flip a switch, it's on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like a light bulb.
Yeah.
Well, we talked last week about this, and we talked about something that's going to change a lot. They got long duration batteries now. There's only one company's got it, but a typical battery has enough power to last for about 4 hours. This guy's got a battery that's going to last 150 hours.
That's at full discharge rate.
Yeah.
It's confusing to some people because when you say power lasting only 4 hours, some people think that means that you charge the battery and 4 hours later it's going to have leaked all that power out.
That's just a measuring stick.
It's a measuring stick, yeah. But what it means is that the cost of batteries is just going to keep going down. And this, you've said this so many times. We've got so many people who are working on these things who are coming up with ideas.
Well, battery storage, or any kind of storage for that matter, is very significant now, and people are working on it.
That's right. Okay.
Let's move along here. We got a nice picture coming up
of a glacier, Berry Glacier.
That's the Berry Glacier, and let's try and figure out what it's saying here. Prince William Sound, yes. I'm getting confused between Iceland and Greenland and Alaska. This is in Alaska.
Yes, it is.
And it's the Berry Glacier. That's what this article is about. And scientists warn about the risk of a massive tsunami in the Prince William Sound. And before you read about it, I will mention what the Prince William Sound is. It's a large body of water in southern Alaska, near the Aleutian Peninsula.
Yep.
And it goes right into Fairbanks. Fairbanks is at the end of this. This is a pretty big-sized piece of water.
It is. This is from Anchorage Daily News, and when I saw this, I actually got kind of scared.
Well, it could be a bad thing.
It could be. A landslide in Prince William Sound could trigger a large tsunami in an area sometimes frequented by hundreds of fishermen and recreational boaters. According to scientists and state officials, the slope, and if you look at the picture, the slope on the left side there is getting unstable because the glacier, which is on the right side, is retreating due to climate change. And so, one of the things that's interesting about this is you've got climate change, which is just a tiny little change in temperature, which is raising the temperature of the water so that the ice is melting a little bit faster than it used to melt. So the glacier is slowly retreating, a few dozen feet a year maybe, or a couple 100 feet a year, I don't know, but it retreats. That glacier is supporting the side of the mountain.
It's unstable.
It's unstable. And when they're talking about a tsunami here, they're talking about a tsunami in a very confined piece of water. And
a tsunami in 1964 and an earthquake killed more than 100 people.
Yeah.
So this is nothing to sneeze at.
Well, when these tsunamis happen in confined waters, you can have what's called a mega tsunami. And they had one of those in Alaska that was survived by two people who were in a fishing boat. How they did it, I don't know. But the wave was over 1,000 feet tall.
Well, this landslide is happening as we speak.
Yeah.
It's moving slowly right now.
Yeah.
But earthquakes, heavy rainfall, or rapid snowmelts, or flowing permafrost could make this thing slide quickly. It could happen instantly.
And it could put up a wave that would be very, very tall. Not maybe 1,000 feet, but
it could maybe it doesn't have to be 1,000 feet, but it could be a very serious tsunami.
Yeah.
And it could wipe out parts of Anchorage.
Yep. Okay.
And it's scientists are talking about it. They say it's possible that it could happen within a year, and it's likely that it will happen within 20 years.
Right. So they're going to have to start getting serious about keeping people out of the water in that area.
Either that or make it happen and everybody knows it's going to happen.
Yeah, that's something that occurred to me too. Maybe they can figure out a way to have parts of this go consecutively so that, you know, they have little bitty tsunamis instead of one great big one.
Well, let's figure out, let's say there's got to be some smart people working on it.
There are undoubtedly are smart people working on it.
Well, we got an interesting picture coming up. I wonder what it is. Well, it says it's a coal-fired power plant.
Yeah, how about that? And this, by the way, comes from a publication called Green Matters.
Oh, I got a different one from Boonsey 66.
Oh, the picture is from Boonsey 66.
Ah, yeah, right. Okay, the article came from Green Matters. I got that. The U.S. expected to generate more electricity from renewables than coal this year. We've talked about this before in respect to other countries.
Yes, and there was an article that I put up today, so it's not going to be in this week's show. It'll be in next week's show about performance in the first quarter in the UK. And I've been thinking about this. Renewable energy produces a little more electricity. In the UK, they had their offshore wind farms averaged a capacity factor of 60%, which is high. But the thing is, nuclear averaged 59% in the month of February. So what does that mean? It means the nuclear industry is losing a lot of money because you don't make money at 59%. And natural gas was at 37%, and coal was at 17%. What does that mean? It means the end of coal.
Well,
okay.
Coal, we've talked about this. Coal is a zombie already.
Okay, let me read this. Despite Trump administration efforts to bail out the fossil fuel industry during the coronavirus pandemic, the U.S. is projected to produce more electricity from renewable sources than coal this year. This is for the whole year. For the first time ever, the New York Times reported this.
Well, there's a takeaway here. It comes right from the article. Coal, this is a quote, coal is facing a triple whammy. As renewables grow, demand shrinks, and natural gas stays cheap.
Well, what do you do, Tom? If you've got a couple $1 trillion to throw around, you throw around some at coal because the coal industry has got friends in it. The renewables industry doesn't.
Well, there's truth in that statement.
Much as I hate to say it.
Well, the COVID-19 lockdowns have had a significant effect on the country's electricity over the past few months.
Yeah.
In addition, the U.S. electric power sector is expected to add 20 gigawatts. You know, you've heard me say it, a gigawatt is a bigawatt.
That's right.
Of new wind capacity and 13 gigawatts of utility-scale solar capacity this year alone. This is scheduled. This is coming.
It's coming, that's right. And I should mention, every time you say bigawatt, it reminds me of a joke I was told by an Italian once.
And I hope we're gonna hear the joke.
He said, "Do you know the definition of a bigamist? A bigamist is a large Italian fog."
A bigamist, yes.
I had to tell you that was told to me by an Italian because I would not tell a joke about Italians to diminish them because, Italy is a country that has done amazing things over the course of history. So.
Oh, for sure.
What can I say? Okay.
Well, let's talk about this one. This one's kind of weird. Saudi oil rush threatens to disrupt stabilizing U.S. market.
This is something to talk about too.
This is weird.
This is we have a picture of a tanker here. I felt like looking it up, but I didn't have time. It's called the Hellespont Trooper. This is from Yahoo Canada Finance. Over 30 tankers.
And that tanker is empty.
That tanker is empty, and that tanker is also big.
It's very big.
Not a small ship.
It's very big.
Yeah. Over 30 tankers laden with Saudi oil are set to arrive at the Gulf Coast and the West Coast during May and June, according to ship tracking data compiled by Bloomberg. The oil they bring threatens to disrupt a positive supply development, which is a decline in U.S. crude stockpiles.
This is weird. There's super tankers. They're carrying more than 50 million barrels of Saudi crude, which is a lingering effect of a price war between Riyadh and Russia back in March.
Yeah.
And what are they doing? They're running all this oil to America.
Why are they doing that? I think, and this is just a conspiracy theory on my part, and I really don't like conspiracy theories, but I think they are trying to destroy the American oil industry, and they are
doing a good job of it.
Yeah, they're saying, hey, oil prices went negative in the United States because they didn't have any place to store anything. So what are we going to do? We're going to give them more oil.
Well, put it in perspective, the volume of this oil arriving in May and June of this year is equal to nearly a third of all the Saudi crude delivered in the U.S. last year.
What can you say? I mean,
like I say, this is weird. From our standpoint, it's weird. The Saudis have it. I know they think they know what they're doing.
Well, I think they have a pretty good idea what they're doing. But the only thing that I can say is this is not an accident. This is something that
No. Somebody sat down and figured this one out.
I think so. And they're saying, okay, you want to undermine the oil industry in the United States? Do it, because that means we don't have competition from fracking in the United States. And honestly, I think that they see the attempt by Washington to push the fracking industry and export products as a war on them. Saudi Arabia and Russia have an oil war, and they both shoot at the U.S.
That's kind of neat, isn't it?
It's a very weird. We live in strange times. Okay, we're up to Saturday, May 16th, unless you've got more about that.
No, we got a great picture here.
This is a great picture.
This is Monument Valley, which is one of the most beautiful places in the world.
Yeah. Well, I look at this like I always look at Arizona highways, for example, and I look at the thing and I just say, these pictures are so beautiful, and I'm so glad I'm not there. I would get such terrible sunburn in a place like this.
Well, Monument Valley it's a juncture of 4 states.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely a beautiful place. I have a screensaver of Monument Valley, so I look at it a lot.
I'm not surprised. I have a screensaver of the Lee River, which is extremely beautiful, and it's in China, and I look at that a lot, and I've been doing it for years. Okay, this particular article is from Earth Island Journal.
The Bureau of Land Management is planning a vast overhaul of the Greater Chaco Land Management Plan. And the Greater Chaco is that part of the 4 corners of the U.S. that includes the Monument Valley.
Which is what you're looking at.
Exactly.
And they're planning this during the pandemic. The U.S. Bureau of Land Management is holding final public comment sessions on oil and gas drilling in the Greater Chaco region online through May 28th, effectively excluding local Navajo and Pueblo Indians because they don't have internet access. So,
it's like most of Vermont.
This is the Bureau of Land Management. Well, I think they've got less than people in Vermont do. They
do, but I mean, there's no. These are places where there's no phone service or anything,
Yeah, exactly, and these people they're supposed to be given an ability to say, to voice their concerns, and the Bureau of Land Management is just excluding them by saying, well, we've got a pandemic going on, so we'll do it online.
Yeah. Well, you can't see it in that picture, and I wasn't aware of it, as to how much oil and gas they're extracting from this beautiful place.
Yeah.
There's 22,000 active oil and gas wells in that Four Corners region. That's a lot.
I wonder what would happen if you replaced those on a one-by-one basis with wind turbines.
Oh, no.
You'd have more electricity than you know what to do with.
Well, you would, but I wouldn't want to put wind turbines all over there.
I wouldn't either.
And I'm in favor of wind turbines.
But not there.
But not there.
Yeah.
I mean, the place is a national monument, literally.
Yes, absolutely.
Literally and figuratively, in any way you want it. It's a very special place.
And my own point of view, which I'm very certain an echo of what you just said, I wouldn't want to have either oil wells or wind turbines in this particular location.
Okay, I'm with you.
Yeah.
It's interesting because most of this area is within the region belonging to the Navajo Nation.
Yeah, and so the United States does what it always does to the American Indians, which is to
exploit
their rights. By the way, I have a friend who is an American Indian, and I asked him how he felt about being called an Indian, and he said, "Oh, I don't mind that at all. You know, everybody knows that American Indians are not Indians.
Yeah.
So it's like it's a name.
It's a name. Most Native Americans accept that.
Yeah, and I'm a Native American. I was born in Kansas.
Okay.
And
it's the truth. That's the truth.
If somebody made some kind of name that put him in the same boat as the Hopi or the Navajo, or as people who lived in Washington State or Alaska or whatever, it wouldn't be any more accurate than Indian or Native American. There isn't any really good word for these people because they're distinct, separate groups, each with their own cultural identity. So,
in most of these indigenous native languages, they refer to themselves as the people.
The people, that's right. That's what Inuit means.
Yeah.
The people. So.
Now we got a picture coming up of an unusual-looking guy.
Yeah, he is. This is from Clean Technica.
Keep your eye on this guy. I think he's going somewhere.
Well, yeah, I know people who are talking about running him for president, and if
Biden?
Yeah, Joe Biden. Here I am zoning out on Joe Biden's name. If Joe Biden were willing to take a man as a running mate, I would think that Mario Cuomo would be close to the top of the list. Not Mario, Andrew Cuomo.
Andrew, I wish it were Mario. I liked Mario.
Well, I don't dislike Andrew. I think that he's doing a good job in a lot of ways.
He seems to be.
Yeah, so we have an article from Clean Technica.
Governor Cuomo rejects the Williams pipeline.
Yeah, and this is a good article, I think, because it kind of explains something. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo has rejected the Williams pipeline, which would have carried natural gas that had been fracked in Pennsylvania to parts of New York City. This pipeline would also have trapped New York into several decades of dependence on fracked gas.
That's the bottom line.
That's the bottom line. And if you really want to go just a step farther, it means that people would be putting up houses with or buying kitchen stoves to cook on or whatever that have that are newly built, designed for natural gas, and then all of a sudden the gas line stops pumping gas, and what do? Well,
they're tenant punt guys.
Yeah, it's like this is where stranded assets can become very, very real when you're dependent on fracked gas, or you're dependent on coal or oil or whatever. These are dependencies that.
Well, the word they use is trapped.
Trapped. That's right.
Well, it's interesting. This pipeline's only 37 miles long.
Yeah.
And it basically connects Pennsylvania to New York City.
Yeah. Well.
And the gas is there. It's in a junction of Pennsylvania and New Jersey, and they're trying to bring it into New York City because New York City's a big market.
Of course. Let's get everything to a big market. This is an interesting article because of the idea of decades of dependence.
Well, that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Basically. Well, let's move along here. It's Sunday, May 17th.
Yep.
And we got an interesting picture. This is a very interesting picture of a Dutch surge barrier.
Yeah.
And look at it. It looks like these things open and close depending upon what the tides are doing.
Yes, and storms and things like that. I think that's exactly what they do. And the Dutch have got a lot of expertise on this because most of their country is under sea level.
And what it looks like they do is when there's a big surge coming, they close the dam.
Yep. And what they're going to do when the oceans rise, I don't know.
Keep that closed most of the time.
Well, at some point, even this is going to be overwhelmed.
Yeah.
And
well, unfortunately, I think you're right.
The taller the wall gets, the faster the cost increases.
Well, from the article, let's read what it says here.
Okay, good idea. This is from the Maritime Executive.
Climate options: seawalls, flooding, or emissions cuts.
Yeah, climate change, it's fair to say, is complicated, and it's big. One of the main challenges of responding effectively is simply getting your head around the scale of the problem. A study subsidized by the journal Nature Communications clarifies the system through cost analysis.
Well, this study, it looks at the costs of protecting coastal communities from climate change. And given the costs of flooded coastal cities, scientists suggest that it would save money in the long run to build improved sea defenses around the coastline. And that's what they're talking about here.
Well, that's going to be expensive.
It is. We'll talk again about it in this show.
Yeah.
We got another picture coming up, and guess what?
What?
Pump jack.
Pump jacks. Oh, my gosh. Imagine having pump jacks on this show.
Imagine that, huh?
Imagine that. This is an article from Clean Technica.
And it's our friend Bill McKibben.
Yes.
As big oil declines, Bill McKibben says, so will its political power. Well, you know, I think he's right.
I think he's right. In a recent editorial, Bill McKibben declared, quote, "Big oil is not so big anymore," end quote. At least 90 fossil fuel companies are part of the Federal Reserve Coronavirus Bond Buyback Program.
We just mentioned.
We did. But the key point, McKibben reminds us, is as the industry flags, so will its political power.
That's accurate.
Yeah, so what's happening here is they're in trouble because of their own, I think, bad business practices. And the virus comes along, so let's throw money at the problem, and that means that there's lots of money around, and nobody can keep track of $2.2 trillion, and it's grown to be way past that. And so they're kind of standing there, as you said, with their hands out, and that'll keep them going for long enough to get some of that money into their own pockets.
That's what it's about.
Yeah, and then what happens when we get out of this and the money is not being thrown at them? They're going to be in deeper trouble than they were in.
Well, from the article, it says the oil and gas industry is oversupplying the market, pummeled by low prices, and sitting in last place on the stock market. And Bloomberg Business Week calls Exxon a humbled and mediocre company.
Well, I think humbled.
Things are changing, guys.
Yeah, humbled, yes, and mediocre is more important. When Bloomberg calls a company mediocre, they're not mincing words.
I don't think so. We got an interesting image coming up here.
We do.
Sloppy Joe's Bar. Looks like a fun place.
It does. The thing that I find interesting about this particular picture is...
Yeah, it's flooded.
It's flooded. The water doesn't have big waves or anything, so this is not happening in a storm. You know, the trees all look like they're just kind of hanging out.
Well, you can see the Budweiser truck there.
Yeah, but this is Key West. This is not because some stream overflowed its bank.
No, that's the water. That's the ocean.
That's the ocean, and the ocean happens to be high. And why is the ocean high? Well, it's sea level rise, guys.
Yep. Well, that's it. That's exactly what it says. NASA is explaining sea level rise, and yes, it's real.
Yeah. This is from Electrek. NASA scientist writer Alan Buis published a blog post which is called Can't See Sea Level Rise? You're Looking in the Wrong Place. That's the end of the title. We lose 2.5 meters of beach. And 2.5 meters, what is that, about 8.5 feet, Tom?
About 8 feet, yep. Yeah, about 8.5.
for every inch the sea level rises. So what are our options? You know, we just looked at this with those surge barriers. Either we spend a lot of money to combat it with things like higher seawalls, or we abandon ship and move.
And that's happening. It's happening already.
Absolutely, it is. And you know, it reminds me of a thing about the. I'm thinking that it's the Fukushima Daiichi Daini Fukushima Daini nuclear reactor. It's nuclear plant. It's the plant that did not melt down of the two Fukushima plants.
Okay.
And they had a problem, which was, you know, they had this seawall, and the seawall was too low, as they could see by the fact that, you know, the Fukushima Daiichi had the seawall topped, and so they decided they were going to build the seawall taller, and they projected putting some amount of money, and I don't remember what it was, but it was billions of dollars, into building a higher seawall in order to meet the problem that maybe they were going to have another tsunami one day. And then somebody came along and said, wait a minute, this new seawall that you've got is not tall enough.
Wow.
You know, it's like the ocean, this is not ocean level rise, but the point that I'm making is the initial seawall was many millions of dollars, I'm sure. But because they were doubling the height or tripling the height, they were putting billions and billions of dollars into it. And the reason is, of course, if you're going to build a seawall, as you build it up, you have to build it out. So it's not going to increase in price according to the height. It's going to increase in price according to the square of the height.
The volume.
Yeah. What are we going to do when the ocean level is rising and it gets to a point where we can't build those seawalls anymore, because that's going to happen. So that all has to be taken into account in the whole thing too.
Well, in this particular case, this is Key West.
Yeah.
Monroe County in the Keys has admitted that they can't save whole neighborhoods because it's cost prohibitive.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's true all along the coast of the Gulf, and it's true all along.
They got a solution.
What's that?
They suggest that the residents get boats.
I think that might be a good solution.
And Indonesia is moving its capital, Jakarta. And there's 10 million people in Jakarta.
Yeah.
And it's due to sea level rise. Interesting video about that.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, Joe Biden has created a climate task force, and he's named Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and John Kerry as co-chairs. And she knows what she's doing.
I have a lot of respect for her. You know, I have always been rather conservative, but I've also had respect for the other side. And
but she's a smart lady. She's going somewhere. She's only 30, I think, now. She's young.
She's young. And
she's got a ways to go.
She has a ways to go.
And like I said, she's very smart, and she's very well informed, and she's activist.
She's passionate. Okay, and I want to say one more thing about this flooding.
Yeah.
One thing that it reminds me of is Roy Rogers.
Roy Rogers?
When Roy Rogers was a little boy, his family was rather poor, but it was on the way up, and his father decided to put the family on a houseboat.
We're talking about the Lone Ranger here?
Yeah. No, not the Lone Ranger. This was Roy Rogers, who was married to Dale Evans.
Yeah.
Yeah, who was not the Lone Ranger, but he was a cowboy.
Yeah, right. I was thinking William Boyd.
And he got them on a houseboat.
Uh-huh.
And then they decided that they were going to buy a piece of property and they were going to build a house on it. And then they had a big flood. And they took the houseboat to the property, and when the flood went away, they were living on their property.
That's neat.
That's funny. Okay, we're up to Monday.
Work out, don't they?
Huh?
Sometimes things work out, don't they?
Yeah, sometimes. We're up to Monday, the 18th of May, and we have an article from Hellenic Shipping News Worldwide. And
a lovely picture of a fracking operation.
Yeah, isn't that lovely?
Well, U.S. oil and gas rig count plunges to a record low for the second week.
The second week in a row.
In a row.
And that's a big drop. The U.S. rig count, an early indicator of future output, fell by 35 to a record low of 339 in the week to May 15th. Data from energy services firm Baker Hughes company shows. The data goes back to 1940, and the previous record low of 374 was last week. This thing lost 10% in 1 week from a record low.
That's exactly what it says. Global fuel demand is expected to drop roughly 10% in 2020.
Yeah.
Prompting companies to make drastic cuts in spending, lay off thousands of workers, and close production to offset the glut.
Yeah, absolutely. Should we move on?
Yeah, I think we can.
We have an item from WTSP and a slide of
Yeah, a
flooding
picture of a Jeep running through some water.
in Hurricane Harvey. What do you have for title?
6 years in a row, a named storm forms early in the Atlantic. Dude, you got to explain what that means, but that's significant.
Yes, for the 6th year in a row, a tropical cyclone was named before the official start of the Atlantic hurricane season. Reportedly, there's even a debate going on in the National Hurricane Center in Miami over moving the hurricane season opening to some date in May.
Well, this year, Tropical Storm Arthur was named on May 16th, and the hurricane season officially begins on June 1st.
There you go. And the hurricane season is dependent on, what happens in nature, and it was started on the 1st of June because most of the hurricanes came after that. And now, every year in 6 years in a row, they've had a hurricane before that. So there you go. The weather.
From the article, and we've talked about this, one of the main drivers of tropical cyclone development, and a cyclone is like a hurricane. It's a circular storm with a low pressure in the middle.
Right.
And one of the main drivers is warm water temperatures, and climate change has made that commonplace.
Yes,
and as the article says, warm water is the fuel for tropical systems.
Yes, and it's worse now than it has been in the past, so they're expecting, very likely, there could be a bad hurricane season this year.
That's what they're suspecting.
So we have an item here from Clean Technica showing with a picture of a Tesla showroom in Tyson Center.
Tyson Center is Washington, D.C., basically. Tyson Corner.
Yeah.
And this is a very interesting article about Tesla because they seem to be the only company that's doing well.
Yeah.
Only auto company. U.S. auto sales are down 496,000 in the first quarter. I'm going to say that again. I'm going to round it off. 500,000 automobiles down.
After falling in 2019 as a whole, the U.S. auto industry has been slammed by the coronavirus in the first quarter of 2020. With few exceptions, sales of car brands are off badly from last year. One notable exception to the trend is Tesla, whose sales increased by 17% from the first quarter of 2019. And part of this is because the battery-powered vehicles are not suffering the way internal combustion vehicles are, and part of it is because Tesla has showrooms that are in places like malls, and
they're doing something interesting there.
They are, and VW has said that it's going to copy that.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So we're up to Tuesday, May 19th.
I was just going to say, did I have any? Well, I'll say it really quickly. U.S. auto industry was getting slaughtered in the first quarter of 2020.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And you can see the effects of this: bankruptcies, brands are leaving the U.S., major mergers, worries about job security in the future. But that's not happening with Tesla. Everybody's happy there.
Well, yeah. Although Tesla has been making ventilators instead of cars in their plants.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of that going on, and It has to happen.
Yes, it does. Okay, as I said, we're up to Tuesday, May 19th, and we have an item from CNN.
Nice picture of a hurricane.
Yeah, this is Hurricane Irma.
Is that Irma?
That's what it says.
Okay. Hurricanes, typhoons, and cyclones, which, by the way, are all the same thing,
Yes.
are becoming stronger.
Yeah. According to a new NASA study, it has become increasingly evident that cyclonic storms are getting stronger and deadlier with global warming. And this is according to a study by researchers at the University of Wisconsin in Madison and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Now, you know, what you were just saying a couple of minutes ago was it is the warm water that makes these storms strong, and the water is getting warmer, and it's getting warmer because of climate change. And, you know, let's stop denying this and try dealing with it. We should not be paying attention to objectivism. We should be objective.
Well, from the article, the probability of storms reaching major hurricane status, which is winds in excess of 110 miles an hour, has been increasing by about 8% per decade, based on 40-year study.
Yeah.
And this one I just heard on the radio yesterday, Super Cyclone Amphan in India has reached sustainable winds of 165 miles per hour on Monday, and it's still going. It was going as of yesterday.
It hit Calcutta.
I can believe it. Yep, it's a super cyclone. It's a hurricane.
It's a hurricane, I guess. That increase that you were talking about of 8% per year per decade over 4 decades means that we're having these big hurricanes at an increased probability of 36%. So this is significant.
Very much so.
Yeah. Okay, our next picture is an artist's impression of a 14-megawatt wind turbine, and this comes from Renews.
Now that blows my mind. Only a year ago, 5 megawatts was considered a big one.
Yeah, I think it's.
And then
I would want
GE came out with an 8. Somebody else came out with a 10, and GE came out with a 12.
Yep.
And now they got Siemens with a 14 megawatts.
That's right. Got a title for this?
Siemens Gamesa unveils a 14-megawatt offshore Titan, and this is a Titan. This is big.
This is big. I got to tell you, I think this is a silly picture. This is artwork. This isn't real.
No, it's nice picture.
It's not a bad picture, all told. You know, when you consider composition, color, and things like that. But those waves are not behaving the way normal waves behave.
Uh-huh.
I think, you know, this looks like it's at a beach or something. At the bottom, there's rocks in this picture.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it, doesn't it? Yep.
Those are not waves near a beach. Those are waves way out at sea.
Yep.
Okay.
Which usually you don't see.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been out in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and most of the time there's sort of waves, but, you know, they don't look like that.
Yeah. Siemens Gamesa has unveiled a new 14-megawatt offshore turbine. It's equipped with a 222-meter rotor.
That's 700 feet.
That's 2 football fields end to end, including the end zones and a little bit left over. That offers a 25% increase in annual energy production compared to its 11-megawatt predecessor, which was already gigantic. Each unit will be able to supply the annual power needs for about 18,000 European households. So,
well, right now they've built a prototype, but they're talking about this being commercially available in 2024.
It's, you know, we're getting there. Okay, should we go on?
I think so.
We have
a nice little picture of a stream. Could be the Whetstone Brook.
Yeah, it is in the Appalachians, but I think it's probably in the southern Appalachians. I'm not sure. Cynthia Shahan is the author of this article, and I think she lives in Florida. I'm not sure. This is from Clean Technica.
The Nature Conservancy to unlock solar potential on retired Appalachian coal mine land. This is interesting.
Love it, don't you?
Yeah.
With its 65 years of work protecting the environment through conservation, the Nature Conservancy is making its way deeper into coal country. The organization wants to help develop solar power on the up to 13,000 acres of cleared coal mine lands.
Well, we've seen some pictures of some of these cleared coal mine lands that they just abandoned, and they look horrible.
They're absolutely frightening.
Well, an interesting takeaway here, the Conservancy has acquired a diverse 250,000-acre Cumberland forests in the traditional coal counties of Virginia, Kentucky, and Tennessee.
Yeah.
And they've got a goal to conserve the Appalachian forests from Alabama to Canada, and they're on their way.
Yep. Okay, Tom, we're up to Wednesday, May 20th.
Yeah, it's the last one this week, isn't it?
It's the last day, but we've got 3 articles in about 3 minutes.
So let's talk fast.
Yeah, let's talk real fast. This is a picture of snow algae on Anchorage Island in Antarctica. This is not near Anchorage, Alaska.
No, it isn't. It's on the northern end of Antarctica.
This is an article from The Guardian. What do you have for title?
Climate change is turning parts of Antarctica green. And we've actually sort of touched on this before.
We have indeed. Scientists have mapped what they call the beginning of a new ecosystem on the Antarctic Peninsula as microscopic algae bloom across the surface of the melting snow. When the algae tint the surface green, they potentially create a source of nutrition for other species. So they're actually talking about an entirely new environmental system coming into...
New ecosystem.
Yep.
Yep, absolutely. Well, let's move along here.
Our next slide is a wind farm, and it's this...
Is that what that is?
It's an offshore... I would have called people out clamming, but this is a wind farm. And this is an article from CNBC.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Coronavirus crisis to hit renewable energy installations this year, but the IEA praises the sector's resilience.
This year, renewable energy installations are set to fall due to the impact of the coronavirus pandemic, the International Energy Agency said. The agency's renewable market update projects the first decline in growth rate in 20 years. But as you know, as you said within the title, they're saying this sector has good resilience. So
well, supply chains have been disrupted. Some factories have had to close.
Yeah.
But
that's the big
EIA is noting that 2021 is forecast to see renewables bounce back to 2019 levels.
Yes.
What they mean by resilience.
Yes.
Well, let's take a look at this picture. Now, we've seen this picture before.
Have we?
Well, not this picture, but this installation.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it looks familiar.
Oh, okay.
Very much so.
Okay. We should go on. This is our last item here.
Yeah, well, this picture is not of what they're talking about. This is an existing...
yes, it is. It's an existing wind farm.
And they're talking about a massive 1,000-megawatt baseload wind, solar, and hydrogen plant.
Oh, you're talking about the next picture, a solar array.
Yeah.
New economy. This is important. Okay, read that again, Tom.
Massive, 1,000 megawatts. That's a gigawatt, baby.
Yep.
Baseload wind, solar, and hydrogen plant pitched for New South Wales.
Infinite Blue Energy proposed a 3.5 billion Australian dollar or 2.3 billion US dollar concept called Project NEO, N-E-O, all capitalized, which would see combining up to 1,000 megawatts of wind, solar, and hydrogen fuel cell generation capacity to deliver continuous power around the clock in New South Wales. And this is important because it says the time has arrived. We can combine wind, solar, and storage, in this case hydrogen, to produce a complete kind of off-the-shelf replacement for baseload power.
Well, from the article, by converting the solar and wind energy into green hydrogen, it is possible to provide electricity via its fuel cell technology when there is no wind or sun. In other words, they're storing it.
Yeah.
The company estimates that the project would require 235 wind turbines and 5 square miles of solar generation.
Yep, and you know, it is doing this at a cost which is probably half the cost or less of nuclear power. So we have a final slide, which is our goodbye, that says, have a fantastically untroubled week.
I hope we do.
I hope we do too. And thank you very much, Tom, and we hope that everybody comes back next time.
Well, all right, let's hope so.
Okay, bye-bye.
Adios.
It is 6 p.m. on Monday, May 18th, 2020. And this is the Newfane Select Board meeting. We are meeting through Zoom tonight rather than in person. And I would just like to say a few things about how we're going to work with Zoom. And first of all, if somebody wants to speak, please raise your hand a little higher than normal so that I will be able to see your hand, and then I can call on you. If somebody else is speaking and you raise your hand, I will just ask you to wait until somebody else is finished speaking. So that's it. We have Juanetta Powling, Administrative Assistant. We have Melissa Brown, Newfane Treasurer. Angela Sanborn, Select Board Member. Shelley Huber, Select Board Member. Jay Wilson, Road Foreman, and I'm Marion Dowling, Select Board Member. So I'm going to call the meeting to order, and the first item on the agenda is additions or amendments to agenda. Yes.
I didn't see any executive session follow-up from our meeting on May 12th.
Mm-hmm. Well, why don't we do that right now? Or we have, do you want to proceed? Shelley?
My understanding was that we were going to make a public announcement or a decision of the board.
Well, we're just reporting what the last item was that, I mean, we didn't vote on anything, but we agreed on something. So would you like to tell us, everybody, what we agreed on?
Don't recall. That's why I wanted to bring it up again.
Okay. Well, what we agreed on, there was nothing to vote on. What we agreed on was that we wanted to all move forward and to work well together. And that was an agreement that everybody said that was the right thing to do at that time. Angela, do you have anything to add to that?
I agreed to that. I think I was overvoted.
Angela?
I agree on that. I would just like to re-stress on the point that we work well together and set personal biases beside, and that we conduct ourselves professionally and help move the town forward.
Right. That's what we said at the end. Okay. Anybody else? Shelley?
I wasn't in agreement with that, so I guess that's why it seemed a little odd that we weren't. I think we were advised by the town attorney to make some sort of statement.
That was the statement that we agreed on, to move forward and to work well together and to say what Angela said about.
Okay, again, I'm not in agreement with that. I wasn't in agreement.
You might have not agreed, but then it must have been everybody else agreed. I don't remember that. But there was no vote taken on anything. So then we have to say that the majority of the people agreed, as actually was recommended, that we want to move forward, working together well, being respectful with each other and being supportive. And then there were some people, one person who didn't agree, but that was the result. Okay?
Well, I'm not saying that I'm in disagreement of that statement. I'm in disagreement of making that statement out of the executive session.
Well, that was the last item that we talked about.
I mean, I've always, honored that. I don't think that's anything that we should. It's always something that we should be working on.
Absolutely.
So we had an issue, and I'm not happy with the resolve of it.
Okay. Well, there was no vote taken. We didn't take any vote. So,
Well, I'll check in with the
One with
attorney
one
about it.
abstaining.
I'm sorry, Renata, what?
It was 3-1 with one abstaining to report to the public. Outcome of executive session.
Okay.
Well, I think that vote is, or that is not correct.
I have Marion, Angela, and Chris voting to agree.
Okay.
You were not in agreement, and
Okay.
Mike abstained.
Right.
Angela?
May I ask that when every board member is available that we readdress this? If that's what needs to be done? No? Okay.
No. You know, first of all, we have to remember that the executive session is a private session, so we're not going to get into what was discussed.
Correct.
And secondly, at the end of the executive session, we had an agreement. We were asked to agree. Some people agreed, and that was a majority of people. One person didn't agree, and one person abstained, and the meeting was over. And that's the report of the meeting.
Okay, so I will just continue to discuss it with the town attorney then.
Okay, you do that. That's a good idea. Okay, let's go on to approval of minutes, please. Is there anybody who make a motion to approve the minutes of March 27th, emergency meeting?
I'll make a motion to approve them.
Any second? I'll second it. Is there a discussion?
The discussion, this is on the March 27th minute.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So what was amended?
Yeah, under new business, the town operating business as normal under conditions, it's got 2 italics, and then the amendment was in italics. Discussion by select board to temporarily postpone holding any unnecessary gatherings or meetings by select board, DRB, Williamsville Hall Committee, or other organizations during the governor's executive order.
Okay, so that was something that was added. We had to talk about it at that previous meeting, but it was added in by whom?
It was taken from the remainder of the notes. I was asked to make it as simple as possible, but it was part of the notes that I had taken.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of accepting the minutes of March 27th, please say aye.
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 And aye. So the ayes have it. Thank you. May 4th, 2020, regular meeting by Zoom. Does anybody make a motion? Angela?
Oh, I have discussion. I'd like to correct something.
Oh, okay. Well, do we have a motion to do that?
To make a motion to correct something in the report? I'll make that motion.
Okay. Second, and then we can have a discussion. Shelley, do you want to second it so we can have a discussion?
Sure.
Under additions and amendments to the agenda, it talked about having the administrative assistant to return to work, and I don't see where we actually did take a vote at that, either at that time or during her report that we voted that she didn't have to return to work until today.
No, May 15th.
May 15th, yes, Friday, right?
Right.
Yes.
So that vote is not in there.
That's the only thing I saw that needs to be changed. So we have to have a sentence in there about the vote.
Are you talking about under additions and amendments to the agenda? It said, take a vote to have administrative assistant return to work. Is that what you're reading, Angela?
Yes. At that meeting, we took a vote for when she needed to return to work.
Okay. And you're saying that's not in the report?
On the May 4th regular meeting by Zoom, in the administrative report, it says that I have returned to the computer and printer to the town office in order for select board to continue having meetings and to comply with open meeting laws. I have been working from the office since then.
Well, what she's stating is that we did take a vote.
I know, but we did take a vote on that.
That's not noted in the vote. Who voted for what?
I believe I made the motion that she return to work on the 15th.
Renetta, do you have those notes?
I don't have it right in front of me, but I can find the notebook. I will make the correction.
Thank you.
Okay, so right now, we can't vote on accepting the minutes until that's corrected. Is it
amended?
Amended, I'm sorry.
So I make a motion that we table the May 4th minutes till the next meeting so that can be corrected.
I second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of amending those minutes and approving them until the next meeting on June 1st, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and there are no nays. So that's amended. Okay, Winetta, you have that?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, okay. Okay, so next item on the agenda is road foreman's and road commissioner's report.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I forgot to say something.
Sure.
I forgot in the beginning to mention that Mike Fitzpatrick and Christopher Williams are absent tonight, and therefore we only have 3 people on the agenda. And so the road commissioner is not here to add anything on. Okay, JM, go ahead. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. As I mentioned at the last meeting, we have the pre-bid meeting for Monroe Bridge on May 26th at 9. We started replacing culverts in addition to the normal grading and graveling. And the guardrail work was set to begin today. They had a slight delay because one of their workers had a fever. So they're hoping for tomorrow, but I don't know yet whether they'll be down tomorrow or not. Car tree service is going to be setting a crane up on the top of Newfane Hill to remove a tree. It's scheduled for May 28th. That section of road isn't, it's closed all winter anyways, so it's not a road people have to use, so it shouldn't be a problem.
So how far up on the Newfane Hill is that?
The very top, the last house on this side of the hill.
Just past the cemetery?
Yep.
Okay.
The access permit for Browns Road has been reviewed and that can be approved. There was no problems with that. And I received 2 prices for crack sealing the pavement to extend the life of the pavement until we can resurface. The first was from NICOM at $4,250 a day, and they estimate they can cover 2 miles of road per day. The other was from Gorman Brothers at $14,250 to $19,950 per day. They estimate 3 to 4.5 miles a day. Both included traffic control in the prices. I would recommend NICOM for up to 3 days of sealing. We're going to start at the Dover line and comes back towards South Newfane, since that's the last section that we'll be paving. We've got a couple more years of paving kind of on this side before we get over there again. So that should help to keep it from from getting worse.
So, Jay,
Yes.
how many miles of road are we doing this?
Paving? I mean, excuse me, sealing?
Sealing, yeah.
Well, there's pieces of, there's Dover Road down to South Newfane. There's a little stretch of Auger Hole Road. And the pavement from, I believe it was 3 years ago on Depot has a crack in it that we're going to try to seal, because that'll be another probably 8+ years before we can get to that again. So altogether, you're probably looking at I'm guessing close to 6 miles, 5 point something miles. And the amount of miles they can do all depends on how severe the cracking is. So there'll be sections they can cover fairly fast, and there's other sections that are going to take a lot longer. So they both do a price per day.
Yeah.
And the variance on Gorman Brothers is they keep track of how many gallons of material they put out, and that's how they charge. Whereas the other one just has a set figure per day that it covers everything.
Have you worked with either of these?
Both of them do good work. I checked on both of them. There's a number of companies that do it, and it doesn't stay in very well. Both of these come highly recommended, and the one we've used in the past was Nikon.
So for NICOM, you're basing it on a per day, and they estimate they can cover 2 miles of road per day.
Yes.
So how much is that total amount compared to the other one?
That would be, well, if you do comparing it to 2 miles,
624.
They're about 60% of the cost of Gorman Brothers.
There's 60% less?
60% of the cost, so 40% less.
40% less, okay. Okay. So they'll do I saw you had a traffic control and all that.
They do everything. Yep. They blow out the cracks with high pressure, and they heat them as they go. And then they put it's the same thing they did on Route 30 last fall or summer.
Yeah. And do you have, I'm sure you keep track of it, and you have a ledger or something about which roads, just, so that we have a idea,
For paving, you mean?
No, for any kind of road work, when you're doing the sealing, you got like a sheet that says we've done this X amount of these roads, and these are the roads that we have to do next.
Right. We try to do that with paving. We've been working on a plan, and it gets redone almost every year because some roads, the pavement lasts better than others.
Yeah.
So you can say 5 years from now, we're going to do this road, but that changes.
Yeah.
So we had the states working with us to try to come up with a good plan of, if we can do a mile per year, this is how we make it. And then every few years we get a pavement grant. So we cover a bunch more and catch up a little bit.
Uh-huh.
I think if we don't get it this year, the next year we'll be eligible for a paving grant.
Okay.
So
pretty much.
When do you want to do this?
They thought they could do it during the month of June.
Mm-hmm. And by when do you have to?
Sorry. I'm hoping to get it done before they put the yellow stripe. The state redoes our yellow lines every year.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like to get it sealed before they come around and paint the line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We never know when they're coming to do that. It's just random and they show up. So.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
So do we need to vote and make a motion on accepting one of these bids right now, or?
Sure, if you'd like to do that, that'd be fine.
I'll make a motion to use NICOM for the sealing.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor of hiring NICOM, please say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, so
Good.
guys have.
Thank you.
And then you have one more item, Jay, right?
Actually, I have a couple more because there was some stuff that happened since I did the report Friday.
Oh, okay.
So I have a meeting with Northeast Municipal scheduled for Wednesday to go over the plan for the hazmat and safety procedures for the garage. They finally felt comfortable coming out, so we're gonna figure out how to meet, across the garage or however, outdoors, something.
It's just an annual inspection.
No, this is the company that was going to come up with a plan for us as to how to implement all this and train everybody. We have to have, everybody has to be trained in hazmat because we have stuff we use around here so they're going to come up with a plan, and then I'll bring that back with a price for you guys.
Okay, and you'll probably let us know if there's any grants available.
Yep. And then, so we had that little storm Friday night. We had some trees down, a little bit of washing, but pretty much we came out of it good. We were very fortunate. And then the stone wall repair on Cemetery Hill is nearing completion. It's coming out really good. And I figured maybe every couple of years we should look at if another section is bulging out or whatever, and maybe catch it before it's down like it did this time.
Yeah.
But he's done nice work. So if you get a chance this week, take a ride up there.
Mm-hmm.
And the sidewalk repair, the cracks in the sidewalk were done last week. So that's all done.
Cracks in the sidewalk.
That was one of the things that the insurance company was after.
Okay.
And that's it.
Well, thank you so much. And
Sure.
Thank you for coming out on that Friday. Yes?
I have a question.
Sure.
So the cracks in the sidewalk, aren't those sidewalks part of the village?
No, this is our walkway into the office.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, not those. That's the village part. No, it's just our walkway to I guess the insurance company was worried about somebody tripping on the cracks.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
So the only other thing you have to do is approve the access permit for George and Cena Friend on Bruce Brook Road.
All right.
Browns Road.
What's happening there?
They're putting a house in that field. So their access, I think, I don't have the papers in front of me. I dropped them back at the office, but I believe it was 60 or 70 feet in from Route 30. They're going to put a driveway into the field.
Oh.
Where their barway is.
Mm-hmm. I was wondering what's going on there.
I'll make a motion to grant the access permit for Browns Road for them.
So second. Okay, Shelley, second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, the ayes have it, and they may proceed. Thank you, Jay, for all the work you have been doing, and thank Chris also.
May I also make a motion to approve the road foreman's report?
I'll second it.
Okay, any discussion? Further discussion? No. All those in favor of accepting the road foreman's report, please say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, thanks, Jay. Great.
I just have a question. I just want to, everyone's well and good on the road crew? Yeah.
Good.
You have to unmute to do that.
Yes.
Everybody's fine.
Good.
That's great. Good to know. Okay, next item on the agenda is treasurer's report. And that's Melissa. And you're on, Melissa. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for being here.
So last week I had mentioned the 5 CDs that are with Bradford Savings and Loan. I received the interest for the CDs. They totaled $2,034.31 for all of them. They've been allocated accordingly. I've also completed the rollover for the new CDs for the 91 days. Next, we have a town-owned property. Last year there was a tax sale held on February 28th, 2019. The property was bid on by the town and is now town-owned as of March 3rd, 2020.
Can I ask what property?
The owner of the property was unable to redeem the property. What's that?
No, I'm asking Shelley, can you wait till she finishes her report and then you can make
Okay.
time for questions? Go ahead, Melissa.
All right. So the owner of the property was unable to redeem the property within the 1-year time frame from the actual tax sale date. The property is located on Glebe Road in Williamsville. This is not actually the first time that the property has gone into tax sale, but usually the mother pays for the taxes so the owner doesn't lose it. I've had a couple of calls from people asking when this property will be going up for sale by the town because they are interested in buying it. And I have recently had a call from the previous owner's mother, and she's interested in buying the property back for her son. I did speak with Bob Fisher in regards to the matter briefly. He said that we have 3 options as to what we can do with this. If the mother wants, she can write a letter to the select board letting them know that she's willing to bring the property current. The board would then have to decide whether they want to sell it to her. If they decide to sell it to her, they would have to advertise it in the newspapers in case anybody wanted to challenge it. The second option is we can advertise and set a date to auction the property off. Third option is we can advertise and set a date to bid the property off by like a silent auction where everyone would send in sealed bids. So with all the options, I would calculate what is owed currently on the property along with what went into tax sales so we can recoup all the taxes and the attorney fees. If you auction the property, the starting bid would be for what is owed, which is currently $3,543.71. Anything above that goes back to the previous owner. If we do decide to do any kind of auction or sealed bid, I would like to add in a couple other properties. These 2 properties were also in tax sale and neither owners redeemed them because they both passed away, and neither families are interested in the properties. You want me to keep going or you want to?
Yeah, no, keep going and then we can talk about things.
Okay. Next I have FEMA property. I have received a phone call from a gentleman who is interested in leasing property on the Dover Road. This property is in the flood zone and was part of the buyback program during Tropical Storm Irene. I have asked him to also write to the select board with a proposal as to what he is looking to do. He stated that he is an energy healer and wants the property to have a quiet place to sit. He also mentioned that he wants to put up a teepee or a tent there. I did also speak briefly with Bob Fisher in regards to this, and he advised me to look in the land records to see what stipulations there may be on these properties. I did search it out, and I do have some deeds that I can go over with you guys. Other than that, everything else is the same. Doing the payroll, the accounts payable, taxes, and I'll complete the monthly reporting soon. I do have the special appropriations though that I've done some calculating on, and let's see. Special appropriations that were approved at the town meeting are $2,000 difference from what I'm calculating, and we're going to be short if we pay everything for the special appropriations. I did call Garrett Baxter today at VLCT, and he advised me just to pay it if the board wishes to, and we'll just go over budget.
You have a spreadsheet.
Oh yeah. I don't know if you want to go over that spreadsheet or.
No, but just, I mean, I don't know if people had a chance to read it before the meeting, but the bottom line is you're saying that we are $2,000 short. And didn't we vote on this in the past now that we were going to pay that $2,000 so that we could keep our word to the vote that was taken at town meeting?
No, I think you guys tabled it.
What, Shelley? Shelley?
This hasn't been handled. It hasn't been
No, I believe
on.
it was tabled at a previous meeting to discuss it another time.
Okay.
So I'd like to go back to the start of her report so we can go through the report.
Okay. What part do you want to talk about?
So back on the town-owned property, What is the address on that property? Is it just Glebe Road?
No, I do have the exact address. I just didn't know if I should put it out there, but I guess it doesn't matter. It's actually 16 Cramp Lane, which is off from Glebe Road. It's kind of a private road.
Okay. So I think we need to think about, make a vote, take a vote on how we're going to handle this. As far as an auction.
Well, there's, looks like we have a few options, right?
Yeah.
Melissa, one is that the mother would want to pay the back taxes.
Yep.
But they would sell it to her for the back taxes, correct?
They'd sell it to her for the back taxes that were in tax sale, the attorney fees, and then whatever anything is owed the 2 years after that. So he actually owes 5 years now.
So how much is that? Is that 3,000?
Yep. Yep.
That's it?
Yeah.
Well, I think we need to make a decision as to how we're going to handle it as far as auction, you know, or I think by rights, we have to do it, you know, legally in an auction. It hasn't been paid. It continues to be unpaid. And the mother would have the option of, you know, being in that auction.
She could, yep.
You said that she had paid the taxes before. This has happened before. How many times did that happen?
I've seen 2 other times in the records.
Mm-hmm. Does she have the right of first refusal in this?
No, she's lost everything. Everything's town owned now.
Okay.
It's kind of up to you guys how you want to handle it.
So it's owned by the town now?
Yep.
It's not a personal property?
Right.
Right, it was owned by somebody in the town, yep.
Right. So I think the fair thing to do is to put it up for auction.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, especially where there's other people that are calling about it and have been calling and waiting for this property.
Mm-hmm.
So I make a motion that we set a date to auction the property off.
I'll second it.
I don't know if it's, okay. That's a live auction.
And I would like to add to the motion, if it's okay to combine this, that Melissa said, if we do put this on auction, she would have 2 other properties to put on auction also at the same time.
I did find out about another one today, so this morning or this afternoon. So can we make that 3?
Can you give us the addresses on those?
One of them's on Depot Hill Road. And the other one is out on South Wardsboro Road.
So Melissa, would you be doing a tax sale the way we've done it in the past? Where
they're already tax sale, they're already town owned.
So, I mean, I'm sorry, who would be doing the auction?
Bob Fisher would have to be in charge of it.
Okay. And it would be held at town hall?
No, you can either do a town hall auction or you can do it kind of like you do the bids for Jay's stuff. Have a sealed envelope.
Oh,
you kind of set that base amount that you need or want, and then they'll just bid above it or that amount, whatever they want.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Ellie, you know, the other one, the first one I was talking about, the mother could bid like $50,000 and just pay off that $3,500 to win the auction, and then anything above that would actually go to her son.
Mm-hmm.
So you got the Glebe Road, Camp Road or something, Depot Road, South Wardsboro, and where else?
The other one's up on Hunter Brook Road. And I'm going to have to talk to Bob about some of this stuff because the first one that we talked about, the guy is still living there and has all this stuff there. So find out who's going to be responsible for removing him, removing the property. I don't know who's going to be in charge of that. If the new owners will have to take on that responsibility of getting him out of there or what the deal is.
Well, we're the owners right now. We don't sell a property with people on it.
Yeah, I know. Some of them did state, though, the ones that we're calling are willing to take on that issue.
And keep them as a tenant.
Well, I think we have to.
I was saying, would they keep them on as a tenant?
No.
They would purchase it with the person in it and then deal with it by themselves.
Yep.
Well, I think we need to talk to Bob Fisher, how that is handled.
I think so too.
Yeah. So, is anybody wanting to make a motion to plan on an auction for all of these properties at the same time using Bob Fisher as the person?
I will amend my original motion and include that on there for all of the properties.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any further discussion? So Melissa, I just want to make clear, you would be calling Bob Fisher and setting this all up. Okay.
Yep. So you want me to set up when to do the auction?
Sure. I mean, you can work it
And
out with Bob then, right? Bob is the one who would be doing the auction.
Yeah.
Is that normally something you do, or would they are mid, one now to do this?
Honestly, I don't know. There's quite a few town-owned properties, and I don't know if you guys have ever really sold them or not.
So I would think the administrative assistant should handle the, and then work with you to coordinate it.
I can do the postings and the legal notices, but I believe in the past it was the delinquent tax collector that actually operated and worked the.
Now, it's not really delinquent anymore because it's now town-owned.
Well, it would be a great question to find out the answer to and
Yeah,
then move forward.
I think the first thing you would do is talk to Bob Fisher and he can guide you. And then we can decide who's going to.
It might be a little easier for me because I do have all the figures and I'm going to have to do all the calculating anyways than having one head to do it.
Okay.
Well, I mean, work with her as far as making the postings and all that.
Making the what?
Having the postings, announcement.
Do you guys want a public auction or do you want the sealed bids?
I think, why don't you talk to Bob first? And then,
You said it was up to you guys.
oh, okay. Well,
Yes. So I make a motion that we have a public bid, a public auction.
wait, we haven't finished. Don't we have a motion on the table already?
Yeah, we have to vote on the original motion.
Right, we have to vote on the, would you like to repeat?
Repeat the motion?
Yes.
I made a motion that we do the auction on all of the properties, and Melissa was going to talk to Bob Fisher.
Exactly, okay. And you second that, Shelley. So now we're going to vote. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, so the ayes have it with that. And now the second part is that Melissa will contact Bob Fisher. No, what are you saying? No.
I'm just saying that I think we need to make a second motion that it would be, the sale would be done by a public auction. I make
Can
a
you
motion.
do public auction right now?
I don't think so.
That's why I'm wondering if it should be sealed bids, just because you can't get together with everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I would go with sealed bids if we vote.
Yeah.
So does anybody
So
make a motion? Shelley, you want to make a motion on that, please?
I make a motion that we do a sealed bid auction
I'll second
for
it.
the tax sale for
Yeah.
the 4 properties.
Yes, 4 properties.
Okay, so Angela
I'll second that.
seconded. Any further discussion about that? So all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Okay. So though we're going to put the 4 properties up for auction at the same time, and it will be done by sealed bid, and Melissa will contact Bob Fisher for further information and advice. So you'll get back to us, Melissa, right?
Yeah, I will.
Okay, thank you. So next part of Melissa's report. Shelley, you wanted to talk about something?
No, I have a question.
Oh, Angela?
Yes. Where on Dover Road is this, are we looking at for this next part?
FEMA? For FEMA?
Yes.
Oh, for the FEMA?
Yes.
You know where the red barn house is? That corner right there? Or you know where Sharon Newell's is? Probably not.
Yes. Yes, I know where Sharon's is.
Right across there. Shelley, if you're going through that covered bridge from Lansville to South Newfane,
Yeah.
you keep going up Dover Road and there's a house that looks like a barn.
Yes.
It used to be a barn.
Yeah.
Okay, it's right up after that. You go around that corner and there's 2 houses and then there's that open land right there on the right-hand side next to the brook.
Oh, well, wasn't that where the trailer had?
Yeah, one trailer and one house was there.
Okay. So we own that, correct?
Yes, that was part of the buyback program through the state after the flood.
So I'm sure that has a lot of restrictions on it. Has Bob looked at it?
Did what?
Has Bob Fisher looked at it?
No, I didn't have Bob look at it. He told me to actually go into the deeds and look up to see what the restrictions were. I tried to email these to you guys today, but they wouldn't scan.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So I actually did find compatible use. The property shall be dedicated and maintained in perpetuity as open space for conservation of natural floodplain functions. Such uses may include parks for outdoor recreation, activities, wetland management, nature reserves, cultivating, grazing, and camping, except where adequate warning time is not available to allow evacuation.
How much land is there?
One of the properties is a half an acre. Actually, they're both a half an acre.
There's 2 properties there?
Yeah, there's 2 properties, 246 Dover Road and 236 Dover Road.
246 and 236?
Yep. But then I found also in part of the PTTR in the transfer section, it said the grantee may convey a property interest only to a public entity or a qualified conservation organization. However, the grantee may convey an easement or lease to a private individual or entity for purpose compatible with the uses described in paragraph A, which is what I just read you.
Yep. I know how I think about it.
What do you think of?
Well, I think that it should remain as a public entity, and my understanding at one point or another there was some discussion about making a community park there and keeping it as a public area.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it would be to have a teepee or a tent. Maybe put a picnic table as a place to sit or something.
Right.
You
I
can
would
put like
not
a
lease
public
it.
restroom or something in there too, if you wanted to.
Yeah. I would call it at like a pocket park. And you know, look at some financing, you know, to support doing a bathroom or something, you know, for that, for the community out in, you know, that area.
Mm-hmm.
And other, you know, tourism, stop along the road, enjoy Newfane.
Is this something we can vote on now?
What about parking? Is there like an area for parking when people stop right there? That's another concern though, because that's another zippy part of the road where people just tend to speed like crazy. So I'd be concerned myself with having it as an open public place for someone just because people don't follow the traffic laws.
Yeah, but I would put in the pocket park, you would want parking, off-road parking. So with, say, bathroom or whatever, it would be designed out to accommodate that, not parking alongside the road. And then there's people that live right there too. So, I mean, they all each have driveways. It's not going to be, I don't, it's 0.5 acres. So it's, you know, combined, it's going to be an acre.
Right, but people's personal driveways shouldn't be brought into the, how do I say this? That has nothing to do with the other side of the road pocket park. You'd have to have adequate parking for that specific spot.
That would have to be all studied.
Right.
Yeah, I think it would be important to go and look at this in person and see how it's configured and what possibilities might be.
I'm not a specialist on pocket parks, but you know, a land designer would have to figure that out. But I'm not into having that leased out to a private person. So
Maybe I can steer him out to that. Sorry.
Go ahead.
That South Wardsboro Road has like 5 acres and it won't park. Maybe I can suggest if he's interested in something like that.
Well,
purchasing it if we sell it. Like put his TV out there.
Find it on his own, I guess. Yeah, I wouldn't put a lot of effort into trying to find him a land in Newfane. You can, you know, find that out. But what I think right now we just need to make a decision on this property, and I, you know, make a motion that we do not, you know, this guy's come to the board, and I make a motion that we keep it as a public property.
I'll second that. I'll second that it remains as public entity.
So just, he's supposed to send a letter to Juanetta, care of the select board. So I'll just you want her to respond then?
Well, let's vote on it first. If any further discussion, or we can vote on the motion to keep it as public land.
Vote.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay. So the vote is to keep it as public land.
Yeah.
I think it would be appropriate for Juanetta to receive the letter and then respond with the board's decision that we voted on it this day.
Right.
Okay, Juanetta?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the last item was special appropriations. Any discussion?
I would say we pay it because it was voted on by the townspeople at town meeting and we have to do it, and we'll, I guess, figure it out. And
well, that's what I meant before when I said we voted on that before we discussed it. So I agree. Well, it was voted on town meeting that we pay. And
as an added note, in our, I just wanted to bring, in addition, I just got this out of my box. It's been there, I don't know how long, but in our town of Newfane 2021 expenses, we had a decrease in the Wyndham Regional, or the waste, what is it, Wyndham
Solid Waste Management?
Management District.
Waste Management. So there's a savings of 504 that was not included in the original budget. So, or savings.
I can't pull from one line item to the other, though.
Oh, okay. So how do we find money in the budget?
It's going to be one of those things. It's going to just go over budget, and that's going to be the end of it. You know, other things will come under budget, even though we're not taking it out of the line item. You'll still have the money in there to hopefully pay for it, which I don't foresee a problem in paying that $2,000 anyways.
Well, we have to, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess, so at that time, if we go over budget and the bill comes through or something, then we just approve it, correct? We make a motion on it if it's over budget?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, it's going to be just over budget by $2,000 for that whole section. The only other way to do it is appropriate each one to come up with that $2,000 difference. But whereas the town voters voted to restore everything back to last year,
Yeah,
the
I think it's
VLCT
very
attorney,
important. We have to honor that vote from the
the
town.
VLCT attorney advised that we do it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying that I voted for it. I just was asking where we get the money, that's all. I'm just.
No, I know. So we need to vote on it though and make a motion to vote on this so we can get it handled.
I make a motion that we pay. I mean, the townsfolk already did it. We're just discussing what happened and what's going on. So
okay, we don't have to make a motion. Right?
I don't think so.
No.
It's already been done.
Okay. So that's it. Melissa?
I will make a motion to approve the Town of Newfane Treasurer's report, though.
Yes, absolutely. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay. So that passes. And Melissa, I have to say that it's really great when you come to our meetings because you help us understand things sometimes, which at least I can speak for myself. Sometimes I don't understand everything you're doing, and it is really great to have you here in person so that things get clearer, and you're doing an excellent job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melissa.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you did an excellent job.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, administrative assistance report is next.
I've completed 5 highway overweight application permits and mailed them out to the respective businesses. Updated insurance certificates have been coming in to be added to the files. I have answered 4 different animal control calls since last week. With owner's approval, I chose to keep 1 dog overnight at my house. The owner had been transported to Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center from Grace Cottage. They were reunited on Friday night. Wyndham County Humane Society wanted a checkup on elderly couple that might need assistance with caring for animals in a rabbit hutch or cage. That was done and nothing was needed. A missing small dog on Baker Brook Road is still missing. The golden retriever has been reported lost and came home on her own. There has been a complaint of somebody picking up firewood off of property along the new road. A phone call was made to the individual to avoid sending the Vermont State Troopers out. I received a call from American Legion. They will not be holding Memorial Day celebrations on the Newfane Common due to their elderly ages and current COVID-19 conditions. The fax machine in the town clerk's office is old. I have not been able to find a replacement ink cartridge. We moved an additional machine that was in the office and that one is not receiving or sending fax based on the tests we made. Would like to order a new machine from Staples. In addition to all of my other duties, I've been cleaning the town hall while our building is still closed to the public. Sierra has not been in since the executive order was placed.
Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, it's amazing. And she wouldn't even accept help. She wanted to do it all by herself. And you do a great job, Renetta. Thanks. Do we have to vote on getting a fax machine, or do we have the budget for it? I'll be with you in a minute, Angela.
Okay, thank you.
It would be under Office Appropriations, wouldn't it, Melissa?
No, I'd go under small office equipment.
Okay.
And is there a budget to get a new replacement machine?
I'd have to look at the budget.
Okay.
Shelley, I think you might, oh, you probably don't have it in front of you.
Well, Angela, next. Wait, Shelley, wait 1 minute. Angela had her hand up first.
I just wanted to know, Juanetta, if you and possibly Carol had looked at them and found prices.
I did look at the ones at Staples, and they range from the low 100s to over 400.
Okay.
It would not need to be an expensive one, just to use several times a year.
Okay.
Shelley? Shelley?
Are people still using fax machines?
Oh, yes.
For what, legal stuff? Real legal stuff?
If there's a document that needs to be signed or added to something, it's sometimes easier to send it via fax.
Yeah. So you said Carol could look up prices, or she did, or you're doing that, Juanetta?
I was doing it.
Okay. So
yeah, I would just get a cheap.
What, Shelley?
I said I would just get a cheap one. I do a lot of business, signing back and forth. We do it all by email. But how often do you fax?
Not every month, but it could be a few times next month.
But it would be for everybody in the office, not just you, right?
Correct. In the town clerk's office.
Well, it's probably best if you, perhaps you and Carol can look up different machines, what the different machines offer, the different prices, and then just decide which one would work the best for all of you joined together, and then check with Melissa on the budget for it. Does that sound good?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
We don't have to vote on this.
No, if we got money in it, it's only if we don't have money, I guess, then Melissa will tell us where we can get it.
Yeah, I'll find a spot for it.
Okay, can we have a motion to accept the administrative assistant's report, please?
I'll make a motion to accept the report.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay.
I would like to add one thing real quick. I would like to thank Juanetta for taking the animal control officer calls. That is above and beyond your duties, and I appreciate that so much.
Well, there's vacancies still open. If anybody is available, I will give them your numbers.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. And we have to keep.
Yeah, we're still.
What, Shelley?
We're still looking for an animal control officer.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, in the meantime, let's vote on accepting. When I just think we all said aye. And that's done.
Aye. Yes.
Thank you.
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay. Thank you, Juanetta, for all the work you're doing and going beyond the call of duty. Definitely. Okay, we are up to unscheduled members of the public, and there are none.
Oh, I have one question.
Yes.
What are the hours for what are your hours? What's happening as far as for the public, they have to make an appointment to come in still?
Yes. Yes.
And what are the hours of operation?
I went back to the Monday through Thursday, 8 to 5, and then whatever balance is on Friday, I would leave half hour or half day. I'm the only one in the office on Friday.
I'm sorry, it's blanked out. What did you say?
She said that she's there from Monday to Thursday from 9 to 5.
8 to 5.
Yes, I got that.
And a half a day on Friday. And at that time on Friday, she's the only one in the building.
Okay. So by appointment only?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so we don't have any unscheduled members of the public, so we will go to the next item, which is old business. The first one is about an appointment and reappointment of town forest fire warden. And Winetta, would you like to talk about that, please?
We received a request from the Department of Forest, Parks and Recreation asking to have a reappointment before June 30th of our current fire warden. It's a 5-year appointment, and I contacted Todd Lawley to see if he was still willing to serve in this capacity, and he agreed. So I emailed him the form, he signed it, accepting the appointment, and all it needs is for the select board to, approve the appointment.
I make a motion to approve the appointment.
I second that.
I'll second it.
Oh, okay. I just have one question, Winetta.
Yes.
Given that we're all over the place, how do you want to do this? Do people come to the town office and sign this for you, that we can get to Todd?
I already have the original here, and if at some point you drop in, that would be fine. We just need a majority.
Okay.
I will do it tonight when I come over for pay orders. I'll sign mine.
Okay, and I can sign it. And Shelley, if you come over.
Is Mike going to be there?
No, I'm sorry. He had other commitments at work.
Okay, so are you two signing the pay orders tonight then? I'm sorry.
Well,
you and Marion?
I said I would volunteer unless you want to do it.
No, it's fine.
Okay, I'm going to do it with Angela then. I'll go over to the office, and then I can sign this.
Okay.
Angela can sign it.
Sign it. Angela, and then you need one more.
Yeah. If you want to come over.
I probably can run over.
Okay, good. All right, so we'll get this signed tonight. Is that good? Winetta? Yes.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So where are we? We don't, do we have to vote on that appointment, Winetta?
I made a motion. Shelley seconded it. Now we need to vote, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay. So the ayes have it, and Todd Lawley will continue being the town forest fire warden, and we thank you, Todd. You're always great, and you work so hard, and thank you for doing that. Okay, VLCT procedures for COVID-19 safety and health work plan. And Winetta, I'm going to pass that on to you again.
It was suggested that I go on to VLCT and see what safety and health templates they had. What I came up with is what you have in front of you, and all I did was fill in the blanks. I did put administrative assistant for the town office and road foreman being responsible for following these procedures at the different locations.
That's good. That makes sense because you're at the town office Monday through Friday and Jay is at the town garage, so you guys can manage the buildings to make sure everything's good. I
Right.
like that idea.
Yeah, I do too.
And then you guys have all, I know the town crew has taken the testing, right, Jay?
Yes, we have.
Yes. So, and then Juanetta, did you take one too? Did you do it too?
In the town office, except for Frank and Dennis, have completed the testing to return to work.
They have certificates.
Yeah,
Juanetta.
In the employee file.
Yeah.
I did one for the town of
And then-
Newfane.
And then Melissa, did you do one?
I did one. Yep.
Everyone's covered.
Juanetta, I'm just asking logistically, this also has to be signed. So if you have the copy for the forest warden and this at your desk tonight, we can sign both of them, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there a
So
motion
I'm
to
definitely
accept-
gonna work.
I'm sorry, is there a motion to accept the town of Newfane COVID-19 safety and health work plan?
I'll make that motion to accept the town of Newfane COVID safety and health work plan.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, that passes. Thank you. Thank you, Juanetta.
Welcome.
Okay, now we're up to correspondence, and we have a few pieces of correspondence.
Marion,
No,
you skipped new business.
Oh, thank you. You can tell. Okay, new business. I forgot about that. The State of Vermont Troopers contract expires on June 30th. And so, whenever you have the paperwork for that, we can go. No, I know why you know what, Juanetta, I didn't get that in my package. That's why I skipped over it.
Yeah, you don't have it.
It's on the agenda to be discussed whether or not you want to make an appointment to.
Oh, we don't have the paperwork right now.
Right.
I'm sorry. Okay.
You want an invitation to increase the hours, or do you want to have them come to the office to discuss the additional funds and where the areas of need are?
I do remember that you and I were discussing that this week, and we were thinking perhaps we should postpone this for discussion tonight and put it on the next week's agenda for June 1st.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have a new contract yet from the state police?
No.
Okay. When are we expected to get a copy of that?
The current one expires June 30th, so I would expect it by the end of the month.
I'd like to see that too before we make any decisions.
Yes.
Yeah. Plus, I think we had also talked about considering splitting those hours with the Wyndham Sheriff's Department.
Yeah, we would have to talk to them and see. Right now, the Sheriff's Department is paid by the Village of Newfane, the incorporated Village of Newfane, just to do Newfane. Yes.
But in order for us to make a decision, we need to get it in motion. Like, we should probably contact them and invite them. What's our next meeting date?
June 1st.
So I would invite the Wyndham Sheriffs to our next meeting to discuss about using them.
Using them
throughout the town,
or instead of?
In addition, because to see if they would work in that manner.
Well, we'd have to know if we have budget for both organizations. Melissa?
Shelley, didn't we at the budget meeting do like $10,000 for Vermont State Police and another couple for Wyndham maybe? We're rolling just extra hours for Vermont State Police?
I thought it was all
Yeah,
extra.
Was it all
Sorry.
extra?
Sorry.
It was an additional $2,000 that you increased the
Line item?
Right, but it didn't specifically designate where. I remember when Sheriff Anderson came, after his first appointment, he came in and said it would have to be a agreed upon sharing of that, and you would have to discuss it with the State Troopers Association as well.
Right.
Would you like to invite
So
them?
Yes. I think we should hear from both of them and see how they could work together.
So invite both to the next meeting?
Yes, and I would also let them know that we're inviting both of them, and we would like to look at a shared plan, and if they could put their heads together on, looking at how that could happen.
And what, so we would need a trooper contract, and we would need what the sheriff's department would want to discuss for a contract too, because we'd have to put it together to equal each other.
Yes. But I would give them heads up that we're looking at doing that, because sharing, using both of their services.
So I'm assuming that we would have to send them an invite via Zoom unless you're going to meet in person at the town office.
Appointing for a lot of people when they cannot get any, they can't speak to a problem with the Wyndham Sheriff. Wyndham Sheriff is right here in our backyard, right in our front yard, basically. And I think we should take advantage of them and, look at their services. They're a contract service for people that don't know.
But I believe they mainly do speed traffic control.
Yeah, see, the thing, Shelley, is in the past, the sheriffs didn't do things like patrol the roads outside the village.
That's what
No, they do, but they don't do the major investigations.
Right.
Right. So if
they were limited things that they did.
Marion, if there's any real concern, the troopers are called. So I'm saying, and I think a lot of people would be interested in having the Wyndham Sheriff's Department handle the concerns for the town. And then if there's a need for the troopers to be called in, we just contract them for speed control. So they're also there just by the state mandate that if there's something larger than a speed control issue, they're called. Any family disputes or anything large, anything, they're there. So we don't necessarily have to contract with them for traffic control. I'd like to see the Wyndham Sheriff, and I believe there's other people on the board that who are not here, that would like to be able to contract with the Sheriff's Department.
So I think we should table this for our next meeting with an invite to both agencies to have a discussion with them about what they do and don't do and what their contracts would be for.
Right, and we would have, we're inviting them to the meeting. We have to ask them in advance to please write a letter saying exactly what Angela just said. We need to know what they are able and willing to do, and there are things that they're not willing to do, each party.
Right.
To have that.
So that's what we talked, that's how we started this conversation, and for the next meeting on June 1st, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So, well, Nana will do that for us.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, under new business, there's also town office building permit process. And the committee consists of Winetta, Mike, and Melissa. And the first thing that they did, I think, was to meet with David Cotton to discuss hiring David to do plans, and he also would be the one to get all the permits. And I think, Juanetta, would you like to talk about that for a minute, please?
I had an email from David. In order for us to obtain his services for not only the building permit and the processing of getting all the permits, we do need to have a $15,000 retainer.
We have a purchasing process, and I think we need to follow that. It has to go out to bid. So I make a motion that we put it out to bid.
I second that because that's correct according to the purchasing policy.
Exactly. Anything I think over $3,000, it goes out to bid.
I would like to make sure, though, that when we follow the purchasing policy, that it's not just for the lowest bid. It also has to be the ability of the person's record, and
that's all stated. That's all stated in the purchasing policy.
Yes, I know. But sometimes with the bids, people are just concerned with, well, that person has made the lowest bid, and they should get that, and it's forgotten, or
well,
there are other qualifications that we need to look at. Well, I'm just reminding everybody.
Yeah, we'll have our purchasing policy procedures out.
Yeah, good. Okay. So you made a motion and you second. So is there any further discussion?
Yes.
Yes. What?
Who is going to put the bid together to for this building project?
The building committee, I would assume. Is that correct? Yes.
Okay.
So Vanetta, Mike, and Melissa.
Okay.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Okay. So the ayes have it, and Juanetta and Melissa and Mike, if you could please make a scheduled meeting for the three of you to discuss this, that would be great, and let the board know that when you're going to do that, please.
Hey.
Thank you. Okay, now we are up to correspondence, and there, if you have your packet with the different correspondence letters, I will read them.
I just have the rare plant and Christopher May, maybe.
Right.
And Newfane Garden Club. Okay.
And then there's one that just came in, and that is from Nancy Rees. Do you have that one?
No, I don't.
I didn't make copies of that one other than the one that I gave you, Marion.
Oh, okay.
So that should be copies for all of us.
Yeah, she'll give you copies.
And for the record.
Yeah, it's going to be in the record. Okay, Juanetta, this one about seeking permission for rare plant survey.
Yes.
I personally find it difficult to read it. It's very light and small print. Is there anybody who's willing to read this letter?
I take my glasses off, I can read it.
Okay, good, thank you.
Okay, so seeking permission for rare plant survey from Hannah Hartman to Town Clerk of Newfane. Hello, Miss Hasselbach. On behalf of the Native Plant Trust, formerly New England Wildflower Society, we'd like to request permission to conduct a brief survey for a rare plant called Northern Tuberculode bog orchid, plant Atheria favia, on property owned by the town of Newfane near River Road on the banks of West River. Our field methods, including counting plants, measuring population area, and taking notes on ecological habitat characteristics. Surveyors may also take photographs of plants and habitat. The information from the visit will be shared with the Natural Heritage Database to update their records of plant populations. We hope the information gathered will help us better understand the biology of the species and ultimately develop better conservation strategies. We can contact you on the dates we plan to be out on the property, and a report of our findings will be sent to you at the end of the year. The Natural Heritage Program in your state maintains detailed information regarding population location, species biology, conservation status, and beneficial management practices for species listed as threatened, endangered, or of special concern. If you'd like more specific information about the populations located on your property, please contact your state Natural Heritage Program. If you could respond with 1, your permission for us to send volunteers, 2, your preference for being contacted before the survey, and 3, if and how you would like a report sent at the end of the season, that would be great. Please let me know if you have any questions. I'd be happy to answer them. We look forward to your response and thank you. Hannah Hartman Everett, Conservation Intern from the Native Plant Trust in Framingham, Massachusetts. And what they do is conserving and promoting New England's native plants to ensure healthy, biologically diverse landscapes.
Thanks for reading that, Shelley.
I think that's great. I think the only question I would have is if they have insurance to be on the property. So if something were to happen, they had their own insurance.
And also, where are they going on the property? It's by the town, owned by the town of Newfane near River Road. So where is that?
If you look to the next pages, I've attached a screenshot of the parcel that we're looking to talk about. I spoke with Doris, the lister, and she claims it's a no man's land. It should have been added to some of the other properties adjoining Sawmill Road, but when they did a subdivision, it was not included.
So it's the northern part of River Road?
Yes.
Okay.
It's above Cannoli, but at the beginning of Sawmill, out to the end of where the Green Iron Bridge is.
Oh, okay.
So it's right along the river?
Yes.
And that's town of Newfane property, I guess?
According to the listers, it was not added to the subdivisions of the parcels.
So we might need to let the property owners, there's 3 houses out there, let them know that there might be people on the banks of the river.
I think water banks of the river are public domain as long as they're in the water or on the bank.
I think the water is, but not the bank. Water is public.
Some people think that that's their property.
Yeah.
Whether it is or it isn't, some people think that it's their property. So it's nice to let people know if something's going to be happening but I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
Good turn.
Just need to figure out whose land it is and notify them. So I make a motion that we follow up with this letter. Have Juanetta follow up with the letter and see if we can identify the properties and have them be able to do their research.
And also ask if they have their own insurance policy.
Yes.
Definitely.
Okay.
And then find out a date when they're going to want to do this.
Yeah.
What were those 3 questions? It was 1, your permission for us to send volunteers. 2, your preference for being contacted before the survey. And if and how you would like a report sent at the end of the season. So I think our permission is to figure out, we would allow the permission if the property is identified as public property. Otherwise, I don't know, do we go ahead and contact the owners of that property?
Like the abutting landowners?
Or would they have to do that?
I would think they would have to contact the landowners if it's private property. If it's our property and we give them permission, that's fine. But if it becomes private property, they need to contact the landowners.
Right. And then preference for being contacted before the survey. That's, I guess, we definitely want that. And if you would like a report sent, definitely send a report if it happens.
Yep. Okay, any further discussion about that? So the next letter we have is a letter to the select board from Chris Mays. And he wrote to Annetta that he has attached a letter to the select board after getting guidance from the zoning administrator. And that letter says, does everybody have a copy of that letter?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. It says, to the select board, the natural slope of a few parcels of land in our neighborhood on Dover Road is slanted and goes past our neighbor's house at 273 Dover Road. Since our neighbor has owned the property, he has built a barn on one part of his land and is planning to build banks, which would impede water flow and cause water buildups on our land. I believe our riparian rights are being violated because our neighbor is impeding the natural water flow. We invite you to visit our land whenever it is convenient. Thank you, Erin Robinson and Chris Mays from 275 Dover Road, Williamsville. And Juanetta, did we just talk about the fact that maybe Jay would be involved with this?
Yes, it was recommended that we should have the road foreman take a look at the property to see if there was any damage or potential damage for our right of way or our road access.
Well, wouldn't this normally be handled by lawyers if they're having an issue? Wouldn't they have to hire a lawyer? Yes.
Hey. Jay.
Yeah, I did go over and look at it. It doesn't affect the road drainage in any way. The drainage has run behind those properties for years. And I assume that's a thing between the landowners. I don't know. I know it's against the law to impede the water to adversely affect your neighbor's property. But I think, I'm not sure that the town has to be in the middle of it. I think it's probably up to them to work it out between themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be a civil matter?
Yeah.
Yeah. It sounds like you're right, Jay, with that.
Thank you for going out there and looking at it.
Yeah, really. So Juanetta, maybe you can write a letter back to Chris Hayes saying that it was discussed, his issue was discussed at select board, and it is recommended that because it's between he and his neighbor, that they really should be working it out on their own. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Next letter. This letter is written by Alice Friedman, corresponding secretary for the Newfane Garden Club, and it's dated May 8th, 2020. To the Newfane Select Board, it is with great reluctance and regret that I write to let you know that the members of the Newfane Garden Club are no longer able to keep the upkeep on the flower gardens in front yard of the town office building. Our membership grows older and sparser with increasingly limitations on our physical abilities. We hope that you are able to find younger persons who would like to continue the garden's care, or perhaps hire a professional gardener or landscape care firm. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to contact me. Sincerely, Alice Freeman, corresponding secretary of the Garden Club. And personally, I want to say thank you very much to all the members of the Garden Club. They have been working diligently for many years to make the town hall look very attractive on the front, at the front of the building. And yes, unfortunately, just some of us are getting older and can't do that kind of work anymore. So perhaps we know of people who are interested. If not, and if we have the funds, we might choose to hire somebody. Shelley, are you raising a hand or just?
No, I'm not raising my hand. I'm just listening.
Oh, okay. So does anybody have any idea of somebody? Angela?
I think now that it's been publicly known and everybody who watches and sees, if there's somebody that would be willing to donate a portion of their time to the town and want to plant some flowers or take care of it, or anybody who works at the town hall or any one of us that wanted to put in a few minutes. I mean, it's great to beautify the front of the building.
Yeah.
And they have done an amazing job for so many years.
They have, absolutely. And we thank them very much.
Yes.
And,
it's a great group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would suggest that if anybody who's interested, you can come to town hall. Excuse me.
Call Juanetta.
Or call Juanetta or call Carol, the town clerk. And we all would welcome you to come into the building and offer your services if you so choose to. And in the meantime, thank you again to Alice Freeman and all the members of the current Garden Club.
Because they just donated all of their time to do it, right?
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So wonderful.
Okay. The next letter is from Nancy Ann Rees. Is that how you pronounce it? Rees?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Rees. Okay. This is to the written on May 12th, and you didn't receive this until today. Is that correct, Juanetta?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we should get copies of it, please.
Yes, we said. You asked that, and I said she'll get copies for you. To the Newfane Select Board from the Peter W. Rees family, Nancy Ann Rees, to Christopher Williams. I mean, not to, I'm sorry. It says Christopher Williams, excuse me. Okay, my description of this person would be divisive, manipulative, petty, jealous, harmful, control monger. The negativity and harm he has caused on our family goes back 30 years when we were remodeling our home at 65 Baker Brook Road. We were using his brother-in-law to help us and had to let him go because he was being dishonest. After this, we started getting stop work orders generated by overdue complaints.
Yeah.
By Christopher Williams. I had all the paperwork from the lawyers and meetings we were vindicated as there was never any reason for this to happen. And it was so very unjust. However, he has continued through the years to cause us much harm as possible. One more recent, very harmful example was the intimidation of people working on our riverbanks. After Hurricane Irene, our home was on the endangered list, and due to the devastation, chaos, and mistakes made afterwards concerning the management of the assistance given by the towns and agencies involved, we still have problems. We worked on permits for 4 years. The permits were posted, and his uncalled for interference caused confusion, upset, poor work, and loss of money. Again, so unjust. I would be of our opinion that Chris Williams should not be involved in any aspect of town business, as he is a liability and harmful to its residents. A second homeowner who had hired him to do work for them has expressed to me that he was expensive, didn't do an adequate job, and they would like to let him go, but they were afraid of retaliation through the town or otherwise. As someone who has experienced upset, negativity, tragedy, and monetary loss over the 30-year period of time, unfortunately, I have to admit to them that their concerns could indeed be valid. That's the end of the letter. Okay, so we have read all the correspondence, and
So no discussion about the letter?
Do you have something you'd like to say?
It's a pretty heartfelt letter, I'd say. And I think it's disconcerting about Christopher Williams.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. So we read all the correspondence, and we are up to pay orders, which means that we're going to have a few of us gather at town hall now. So it would be Angela and myself doing the pay orders, and Angela and myself and Shelley coming together to sign the two pieces of paper, one for Todd to continue being fire warden, and the second one was what? I already forgot.
The COVID-19 safety and
Thank
health
you.
work plan.
Thank you so much. Okay, is there a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, thank you. Have a good evening, everybody.
I guess I'll second it.
We don't need a second for adjournment. Okay. Thanks a lot,
you.
Melissa, Winetta, Angela, Jay, Shelley. Have a good evening. We'll see some of you in a few minutes, and the others have a peaceful night at home.
Bye.
Good
Thank
night.
you, Marion. You too.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to call this meeting to order, and we have the minutes from May 6th. What would you like to do?
I'd like to move that we adopt the minutes from May 6th.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. All right, moving on. We have bills for payment. We have warrants 24, the payroll 24P, Conservation Commission number 9, and from the reappraisal fund number 10.
I'll move we approve bills for payment warrants 24, 24P, Conservation Commission number 9, and reappraisal number 10.
I'll second that. Geraldine.
Okay, any discussion? Let's see. Warrant 24 was for $27,763.59. Most of it going into health insurance, payroll transfers, our monthly sheriff's bill, highway department supplies and repairs, Green Mountain Power, and some of the regular monthly bills that we have. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Let's see. We have some visitors, and Maeve, Jenks, do you want to take the floor and let us know what you're doing with the playground?
Yes. Hi. Okay. Hi, everyone.
Hi. Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you for inviting us. We're very excited. I say us because we also have Lily DePino here and Lance Nieper, and I believe Julian Egan is also going to try and join us shortly as well. So we are part of the Dummerston Leadership Council, which was developed as a group of parents and teachers and member of the community with the intent of really focusing on what the goal is of our school now that we don't necessarily have a select board that's looking at the focus of our school needs necessarily. And so this is a different type of board to kind of be able to oversee what our school needs are. And one of the things that came up in our brainstorming was the fact that we really are in need of an updated playground and outdoor educational space. And we have a lot of space. It's not that we, are limited on our space. And especially, that's kind of brings us to what brought us to the select board is a lot of that space that we have access to is now town property. And so, it felt very natural to make the town a part of this process in the beginning stages, which is where we are. So we want to be able to get input and feedback from everyone from the town and see what our needs are and our goals. Obviously, our wishes for this playground is to be around for a long time. And so we're not just looking for members of our school community to give an input. We want the entire community to give an input, whether you have kids at the school right now or not, especially because, I think that we're looking at it to be not just a playground of the school. It's going to be some really great outdoor recreational space. Of our group, as I said, Lily is a teacher at the school and has a really great insight as far as the educational services and how we'll be utilizing the school or the outdoor space during school time. And Lance, the other gentleman that's here, him and his wife actually travel to different playgrounds with their 2 kids, and they have some really incredible insight. I had no idea how many wonderful playgrounds there were out there. And so he's got some incredible suggestions and insight. And then I bring the fact that I'm also part of the rec board. And so I look at using this space as not just the playground for the school, but really kind of a recreational zone for the entire town. The survey that we put together that we want to send out to the members of our community members of Dummerston asks for any ideas. We're kind of at that very groundwork stage of developing this space where there is no idea too big right now. So our first focus was what can we do with limited funds? considering we don't have a school budget that's passed right now, and we have really not a whole lot of safe space for the kids to use when hopefully when we go back to school in September. So our first focus was, what can we do as quickly as possible to get some play and educational space ready for when September comes. And so our first look was at the wooded area and what we can do with that space as far as a hiking trail or a biking trail. And that's kind of where Lance came in. I know I just rattled off a lot. So before I pass this off to Lance, does anybody have any questions or thoughts or input? And I will take a pause. No?
No, I mean, I think that's a great overview, Maeve. And yeah, and I like the, you know, the focus that it is not just for the school, but for the town. And I guess, you know, I'm curious, and I'm sure you'll talk more about this. Obviously, with playgrounds, there's different needs for 5-year-olds as opposed to, you know, 12-year-olds. So how does that all get woven into a plan or a design? Is it, you know, in different phases and that sort of thing? But I'm sure you'll get to that.
Yeah, and you know, as a kind of playground subcommittee, we've really only met, I think, once, and we've exchanged a couple emails. So this really is the early stages, and so, you know, we haven't gotten very far into development. Like I said, our biggest key was what can we do in the next couple of months here so that we have some type of space accessible to our children, hopefully when they go back to school in September. So, but absolutely we'll, you know, talk more about what could possibly happen, because my brain's been going crazy for weeks, and I know Lily and Lance's and Julian's has as well. So,
Okay, who's next?
Yeah, I can talk a little bit about the trail that we're looking at. We're hoping to develop a multi-use trail, again, just to reinforce that for the community, but then also age continuum, where we have young individuals who could pedal without pedals, walk, hike, but then our older students who give them a little bit of a challenge too. And so we're looking how to maximize that space. And so I've reached out to a variety of trail builders and designers in the area. And a couple of names have popped up. One in particular, Curtis Fanti, who has developed some very accessible, he specializes in making sustainable trails, accessible trails, multi-use trails. And so he's agreed to kind of come out and look at the property to see where it is, to kind of maximize the space, and looking at what we could do with a very low budget. So reaching out to parent volunteers who would be willing to do the trail building aspect once we got the design. So the design and the flagging of the trail would be our major expense, just again, to make sure it's sustainable. We wouldn't be cutting trees. Obviously, we'd be going around all the natural features, but then trying to really showcase those natural features so the children and the community could see that beautiful space. I've walked it a little bit just to kind of get a sense of it, but we would need to bring in somebody that really, again, specializes. So we develop a multi-use trail, limit erosion, but increase access to a whole community. And so that's one area where we're thinking that we could, again, make progress this summer while their ball fields aren't being in use, while the school playground is not being in use. And then we, in the hopes that we could get it ready for the fall. That might be ambitious with the work and the trail building aspect, but there's a lot of volunteers on the parent side who are ready to go once we kind of have the green light. And so we're here today to kind of ask if we could, and what are the steps are to get that green light, to do the design work, the flagging, and to kind of get the ball rolling. So I'd be happy to be a point person with a particular select board member or the committee or whatever it takes. We estimate that the design and flagging would be approximately $400, and we would, you know, obviously look for different avenues to raise those funds, but we wouldn't want to get too far down the line without your approval. Obviously, we don't want to have any expenditures and find out something that you know, just wouldn't be possible. So we do have some people who are willing to do it. We've got some volunteers who are excited to do it. We're just now wondering what are the next steps to be able to kind of put that in motion, as Maeve said. So thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Lance, what's Curtis's last name?
Fanti, Fanti.
Okay.
He's developed some of the, if you're familiar with the Wheelock Park in Keene, he developed a kid-friendly, family-friendly bike park right across the street there. He also developed the food, it's called the Food Network Trails behind the YMCA. That's all his design work.
Okay.
And when I talked to him, he was very excited that we would be thinking about a kid-friendly, accessible trail that could be multi-use. So he was very much on board.
Interesting.
Okay to say something? Okay. The other thing that Lance and Maeve and I put together is a survey to sort of take the temperature of the community and get some feedback from the community, get some additional ideas around what the community at large might like to see, and as well also collect information about who might have services that they might like to contribute to any sort of outdoor learning space that we might change or alter in the school grounds. So, and I can share that in the chat if you want me to, or I can send it to somebody if you'd like to see it ahead of time, because you might have suggestions and tips or ideas for us as well.
You mean the results of the survey?
No, the actual survey itself. We didn't want to send it out without your blessing, so to speak.
Oh, I see. So you haven't, you've designed a survey, but you haven't sent it out yet.
Right, correct.
And is that the next step in this process, is to send out the survey? Is that what we're really looking at now?
I think that makes the most sense, just so we can get so that we have a broader sense of what people might envision in an outdoor space, and also we did sort of say no limits, any ideas, but then it also sort of helps us sort of set like, okay, well, we're obviously not going to put in an Olympic-sized swimming pool, but what are the other things that we could do? And also I'm sure there are ideas out there that we haven't even thought of as well. And so just to bring all those ideas home to one place, and then we can sort of sift through them and say, yeah, this is a lot of people want to go in this direction. This makes a lot of sense. This is a lovely idea, but probably not going to happen. That sort of thing, just organizing the general consensus around what people might like to see.
I think, Julianne, you want to say something?
Sure. Hi, Julianne Egan, Demerson School Principal. I'm actually on the WSESD board meeting right now too, but I wanted to pop in and just say hello. And also, just to kind of contextualize this, I think Maeve has already spoken about it. Thank you, Maeve and Lily and Lance, for speaking. There's just there's a big convergence of needs in the school around the outdoor space. And part of it has to do with just the evolving school community, the professional interest of the staff, and the real interest and passion of the school community to really develop the space. And so there's sort of three areas coming together. One is just the interest in sort of outdoor education. We already been working kind of with this idea of forest classroom and children really learning outside in this natural setting. There's also the play space in general, which, had a huge community effort years ago to get that current play space up, and now it's been quite a while, so it's ready for sort of another another revision of what that looks like. And so that's part of trying to get a sense of what is it people want to do in that space. And then the third piece is a real growing interest in farm to school work and growing food and kind of connections to our curriculum. The science and the social studies curriculum in particular are really connected to our outdoor environment at school. So as Maeve and Lily and Lance were saying, it's the very beginning stages, but we recognize that making decisions around the school property, and then of course the town property that surrounds the school, really involves a vision of our school community, but the larger community too. So we're excited about that. So I just wanted to say hi before I had to pop into my other meeting too, and just really looking forward to how this is going to evolve over the next months.
That's great, Julian. That answers 3 or 4 of the questions that I had. So thank you very much
Great.
for that.
Yes, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions?
So I have a question. This is Maria.
Yep.
And it's probably not so much for Maeve, Lance, or Lily, but it's really for the other board members.
Yeah.
It was probably a year ago that, yes, we own the property, but I think it was in early 2019, we signed a 10-year lease with the Dummerston School Board. And I'm not sure, without pulling up the lease, I believe that it was up to the school board, and now it would be now up to the new district for any repairs or improvements to the property. And I don't know how that would affect these plans going forward. I think they're wonderful plans, but we signed a 10-year lease with the school board.
Yeah, that was exactly my question too, Maria, is so what is the process here? This is new for everybody in terms of how this evolves and who has authority to do what and.
Right, right. As I think the concept is wonderful, but I just don't know by having a lease in place. And this lease was written by a Dummerston School Board member that was an attorney. So I'm assuming it's probably a pretty solid lease. And I believe any type of repairs or improvements should be done through the school and not necessarily, even though the town owns the property, we had no responsibility. And again, the school holds all the liability. So if we improve things, clearly the liability is going to change. Yeah. So I'm not sure as a select board how we can facilitate this without breaking a lease that we've signed.
Yeah, well, we should look back at that. Right. Paul, you had something to say? Oh, I can unmute.
Oh, well, okay, I just did.
Okay.
Thank you. My recollection is, Maria is correct, that the school deeded the property to the town. The town in turn signed a 10-year lease with the school. The other issue that, not to confuse the issue more, but my understanding is that also most school districts have signed turned over the properties to the merged districts. And I know that in Dummerston, nobody signed the property over to the district. So I don't know what if the state in effect says, we don't care whether you sign the property over or not, whether or not the property has been in fact transferred to the new merged school district. So just to throw that in for whatever it's worth.
Have you guys talked to the district about this yet, or are you just hitting us up first?
Yeah, we have not talked to the district yet. This is really, you guys were our first step. You know, I'm not too familiar with lease laws, and so I did know that the land was being leased. Lori had sent me a copy of that lease, and I reviewed it to the best of my limited knowledge. I do know that, you know, Julianne had said if it's up to the district school board that they'll be supportive of anything and everything, really. I mean, I don't think they're going to look at putting any limitations on, you know, the way that we want to use the land educationally. But I would have to think that ultimately, regardless of the lease, you know, there's got to be some ultimate, the town of Dummerston, I guess, has to have some ultimate hand in deciding what happens, considering this is long-term changes potentially, not just 10-year year lease changes. But so no, we haven't gone to the other board yet. We're starting with you. I do have the lease up, and I'm happy to send it out to everyone so that we all have a chance to review it. Not necessarily at this moment, but it's certainly a valid part that I hadn't quite thought too far into. I guess I was thinking that even though the land was leased, the town still owns it and has the rights to it. So that's a very valid.
Well, probably not, though, if it's leased, the rights, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lily?
I think that there, without seeing the lease in front of me, I believe that there was a thing in there that the school district, or well, the Dummerston School Board, and ultimately now the new school district, is responsible for all maintenance, upkeep, and any type of improvements. It was pretty, I thought, and any type of repairs. So, you know, if something broke on the playground, it was going to be up to them to fix it.
Right.
It was basically, the town was, I mean, it was pretty specific, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Lily?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that there's two things here that are happening. One is that Lance and Maeve and I and the Leadership Council in general are largely on a fact-finding mission to find out what the community is interested in. But then there is going to be another layer to this, is where we are going to have to go to central office, talk to Frank, and you know, then find out, first of all, how do we even begin to attempt to fund something like this, you know, whether it's fundraising, whether there are funds set aside in the district budget, when there ever is a district budget. So really we're at those first stages of fact finding, collecting information and beginning to formulate a plan so that then we can go to central office and say, or go to the district rather, and say, here's what we'd like to do. And then they'll turn around and say, that's lovely, come up with another plan. And we keep going back and forth until we find something that everybody can be comfortable with. That being said, because we're potentially using, well, because we want it to be all encompassing with Dummerston community, it was really important that we share some of our initial thoughts with all of you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It seems like without taking a vote, it seems like the select board's, you know, interested and pleased with what you're doing. And it seems like, you know, sending out your survey is a good next step, and then approaching the district, you know, with your next set of plans and ideas, and, you know, keeping us in the loop. This sounds like a good idea, but it doesn't seem, other than, you know, nodding our heads, I don't think we're in a position to do much more than that. What do the members think?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I see, Lance, you have your hand up. I see, but I want to follow up Zeke's thought. So in you coming to us, we're initially thinking, oh, do we have responsibility? What's our responsibility and authority here? And in remembering the lease, you know, I'm remembering that we were very clear that we didn't want to have authority, responsibility, liability, you know, for it. And so that was the purpose of the lease. Certainly, it's wonderful that you're coming to us, and really significant, important that you're coming to us early on. And I would think it would behoove the project to, even in the survey and in your communications with Dummerston residents, to clarify the process and who's responsible for what, so that other people don't make the assumption that the select board is the authoritative body here, you know, that you're keeping us well informed at every stage, and looking for our insights and, you know, positive response and any, you know,
Questions.
Yeah. So Lance, you had your hand up. I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you. No problem. I was just curious if, so we can capitalize on the time and there's certain things that need to be done. For instance, one of the other things is the removal of unsafe equipment that's there. That's something that we can get volunteers and things to do over the summer. And then obviously going back to the design flagging and trail building, does the select board have any concerns with moving forward with things of that nature? Or are there certain things, let's say the school district says, go ahead, start developing your trail, start clearing some of the old structures. Are there things of that nature that we should take into consideration before moving forward with the design and removal and trail building aspects?
Well, my sense is that no, if the district says okay, then you're good to go.
Mm-hmm.
What about other members?
Yeah,
I'd agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I trust that you guys are of the best intentions, that you know the school body better than any of us do, and that you're, creating this umbrella that includes the whole town is awesome, and that you're coming to us and informing us. It builds, confidence and trust.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and I look forward to getting the survey.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else on this right now? So it looks like your next step is going to the district.
It's a survey, isn't it?
Yeah, the survey is the next step.
Survey. Okay.
And then
Then the
share those results.
The district.
Right,
Okay.
in the district.
Great.
Yep.
Great. Awesome. Well, great work. Thanks very much for your
Thank you.
time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you all for your
Thanks a
time.
lot.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good luck. Okay. Anything else on that? Members want to go? Okay, then let's see. We have a road foreman's report. And let's see, Terry, do you want to?
Would you like me? I'll read it. He put one in writing. So on North Hollow Road, he installed 4 under drains crossing the road. They were put in places where there was standing water going over the road and getting close to over the road. This is a class 3 road, so we get the same funding from the state as Houghton Road. However, I should have waited until summer. I am in favor of the Conservation Commission making the map of the town, the sensitive areas for wildlife. We are working with A&R on a solution. He's also helping Putney finish up the sand, cleaning out culverts, grading, and cleaning up trees from storm on May 15th. There was approximately 10 trees that went down.
Okay. So yes, the NRC
ANR.
A&R did give him a very detailed blueprint for maintenance and maintaining the road, and so it has the least impact on the wetlands and habitat along the road, and so seems to be good with that. And so I think going forward, some of the concerns that have been raised by people should be addressed, I think.
ANR is?
Agency of Natural Resources.
Natural Resources.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is that Rebecca, the organization?
Yeah.
Yeah. She heads up the wetland division.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
One of the, as you know, the Conservation Commission submitted a set of recommendations to us, and I'm wondering whether one of which was to make a map of sensitive areas and share that with the road foreman. I'm wondering if it would be helpful, desirable to have a motion that sort of encouraging the Conservation Commission to make that map and sensitive wildlife areas, and then share it with the road with the select board and the road foreman. Does that make sense?
Sure. Why don't you make that motion?
Okay, so I'd like to make this motion that the board encourages the Dummerston Conservation Commission to make a map of of the town, identifying sensitive areas for wildlife, and to share that information with the road foreman.
Yeah, I'd say with the select board
Oh,
and the
pardon me,
road
yes,
foreman.
with the select board and the road foreman, yes.
I would second that.
Okay, any discussion?
Was there a second?
Yes.
Geraldine seconded.
Carolyn.
Sorry.
Okay, any discussion?
So if Lee is, I mean, do we need to do this? Because Lee has already said in his report that he was in favor of it. I mean, I don't know why we would need a motion, and it's actually in our town plan for the Conservation Commission to do this anyway. I'm not sure why we would need another additional motion.
Does it hurt?
I'm not sure why. I think it's unnecessary.
Well, the only reason I suggested it is that it sort of it encourages liaison between the Conservation Commission and the select board and the road foreman. It's sort of a friend of the court thing, really. In some ways, it's just to say, yeah, we're on board with that. But you know, if the board doesn't feel it's necessary or it's redundant, then we could just convey the sense of the board, you know, in a phone call. But you know,
I think we can convey it by a phone call personally, but because it is redundant.
It is, yeah.
Well, so Paul, you have your hand raised.
I didn't know at what point I should try to make a comment, but I'm particularly concerned or interested in Nurse Hollow Road as the bulk of the wetland is on our property. I know there's some on Maria's property, and but I, as a comment to your current motion, I think it lends a kind of a official imprimatur to that the select board is not only assenting to doing it, but it's doing it. You know, it's saying, yes, this is very good. It's in the record. I would encourage the select board to vote for that, even if it is redundant. It's sort of saying, yeah, we agree, we should do this. So that's my comment on it.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, I mean, I feel, oh, I'm sorry, Zeke.
No, go ahead.
I think that the situation that arose shows that we need some redundancy. You know, if everything existed before, that would have, you know,
prevented this from happening.
Yeah, right. Prevented this from happening, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. But it appears to me that we need some redundancy and some emphasis in this particular situation.
Yeah. Yes, Lee has said he'd like this. And so this motion sort of instructs the Conservation Commission to go ahead and provide, go ahead and make the maps, provide them to the town road foreman and the select board. And so it may be redundant, but it's, I agree, it's somewhat symbolic act to say, yeah, let's go ahead with this and move on. So is there any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Okay. All right, there. David, do you want to go ahead and let the Conservation Commission know to go ahead with that map?
I will.
Okay, and Terry, would you let Lee know that you've
Yes.
asked the Conservation Commission to go ahead with that map?
Okay.
Great. And Paul, you had something to add?
Well, yeah, I wanted to join the meeting because I wanted to hear the select board's discussion about Nurse Hollow Road. I actually had a comment that I wanted to make to the select board as I didn't know when you were going to ask for it as a public comment, but it was an item not on your agenda, but it was just
Okay.
a general thought that I had.
I was just going to ask right now, so go ahead, Paul.
Oh, okay. Well, my comment revolves around the current times that we're in, you know, the unusual situation that the whole state of Vermont and the whole country is in, and the economic ramifications of that. And I noticed that the governor did sign S-344, I guess last week, the day after your select, well, I don't know if on the 14th, it wasn't right after your select board meeting, but he did sign S-344, which, as your minutes indicated, gave you three alternatives, three possible avenues of dealing with the economic situation. One was to not have penalties and interest on late payments on taxes, and two was to well, I forgot the three, but the other one that I was thinking about, it gives you the authority to reduce the budget, and that's the one I'm appealing to you on at this point. Is that currently next year's budget is geared to have a 13% increase on the municipal tax rate, and or the amount of taxes raised will be 13% higher than the previous year. And that's a pretty onerous burden for a lot of people, some, whether they're on income sensitivity or whether they're not on income sensitivity. A lot of people's incomes are going to be devastated during this recent period and ongoing for some time. And I would encourage the select board to take their sharp pencil and red pencil and do what it can to reduce the impact on the taxes for the subsequent year. I know there are any number of areas that you could approach, but you know, that's in your bailiwick. But I would encourage you to do that. So
Okay,
that's
Paul. Yep, great. And actually, this is on our agenda a little further down under new business, but you sort of primed the pump for that.
Okay. If I may comment on Nurse Hollow Road, though,
Sure.
I didn't doing these out of sequence, I guess, a little bit. We were notified of that Nurse Hollow Road situation as a result of the lady who wrote the letter to the select board and to the Conservation Commission, I believe. And I met with David down there in Lee, and I know it's a class 3 road. At one point in time, this was as a result of actually Steve Glayback approached me some years ago and asked if Jody and I objected to closing the road because and I said, well, I didn't want to close it, but I didn't mind if it was, you know, and he said, well, how about gating it? You know, I said, I wouldn't mind a gate. I said, I didn't want to see the classification of the road changed, but being a pent road or subject to gates and bars was fine with me. There was a lot of issues going on down that road. People were leaving trash. There were drug deals going on at the time. And the gate certainly seems to have done its job in terms of that, because there's there's little trash being left on the side of the road. I virtually don't see any anymore. But that at the time I was under the impression, and I may be wrong, but and I mentioned this to David, but I didn't say I may be wrong. But I didn't think the town was reimbursed. I was under the impression at the time that the town would lose its state aid on that portion of the road that wasn't maintained. Now, I can't prove that, and I don't know if it has taken place or not. But regardless, if you look at what the state aid to the town is, if you look at your budget, it's like $127,500 $1,000 you get from the state for state aid for counting all your class 2 and Class 3 roads. And given the fact that you've got 62 miles of road in town, it works out to about $2,000 or a hair over $2,000 per mile that you get for maintenance. Now that certainly doesn't cover maintenance in the roads in town, as you know. But my point is, much of this money is spent at the discretion of the select board and the road foreman as to where you spend your money. And I just don't see the need for putting a whole lot of money and effort into like Nurse Hollow Road. And I would just encourage you to, think about that. And because it's not a travel road, even though it's a Class 3 and it's supposed to be not habitable, but drivable by a pleasure vehicle, 12 months of the year. Fact is, you don't plow it except only for about 3/10 of a mile, about 2/10 of a mile on Maria's side, and about 1/10 of a mile on the north end. So you don't spend a lot of money on the road, and there's no real great need to spend it doing other stuff on it, like this kind of stuff that was done last week or the week before. I can't remember when it was done, and so I just wanted to pass that on. And I thought that frankly, I don't like the use of a flail mower to use, and you've heard me say this at town meeting, to clear the brush on sides of the road. It just doesn't make for a very attractive job. And a number of people have commented to when I mention it to people, they say, "You're right, it's ugly," and it really doesn't do anything for the town of Dummerston if we do that, do the brush on the sides of the road in that manner. So thank you.
Great. Okay. All right, so more food for thought. Any comments from the members? Okay, thank you, Paul.
Yeah, okay. I will leave you. That's all I had in mind, but thank you very much.
You're welcome to stay. Let's move on to correspondence for information. Is there anything anyone would like to discuss?
I can just throw it in here because it's under the daily coronavirus updates. When we have that food distribution, there's going to be one next week at Brattleboro High School. It's Wednesday from 10 to 2. They really want to get the word out to people that please use the South Main Street area to go up through. They're the last 2 food distributions they've done, they've had unbelievable amount of people, and they're trying to get the word out. And I did let Bill Schmidt know through Dummerston Cares, because I figured he knew about it, so they can let that word go out that way too. And Lori's going to put a little email out town-wide to let people know.
Great. Okay. Anything else under correspondence for information? Okay, moving on to new business. Let's see, we had a nuisance dog complaint up on the west side of town, and we issued a fine for this nuisance dog, and we'll see, they have 21 days to appeal this fine if they so choose, and then we would meet to consider that. If otherwise, we'll just keep this dog on our radar.
Right. There's been no new complaints since then.
Yeah.
And I spoke to Lori this afternoon, and she has not gotten anything back from him or anything at all. No calls, no nothing as of today.
Great. Okay. We'll still have a few weeks to go. So.
Right. Exactly.
Yep. And then moving on, we have S344 bill regarding property taxes for discussion. Terry, what do you have on that?
So this is what Paul kind of explained it, the three different criteria for this that we got to look at, to take under advisement. So I have asked Charlotte, and she is hopes to get it to us by Friday, an idea of how much, if we took it out, we do not have the new grand list done yet. But what amount, if say at a certain amount, what would it drop the taxes would be, and to give us some ideas. So the state is encouraging all towns to go through your budget and to see if there's anything that you possibly could take out, not take out, examine the interest and penalty. It wouldn't be a penalty, there's no penalties until February, but the interest, or do we want to change the date of when the taxes are due? So my thought is we could get this information from Charlotte and possibly next Wednesday have a budget work session and give us some chance to go through the budget, everybody, and say, hey, do we really need this? Is it going to be worth it if we took out this amount, or how much would it be where it'd make a substantial change? And we have a discussion with Charlotte and Lori.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea.
Are people available for next Wednesday?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I think I am.
Okay, so
I
this
am.
would be a work session. It would be open to the public, but and we would not be able to vote on anything.
Right.
But it would give us a chance to have a discussion like we do in our normal budget.
Right.
Right.
So if everyone were to review the budget, it might be good to, if there's something you see that you want to propose, we might want to maybe have our meeting and then discuss if we do have any thoughts of cutting anything. We might take some time to maybe go to the committee or the commission or stakeholders on that item, budget item, and go over it with them in light of these possible changes and that we might make. Just
So
try to get some involvement in it.
yeah, does the legislation say that we have the authority to just make these changes without getting town approval?
Right, exactly. Yes. This is something that came through the Governor Scott sign. This is normally you would have to have a special town meeting to drop something out of your budget. This is taking it to just to the select board level and saying, okay, and that's all the action that needs to be taken.
Okay, so I guess what I would ask is that I'm definitely in support of a work session next Wednesday. I'm available. But I would want some context for scale. What I want to avoid is, nitpicking on little bits, like for it to make a difference, how much would we need to take out of the budget?
That's what Charlotte's working on. She's starting at like a low number and then going, and I asked her, give us a number where you can really see where, based on our old grand list, we don't have the new one, where this is where you really want to aim to if you really want to make a significant drop in budget. So, I mean, and then we can play in between, but yes, that's what I'm asking her for.
Well, what we want is a significant impact on the taxes.
That's exactly what I'm asking. Yeah. So if we took out, for say, I'm not saying this is the number, but if we took out, say, 60,000, you'd see a significant drop on the municipal side of the taxes. Then you've got a number to shoot for, and then we can sit and say, is this possible?
Yeah.
It may not be.
Good.
It may be.
Perfect. Yeah.
Yes.
I think we're all on the same page.
Right. But while we're going to have Lori and Charlotte in on this anyway, we're going to need to, because we need their input in terms of the billing. What about the interest? What they think about that? while we're doing that, if we could just take a few minutes, if nobody minded, and just grab a quick personnel group with the listers and Roger while he's here to get a sense of where they're at, because things are starting to become more fluid in terms of things are opening up, and see where everybody's comfortable at with the opening stage, because the next stay-at-home order, if he's going to amend anything, would be on the 14th, and that, we don't know what it's going to be, but workplaces are coming online. So what is that going to mean, and how can we maybe possibly get more people to, Roger to come in more and get their all sense? We had this at the beginning. I think it's time to just get a whole idea of where everybody's at and how they feel. Because it's going to be a while before we're going to have select board meetings in the building.
Yep.
Okay. So does anybody have a problem with having them join us at the beginning?
No.
Oh, okay.
That's a good idea.
Okay.
And so would we have it be a 6 o'clock meeting?
Yeah.
Our normal time?
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. And the same link will work.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
But then we can get a sense from Jean also, sorry, Maria, sense from Jean where she is at with the grand list and when she thinks she'll have it done too. That'll give us a little bit of insight too on the lister side.
So Maria, would you be able to just warn this meeting?
Yes, I'll type up a quick agenda, and I can send it to you, Zeke, before I send it to Lori to post if you want.
Right.
So we're going to do a personnel meeting at 6, and then follow with a budget work session.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. And back to that budget discussion. Just I remember Joe Cook saying one time that the municipal budget was about 15% of a resident's tax bill. 85% was the school budget. So when we are thinking about making cuts, and we can cut, but I'm glad Charlotte will give us some information, because if we make cuts here and there and it results in tax bill being lowered by $3, it's not going to be worth it. So that's something to consider.
But it's really important that we do it and we look at it, and I think that's a important effort.
Our due diligence, yes.
Our due diligence, exactly.
Our fiduciary responsibilities.
There you go. That's exactly.
Yeah. Now, Charlotte did let us know that the next payroll, making sure everyone got a full week compensation. We're good for this warrant. Was it the next one?
It's the next one that we would be in we only did it till the end of May, so it'd be this warrant. Well, it'd actually probably half of May and 1 week into June.
Okay.
For the next warrant.
Okay, and apparently it hasn't been a problem with people getting their hours, but do you want to extend that into the next pay period? What would you like?
I mean, I don't think things have changed enough that.
I think we should go one more pay period, and then I think by then we might know where we're headed as to what direction we're going in. I mean, it's changing by every other day, and it's moving forward, but let's do it one more pay period.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, is that a motion in a second by any chance?
Go for it.
Sure.
It is.
Yeah. Okay, Maria, you got that?
Yeah, who seconded it? Terry made the motion.
David.
Okay.
All right. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. All right. Does anyone else have any other new business?
Maria?
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
Oh, And that's what the,
Thank you. Thank you all.
we saw the light on. We were waiting for somebody to say something.
Yeah, I was looking for something profound, but I guess I'll
Yeah,
take-
see, the thing is, Maria, what you don't understand is when you make any movements or anything, your little light, your box goes on. So we think you're gonna say something.
Oh,
You can't-
not just when I talk. So I
Yeah.
could be waving to you guys and it goes off? Oh.
Well, you
I-
scratch the phone a little bit and you can, and we think we don't know if you're gonna say something, so you can't
Oh,
see it.
okay.
That's why. So we were thinking you had something else.
Okay.
Well, did I get a second to that?
Sure.
Okay, great.
See you next Wednesday.
All right, see you next Wednesday.
Okay, thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Let's call this meeting to order at 5:32 on Wednesday, May 20th. And just to let folks know as you're coming in, if you would like to speak, please send a message through the chat box. Otherwise, Karen will likely mute you all, but if for some reason she doesn't, please mute yourselves so that we don't have tons of background noise. And are there any adjustments to the agenda, Karen?
I have one.
Okay.
I want to add under select board items, under VLCT select board rules of procedure, I want to add Town of Putney Emergency EMD delegation of authority.
EMD delegation of authority. And we did get the paperwork on that.
Yes, you did.
Okay. And then I wanted to add a discussion about, I don't know if everybody saw the action that Brattleboro took last night at their select board meeting, but I would like to discuss the action they chose to take and how we want to approach that as a community regarding requiring masks in local public spaces. So we can add that after the Forest for Learning, Karen, do you think, or should we add it before?
No, I think you can add it at the end.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And the rest of Green Up Day and the other things you and I had discussed earlier, you're going to add those to your town manager's report?
Correct.
Perfect.
Yeah, I have Green Up, I have Library, and I have Landmark.
Right, so, okay. Do I hear a motion to approve minute for and are you?
Can you repeat?
Is it me that's lost, or is it them?
You're freezing up a little bit. I'll make a motion.
Okay, am I cutting in and out?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of April 29th, and I believe it was May 6th. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
And I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Are you getting me?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. So
Did we have minutes from from last week's meeting as well?
Yeah, we did.
Those were separate, right?
Yeah, they're separate
Yeah.
and they're not done yet.
They're not done? Okay.
Not done. Next meeting.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right, so do we have any public comment on items not on the agenda? If you have public comment, feel free to send it into the chat or to request to speak, or raise your hand if I can see you. I'm just going to give that a few seconds. All right, then we're going to move on to select board items. Putney Mutual Aid is up first, and I'm not sure who on Putney Mutual Aid wants to speak first. We have several members of this group here. So I see Jamie, I see Ruby, and I see Ellen. Am I missing anyone else? Excuse me, I just burped. Am I missing anybody? Sorry.
Hi, Jamie.
Can we, Karen, you can unmute yourselves. And
yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I imagine you designated somebody to speak, so.
You hear me?
Jamie, I can't hear you.
Try it now. Oh.
Hold on. I think.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Kinda.
Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Better.
Yes.
Is it any now?
There you go.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yes.
Much. Thank
Okay,
you.
that was my headset. Sorry, I was trying to make it so no one else had to listen to all of us. So hi, what a treat to be with you all via Zoom. Hi, town government. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good to see you.
Yeah, long time.
Yes.
I live in a hermitage over here. So I created the presentation. How long do I have? What's a reasonable amount of time?
If we could keep it under 5 minutes, that would be great.
Okay, if that's the case, I'll just do high level reporting and let you know that everything I'm saying is in a written report that I'll email to Laura as soon as I get off. And so I'm going to use that as an outline. So if it looks like I'm not looking at you, it's because I'm not looking at you. So holler if you need my attention. And then I would invite anybody from Putney Mutual Aid, which I see a number of you here, to please chime in. Ruby, Ellen, I see you. I didn't look at everybody. So if somebody else is there, feel free to chime in if I've missed something. So the fast version is 5:39. So let's see how fast this can go. The fast version is that a group of us in the middle of March started reaching out to the town and our state representatives, folks of us in Putney who were realizing that COVID-19 was going to be a real thing and that it might require some upping the level of support of our town government and our state systems. And so a group of us started saying, what can volunteers do? A group of us emailed our state reps and a couple folks in town government and realized that we could start kind of organizing ourselves. And so spent 2 weeks meeting daily. And I think the first conference call was organized by Mike Maricki, our state representative. And it kind of brought us this kind of ad hoc group together of folks who didn't know each other. And from there, we met daily for 2 weeks and then backed off to once a week since then. We've been going strong for 2 months now, and we've created a couple of resources, all of which are linked on the Town of Putney's COVID-19 update website. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And I have all the links that I'll include in my report to you. And then we've created a Facebook page. We have a Google Voice number that's a local number now for folks who don't have access to the internet. And then we have an email address. And so by the numbers, what's interesting about this work, or kind of the high level, what's interesting about this work is that immediately we put a survey out, which was a confidential needs and offering survey. And this is modeled off of what many others are doing around the state and the nation in mutual aid groups, of which we are one of many, many. I mean, I was on a conference call with 100 people from the state of Vermont who are doing this work. So we are not unique. There is quite a network of amazing work happening during this time with volunteers. And many are integrating with their organizations. Many are from organizations. And then in small towns, folks might not even have a single organization they can network with. So it's just neighbors helping neighbors. So I think the fast version is immediately we saw a spike of folks filling out the confidential needs survey and offerings, and 75% were volunteers. We have 180 people who filled it out now. There was some very significant needs that were being articulated, and because we live in a small town, I'm not going to go into specifics, but it involves people needing mental health support, people not having access to enough food, people who might be in a situation where housing isn't secure. You name it, it's happening in our town. And so a lot of our support systems are already in place, and you all were already, helping, the state reps, the emergency management director, Tom Goddard. A lot of those things were in place and people were already doing that outreach. But what Putney Mutual Aid is doing is kind of creating a networking opportunity from town government and the emergency management director out into street by street. And so now we have about 32 neighborhood point people who are building networks street by street in Putney. We've either called people by phone, done mailing, or gone door to door with no contact, meaning, we're doing social distancing, we're not knocking on doors, we're leaving a note behind with a rock on it. We've done that kind of outreach to about 1,000 people. And so our goal is now to get to the other 800 that are existing on our voter rolls. Recognizing voter rolls are incomplete documents. We're doing our best to do it, everyone, not just folks who are on the voter rolls. So, a percentage of folks need support. A lot of people want to volunteer and help out. And we're Vermonters, so people are very, very self-reliant. And so many times we're noticing that just saying, hey, we're here, and knowing that we're offering each other support is what we can do. And so I would just defer to my colleague Ruby McAdoo, who's been doing a ton of the work behind the scenes, managing all of the confidential data that we're keeping. And I will look at my notes to see if I'm missing anything, if she wants to add something.
That was exactly 5 minutes, Jamie. Good job.
And I'll be really brief because I think that Jamie kind of encompassed everything. We do have some core volunteers who are helping to manage the data, and we're in a good place with that. The only thing I would add is that Putney Mutual Aid also contributes to and helps to coordinate a number of projects that are, you really don't mean that much to you because they're things that are in process, but one of them I'm going to mention because it does relate to the mask situation that Laura mentioned about Brattleboro. I think tonight I'm going to be going and setting up a mask tree in town that will give people free access to masks without any contact and without asking, which we're hoping will help people to kind of adhere to that requirement. And that's one example of a project that we participate in. And we're looking for, we just look for ways that we can be helpful, connecting people. We connected someone who, through Laura as well, someone who said they had a 3D mask printer, and that they've been helping at Landmark, and that was a big deal also. So I think that Putney Mutual Aid is just getting our roots and trying to do good work is where we can. And the matching process is a huge part of that, but the projects that we're contributing to is also, that's a big part of what we do as well.
So I might take 2 more minutes. Do I have permission to do 2 more minutes to share some numbers with how we're linking to the existing organizations?
Sure.
Okay. I think what's interesting about this work is it's not designed to operate outside of the existing networks you all have built. It's designed to support them. And so the network is an example. 180 people have filled out the confidential needs and offerings form. We have sent, or the Putney Food Shelf has activated 7 of those people that we have sent them to help volunteer. We have sent 10 folks to the Putney Food Co-op to help with delivery of groceries. We have sent Putney Community Cares 2 volunteers for Meals on Wheels. We've offered and sent Putney Central School meals work 8 volunteers. I don't know that they're going to activate them, but they were offered and they have them. We've reached out and connected with the emergency management director, Tom Goddard, and he's been really clear with us that all mental health or emergency work is coordinated through him. And so one of the interesting things that came up on the form was that people were like, I am a Coast Guard, retired Coast Guard. I'm a mental health worker. I'm, people volunteering, all of these amazing skills in our community. And so I think we sent about 17 of those volunteers to Tom so that he had access to folks who were basically saying, hey, we're ready to go. What can we do? So we sent those to them. We've reached out and done a little work with you, Karen, around the Resilient Putney. I think that's what you call it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Resilient Putney. So we were doing some early work coordinating anybody who identified food as something that they were willing to offer, trying to figure out local producers and how to get them tied into the system that the town of Putney has on their website of trying to really centralize the local food system access for folks who might be concerned about what's on the shelves at the grocery store and how we can be really resilient in our own community as food producers. And then people are getting grocery delivery through us. That was something that wasn't existing in an organization. And so we've activated 8 people to do a no contact grocery delivery process with neighbors who really need support getting their groceries picked up and delivered to their house. So I think there's a couple of other random things like Ruby mentioned. I will point out that we've made the news twice. And I think that's interesting because one of the critical narratives right now, there's a couple different narratives that I've seen. There's some fairly negative narratives and there's some fairly positive ones. And the thing that's really exciting about the work and the volunteerism in Putney is that we're making the news because it's such an amazing story. And so VPR featured us. I don't know if you saw the board that Ruby put up at the Putney Food Co-op, but VPR does these daily news briefings. And so the Community Joy Board was featured on VPR. And then that story of the 3D mask making made the Brattleboro Reformer, and that was a link that happened between Laura Chapman and Putney Mutual Aid folks, linking a 3D printer to somebody with the capacity to do 3D printing. And I think they're producing masks for Brattleboro and Rutland hospitals. So I think those were some really exciting developments. So anyway, I think that's the kind of the high level stuff. I will point out, Karen, you had mentioned, the town developing an email system. And I was looking through all of our email records. We have about 176 emails, about 172 phone numbers. We have a Facebook page. We've put 5 sandwich boards up around town with a local phone number in case people don't have access to the internet. We have flyers up at the post office, the G store, the co-op. We've dropped them off at other businesses, but we don't necessarily see them being posted. They have tear-offs. So if somebody's in an emergency situation, they can tear off. We highlight you all. We highlight the food shelf. So our work is to reflect back the existing infrastructure that you all have created. So I think that's what the attempt is to try to integrate us all and build systems of networking and communication.
And you're doing a very nice job.
Yeah.
Well, we know what. I just want to say we keep hearing about what you all are dealing with and doing, and we know what's going on nationally and globally, and we're just really proud of how hard people are hustling during this time. So thank you for collaborating with all of us to make a healthy community.
Thank you, Jamie, and Ruby and Ellen and everybody else that's working on Putney Mutual Aid. I want to add that I recently read an article that was actually shared out by Putney Mutual Aid on social media, and one of the points of interest in it that really came to the top for me is somebody that has participated in many mutual aid projects throughout my adult life. I have noticed that most mutual aid projects are in response to immediate crisis, and there's a difference in the way that this is being organized. It feels like it's more preparatory. And so I appreciate that. And I think it's going to carry far into the future for us, I hope, as long as we are able to maintain the energy of people such as yourself. So are there any questions from the board or from Karen for Putney Mutual Aid?
Well, I just want to make a statement that our hazard mitigation plan is due in November. And I think with the creation of Putney Mutual Aid, I think we can utilize what you're doing in that plan as like a continuity plan, resiliency plan. So somehow we'll tie that in. I haven't looked at it yet, but as we progress through the process, I'll be getting a hold of you.
And Karen, just so you're aware and we've talked before, that's a project, our thinking about it is a project that we work on, and I'm the kind of lead person for that. So whenever you're ready to collaborate, or if there's a meeting you want to pull us into, just you can tap me and I will be there.
Thank you.
I have a question, Ruby. I'm assuming, given that you're handling, and I gather you're the point person on this as well, the confidential information of a number of people. How are you? And I don't need details, but just sort of an overview of your ability to keep that information secure and your confidence in that security.
So it's not just me. Jamie and I both are on a volunteer team with one other individual, Core Trowbridge, and the three of us are the only people that have access to that data. And it is as secure as Google Drive is secure. I don't know if there's any way to share that data and have a form and protect it any more than we are, which is by only giving access to those three people. Of course, when we do match someone, we share their information, but we have received permission from or expressed to people who have participated and asked them to opt out if they didn't want to give permission, to share their information to resources, organizations, and individuals who can help them. And so from that perspective, we do treat the information as confidential. We don't share it, particularly when Jamie actually does most of the calls to individuals to connect with them. If she finds information that is sensitive, it's not shared with anyone except for the people who really need to know that information. But so I don't know if that answers your question, and I don't think you want to know the boring intricacies of what the systems are that we use, but no. we do protect it, and it is controlled to a very small number of people. For a while, it was just Jamie and me, and that became untenable for a few different reasons. We're both, mothers who are stretched, and we also there are lots of levels of what we need to do to manage that information, and having even just the one additional person and Core is really wonderful at helping us to keep that data, ship shape.
Good, thank you. I also would just reiterate Karen's sentiment that I hope and assume you all will be able to carry this going forward. Certainly through the pandemic, but also I think it's a remarkable resource you've created, and ways that we can support that as a town in general, even in times of quote unquote less need. I think that's great. So really appreciate it.
And I think I would just refer to Jamie's been working really intensively on the neighborhood point person piece, and the goal with that is really to create an infrastructure of a lot of different communication systems so that we can really get out to as many people in town in the case of an emergency. So I agree. I think that's our intention and our hope, that this would be a useful kind of structure for the future, whatever it holds.
Good.
I don't think this is the forum to discuss it, but I will say that one of the pieces it has raised is where the vulnerabilities lie in our community that the pandemic is laying bare. And many of them, us know what they are, but the challenges that we face as a community to make sure that folks are okay during this time is real. So anyway, I just appreciate our commitment to each other to do that work.
Yeah, I think, and I highlights it. Of course, many of the people that you are reaching out to individually are people that often, because of their nature, et cetera, are not likely to come forward to ask for help. So I think that's really meaningful to be able to actually get to people and say, we're here if you need us, and we're not going to bug you if you don't, but we're here, and that's great.
And then in several cases, it
Agreed.
seems like that's what matters. There's a psychological element to this that I think the isolation, it just, so yeah. But then there's like, you need food part. So that's the other piece we've been really hustling around. So, so thanks to all of you who have these great systems. The food shelf, Putney Community Cares is offering financial assistance to folks we've sent to them. And it's just amazing what's happening.
David, do you have anything?
I want to say thank you. I want to say I'm proud to be from Putney and feel like the things that you're doing are so important. And I know so many people who are very self-sufficient and yet also proud and are reluctant to ask for help or even receive it sometimes. And I think what you're doing is a great thing. Thank you for doing it. Thank you so much. I feel in so many ways less affected, I think, than most people by this because I work at home and have a successful business and a fairly large group of people around me that I help and who help me because of all my years of being here. But I'm also isolated and don't know many of the people that you know that you're dealing with. And thank you for everything that you're doing. I think it's a great system. Thank you.
Maybe the last thing I'll end on is just that to Josh's earlier point, we created generic sandwich boards, which arguably are difficult to read. So it was a learning lesson, but they are in places where people are walking by. And the sandwich boards were made generic. We were going to put COVID-19 on them, and then we made them generic so that they could be used indefinitely. And so it's like Putney Mutual Aid, neighbors helping neighbors. So it's a resource that we invested in, banners that go over sandwich boards so that those will be there if there's going to be another time that they're needed.
That's great. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us and for all the work you're doing and this update. We really appreciate it. And please keep us in the loop and reach out. I know I meet with you pretty regularly, but if you have anything that comes up, definitely reach out and let us know. So,
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank you.
all. I know that Ellen had jumped on this call. Ellen, did you want to give any kind of update at all as to the food shelf's role in this?
I kind of just wanted to hear the update from Mutual Aid, but I will say that the food shelf has, as you've probably been aware of, sprung into action, and our numbers continue to grow with our curbside pickup. And we have about a quarter of our customers each week are getting a home delivery. So that's something new that we've started. And people have been so generous to us, and to David's point, people who receive also want to give, and so we're looking into ways that people can kind of be part of that whole system, so that it's not just a beneficiary; they're able to contribute as well. So we'll keep you posted if we come up with anything. But please, I know probably everyone here does this, but spread the word. We're open to everyone. No need to answer any questions except your town of residence and number in your household. So there's no barrier to coming. You don't even have to get out of your car. So.
Wonderful.
Thanks,
Ellen,
Laura.
can you remind me? I know there's, and maybe you remember the exact timing on this. Wednesday in Brattleboro, there is a food box giveaway again. And
Yes.
this one actually is a fresh food box giveaway, like
Yes.
2 gallons of milk, 20 pounds of chicken.
Yeah, 10
Am
pounds.
I getting this right?
Yep. So it's fresh food and some shelf stable food, and it's a partnership with the food bank and the Abbey Group, which I think is a food distributor. I don't know the time offhand. It's May 27th.
I want to say it's 10 o'clock at
I
the
have 10 o'clock
Brattleboro
in my
High
mind.
School. Yeah.
And one thing they have run out of food at other distributions like this. So that's one thing I wanted to emphasize even when Herb sent out his email to the school community about this event. We don't ask questions either, and we give away pounds and pounds of food to each person that comes. So if they run out of food at that distribution, come on Saturday from 9 to 11 to the food shelf. Because I took a picture that I can share with you separately, but we sometimes give out a full bag of produce, extra produce that we get from the food bank, a full bag of shelf-stable foods, and then extras like dog food or diapers or whatever we have. I mean, it's 3 to 4 bags full of food every week to each person. So
Fantastic. I just found the flyer and it's Wednesday, May 27th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Brattleboro Union High School. 2 gallons of milk, 7.5 pounds of Cabot cheese, 20 pounds of pre-cooked chicken, and 25 pounds of fresh produce per box.
Yeah.
So, great. Thank you so much, Ellen.
Thank you. We appreciate all you're doing, all of you. Thank you.
Right back at you. So,
I have a question for Ellen.
Yeah.
Ellen, this is Karen. Is Soundview supporting you with paper products too?
Yes, they are. And you probably know that they have been for a long time. They've always said, "Oh, just give us a call if you need anything."
Yeah.
They dropped off, I want to say, 144 rolls of toilet paper and 50 or so rolls of paper towels last week.
Nice.
And that's been so great. And every week we give away either one roll of toilet paper to each family or a roll of paper towels.
Nice.
So they are continuing to be awesome partner for us.
Great. That's good
so
to hear.
Alan, this is Josh. I'm just wondering, I know I never connected back with you about masks because I had already left them at the food shelf. There are still more of those masks. Are those something you all would still be able to use more of?
We definitely can use them, but we have plenty left. I'm on the outside team. If you haven't seen what our setup looks like for the food shelf, people pull up in their cars and we have greeters who kind of preview how it's going to work. And one of the questions we ask is, do you need masks? And so we'll hand out a couple of disposable masks, or if we have reusable masks. So they're great to have. I've put one on a couple times when my reusable mask has gotten really, uncomfortable to wear, but we definitely still have a good supply left.
Okay, sounds good. Well, the rest will be at the fire station if you end up needing more.
Okay, thanks, Josh.
fantastic. All right. Well, thank you so much to all of you. And now we're going to, seeing there's no other, Ruby said she's bowing out to go to a school board meeting and hopefully put up the mask tree, but thanks us all. And we'll be watching for the public pool update. Thank you, Ruby. So, all right, so we're going to move on to an equity and inclusion update. And I believe that Lisa is here to speak to that. Lisa, if you can unmute yourself. There she is.
Hi, I'm here. I don't know. It's not, I'm trying to turn my camera on. Okay. Oh, there I am. But also, I figured you should get a face and a name. Can you see me? No?
Not yet.
All right. There you are.
Hi. There you are.
Hi. I'm Lisa Munoz. I haven't met some of you. I arrived in Putney end of June last year, and I live and work at the Putney School. So nice to meet you.
Same here.
Nice to meet you.
And I'm the Director of Equity and Inclusion at the Putney School, which is a new position for the school as of last June. And I'm here to share, is it possible to share my screen with you all? So that you can see where I'm reading from, or?
I
can't, I'm not a presenter. Is it possible?
Hang on a minute and I can maybe do that for you, Lisa.
Thank you.
If you make her a presenter, Karen, she should be able to then share her screen.
Try that.
Yep. So, so the Equity and Inclusion Committee met probably for the first time after, I would say, a month or two hiatus because of COVID-19 and sort of how that rocked everybody's world. But when we got together, we started having conversations about how equity and inclusion sort of, as you've been having discussions today, expose what's always been there, and how this committee can offer suggestions about how to make sure that everybody is safe and also belongs. And so one of our thoughts was to ask the select board to consider a recommendation really about what it means. I titled the document, What It Means to Be a Good Neighbor and Safety for All, with the lens of inclusion and belonging and community. So if you allow me to read the recommendation, and this is really about the citizens and community of Putney and the visitors that are, I'm sure, on their way as restrictions are being lifted every day and people get more comfortable getting in their car and driving through this scenic little community. So here's our recommendation. Dear Putney community, one of the unspoken tenets of being a good neighbor is looking out for others. During this global pandemic, please remember that looking out for others does not mean we abandon empathy, civility, and humanity. Many in the community are scared for a host of reasons, but do not let your fear turn into unsanctioned policing of others in the community. As the weather warms and restrictions loosen, there will be more visitors to Putney. It would be prejudicial and presumptive to assume you know something about someone based on the fact they have out-of-state plates or a different race and ethnicity than your own. As the governor's office recently shared, individuals in Vermont have been told that they do not belong and to leave because out-of-state plates and the color of their skin. These bias incidents have no place in Vermont or in Putney. All people, residents, and visitors are deserving of safety and compassion. As a result of hearing about these incidents of bias, the following is an endorsed recommendation from the Equity and Inclusion Committee of Putney. And here's what we would like, I guess, publicized in some way. We know that we're in difficult times and that the tensions are high right now. In an attempt to create an environment of civility and respect, we ask that if you see someone without out-of-state plates, someone not following the state or store's policies, do not approach them. In cases where you have concerns about someone not wearing masks or using social distancing, please inform the appropriate people. In a business setting, please ask to speak to the management. If the concern is more global and involves policy, please direct your concern to the town manager or the Putney Select Board. The aforementioned people have been trained to properly address any situation of noncompliance of state, town, or store policy and will address any relevant challenges. We recognize that the residents of Putney rightfully may expect that everyone in our town respects the guidance provided by the state of Vermont. Vermont currently has the lowest increase of COVID-19 in the nation because we have put the needs of the community above all. Echoing the words of Dr. Maya Angelou, if you know better, all of us need to do better for our community and those who visit Putney. I'm going to stop sharing. And see. Our conversation and our efforts was to support and to educate, and to really, the concern grew out of reported incidents of people taking it upon themselves to really police other people and make potentially dangerous situations for themselves and for those that they have approached. I will share that I have out-of-state plates. A colleague of mine has out-of-state plates, and they were followed onto campus and they were asked why they were here. They were white. It wasn't about race, but it was, if that was me in a car, that's kind of terrifying to be stopped and asked, why are you here? What are you doing? And so that was sort of the express, to keep everybody's safety in mind, and really to ask community members not to police other people. It's a dangerous situation.
Mhm.
I don't know, Jamie, if you want to add anything, if I missed anything.
No, it was really powerful that our equity committee meeting raised this a week prior to the incident, and it was at Hartford.
Yes.
And so we had discussed creating a statement, and then this happened in Hartford, Vermont. The governor reacted swiftly, reached out to the family that had been attacked. And so it just was really powerful to see the context and the importance of this work. And I'm really grateful that we have the Equity and Inclusion Committee that gives that space for us to do that work. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
So to the select board, the Equity and Inclusion Committee's ask is that we adopt this statement as our own. And I put that out there to you.
So I will make a motion that I'm happy to adopt it as our own, but I almost feel like it might be more appropriate for us to endorse it as a statement from the Equity and Inclusion Committee, and maybe that's just wording, but I'd like to make
Thank you.
to endorse the statement from the Equity and Inclusion Committee and to post it as we are able in public places, i.e. our website, etc.
Thank you. Can I just add something? I think it will tie later into your conversation that you have about face masks in Brattleboro and where Putney comes down on it, because that will be, wherever it lands, a policing issue for people about wearing masks.
So can I make a comment?
Thank you. Well, first we have a motion, so we should probably keep the motion moving and then we can have discussion.
Did you make the motion?
I made the motion, David.
I'm sorry. I'll second the motion. Thank you. We're good. It's been a long day.
It's been moved and seconded. And now, is there any discussion?
Yeah, I just want to clarify my statement. I think the reason I think it's preferable to me to endorse it rather than to adopt it is that I think it's important that it's a statement from the Equity and Inclusion Committee and from us, but I prefer that it reflects the strength of that committee for us to endorse it rather than to adopt it as our own, because I think that's important. So that's the only reason.
I totally agree, Josh. In fact, when we had at the last meeting with them, I think I used the language endorse and just kind of misspoke this time around. But thank you. I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. Oh, Karen, you had a question?
I have a comment. So when we state policing, so concerns are coming to the town manager or the select board. So we have no ability to enforce. So how are we going to handle?
We have an ability to direct, and if it is something where law is being broken, then we can redirect to the sheriff or we can redirect to the survey link, or depending on the circumstance. But honestly, if it came to me, I would probably redirect it to you. If it was a policy thing, then we would discuss it as a select board. So I think that's where that comes from.
And I like what Lisa said, because it's about educating. And, I mean, we can't be out there being vigilantes. I mean.
No, that's the fear that people take it upon themselves.
Right.
That's the danger, really. And I think it's based out of fear and, the biases that we carry. But it's a slippery slope once you start doing that.
And the thing too is if anybody feels threatened, they should automatically be calling the sheriff's department or the state police for that matter. So,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Any further discussion? Jamie, I see your hand up.
One of the things that has come up for me is we live near an Airbnb, and it struck me early on that I was seeing a bunch of out-of-state plates. And so I had shared in the equity meeting that one of the challenges that I am struggling with as somebody who was born and raised out of state is some of the reactions that I'm feeling in community about seeing out-of-state plates. And for me, I've been trying to think of how to, instead of calling, I don't want to be calling police. Somebody encouraged me. I reached out to the proper channels and someone encouraged me to call the police. And I said, because it was against the governor's order at the time. And I said, I'm not going to be calling the police on my neighbors or, whoever. But I did realize that for me, it was about reflecting back to policymakers that we need better policy. And so for me also as a community member, I started thinking, well, what scares me about this? And so the thought that folks could be coming into the community with COVID and then going into the grocery store. So I've started thinking, why can't Putney Mutual Aid reach out to all the Airbnbs and ask them if folks are arriving from out of state to give them our phone number so that they can call and get grocery delivery. So I'm trying to think of where the fear is and what the solution point is and how policy can create better community outcomes and what the goal of this is, which is safety and respect for everyone in our community.
Thank you, Jamie. I really appreciate that line of thinking. Is there any further discussion on this statement?
Just one clarification that the word policing is used in the first paragraph of that statement, not in the statement that we're endorsing. I mean, I agree with Karen. We are not the police, and so we won't be policing. But that term is used not in the statement itself, but in the introduction to it. So I think that's appropriate. So, because we don't have the ability to police, we can certainly refer to police as Laura or somebody said, but other than that, it's not our tenure.
And and in the language, it really means the sort of civilian policing of each other and not the actual authority of policing.
Right.
And it's for when people take essentially the law and so they become
right
that party. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Do we have any further discussion on this? Okay. So it's been moved and seconded to endorse this statement from the Equity and Inclusion Committee on what did you call it? Being a good neighbor? Or
I called it a good neighbor, safety for all, because as I was thinking of when I was drafting it, that was really like the heart of it is I think your people are trying to be good neighbors. The outcome is, it's not safety for all. It's actually dangerous to do that.
So to endorse the good neighbor, safety for all statement, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So it's been moved and passed. Thank you for the work you've done. Meeting with you
Can I
has
take a photo of you all doing that?
Yes, you can take a photo.
Hands
in the air. I'm documenting how proud I am right now.
It's the first Equity and Inclusion Committee action.
I'm sending this to the whole Equity Committee.
Lovely. That's wonderful.
Thank you, Lisa.
It's interesting that something like a pandemic brings out issues of equity and inclusion that, of course, are there all the time, but become noticeable in ways that none of us really assume they're going to at any time, because we're used to it being suppressed for all sorts of reasons. So it's important to be acting on it.
Yeah.
Thank you. And it was nice meeting those that I have not met. And I'll see you in town with my mask. Bye.
Thanks, Jamie.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you.
I'm waiting for the pool.
So, oh, that's a ways down the agenda, but we'll get there.
Yeah.
So next up is the VLCT Select Board Rules of Procedure Approval and Adoption. And this is, we had discussed this briefly a couple of different times. These are the recommended rules of procedure from VLCT. They move a little bit away from Robert's Rules of Order, but they still keep us well within the guidelines of open meeting law. And it's just basically a structure for us to work in that we honestly are using currently. So we are technically supposed to have rules of procedure, though. So if somebody wants to make a motion, and then we could discuss.
I'll make a motion to adopt that. Well, there's one comment I want to make about them, but I'll make a motion to adopt the presented rules of procedure for the Bunny Select Board.
And I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, and now discussion.
This may be in there and I didn't see it. I was just wondering, is this something that would be adopted annually by any given select board, or is this sort of are we adopting this for the select boards of the future kind of thing?
So my understanding is we're actually supposed to set rules and procedure every time we change our governance. So, so it would be an annual procedure.
The reason I asked was because the specific to setting a time and a date or a time and a place for meetings. That's something that comes up for discussion every year, and I just wanted to make sure that this was more of an annual adoption thing than, because we don't want to tell future select boards when they have to meet, because that's up to them.
Right.
So that was the only concern.
Shortly after we went through our reorganization, I mean, like the day after we went through our reorganization, COVID hit us in a major way. And so we missed some of these norms, and we're just catching up now, it feels like. But I think that going forward in future years, it would probably look like this, and the paper of record and the time and place and the all of that would happen in the same meeting. And it just didn't pan out that way this year because we were dealing with a pandemic. But all right, so it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Okay, hearing no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We have passed a motion to adopt the VLCT Select Board Rules of Procedure approval, or sorry, just procedure. And then we have the EMD delegation of authority was slipped into our schedule here.
So I'll make a motion that we accept the recommendation of the current EMD to delegate authority as proposed to Chris Fellows and Evan Martin.
And I second that.
Okay, been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor of delegating Mark Fellows and, oh, wait a minute. Yes, Mark Fellows. No, I'm mixing up names. Chris and, remind me.
Evan,
thank you. Evan, Chris and Evan, thank you, to the EMD position temporarily. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
So,
and now, go ahead.
can I presume that Laura's going to sign this document?
Yes.
Sure.
All right, it's in your mailbox at the office, Laura.
Okay, I can
Only
probably
requires
swing
a
by
single
tomorrow.
signature, I think, right, Karen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Next on our agenda is fire warden approval. This is something we actually already approved, Mark Fellows and Russ Ellis. We just need signatures. Is that correct, Karen?
That is correct.
Okay. So my understanding is, David, you've signed, Josh and I are the negligent parties here. We need to get in and sign.
Well,
Is there?
yeah, the documents just came like last week in the
Okay.
mail.
Okay.
And then we had to have Mark and Russ sign them. But you guys did approve the fire wardens with the slate of appointees back in March.
Yep.
So.
All right. So we're not in trouble, Josh. So we'll get in and sign those. Karen, when do you need those by? I'll try and get in tomorrow.
So they terminate on June 30th. So.
Okay.
So it should, yeah, July 1st, they'll start their new term.
Okay.
So those are in your box as well, Laura.
Fantastic.
And then if we can get Josh to come in over the weekend.
Okay. Well, we all have to sign warrants too. So.
Well, they designated you as a signer.
That's true. That's right. So, so just I have to make sure I get in tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Moving on to the East Putney Brook Road Bridge discussion.
So I put this on the agenda only to bring it back onto the table. As you all know, the bridge has been shut off with the Jersey barriers because it's unsafe for pedestrians, for one thing. And we didn't want any vehicle traffic going over it, not knowing, you know, the integrity of the bridge. So Bryce Hodgson had approached me over the phone and said, hey, what's going on with the bridge? Is it ever going to open again? And I'm like, well, I really don't know, Bryce, when that would happen. And he says he offered to pull the materials together for the decking and volunteers to redo the bridge. And I'm like, all right, see, you know, if you can do that, let me know. So he has secured black locusts for the decking. He has secured volunteers to take the old decking up and put the new decking down. And he's also has a friend who is a state of Vermont project engineer, and she is actually project engineer on the Route 5 bridge right by the G store. So she went with Bryce and looked underneath, and she asked Bryce if there's any structural reports on that bridge. So I'm going to touch base with Renee, and because it's over a stream, there might be certain permitting that we would have to get, but I would like to talk to Brian Harlow first and foremost, because it is a trail. We don't have to maintain the bridge, but if we have somebody willing to replace it and they have the material already, is that something the select board would be interested in?
So Karen and I had this discussion earlier, and I find it interesting. My one concern is that the discussion on the other end of that trail was that Westminster wants to close it. And so if we approve the rebuilding of this bridge, even at no cost to the town, and it's for vehicular use, where are cars going to go? How are they going to turn around? Those are questions that came to mind for me.
So can I just also add that Bryce did mention that if the town could purchase the hardware, to put the decking down, and I don't know what else it would require. But in any event, if it doesn't open up to motorized vehicles, like passenger trucks and Jeeps and that kind of stuff, that deck still needs to be, something has to happen because people are walking on it. And
There's a safety issue. Yeah.
That's the liability that I'm worried about. And dirt bikes are going around the Jersey barrier now, and four-wheelers are going through the brook to get to the other side. So they're finding means and ways to get around the Jersey barriers. And it appears, and I have not been out there, but it appears somebody has hit the barrier. They must not have known it was there because there's broken glass and the sign is knocked over. So somebody was out there and had a small accident, but it is a liability to the town. So we have to make a decision. And Laura, you're right, because Westminster does not want to open their end because all that traffic is going into their town forest and they're trying to alleviate that. But we definitely need to make a decision about this bridge.
How soon do you need a decision from us?
Well, it's been a while now, but we can bring it back onto the table after I talk to Renee and after I talk to Brian Harlow, because I think it's important that he's involved as the road foreman.
Yeah. I'm curious if we can do a compromise and not allow like cars, Jeeps, etc., but allow four-wheelers, dirt bikes, whatever. Is that possible?
It might be.
I think it would be hard to enforce that. If you open the bridge up for a four-wheeler and someone wants to go through with their Jeep and they see a freshly decked bridge, they're going to drive on it.
Yeah.
And
well, I wonder if you narrow it so that a car.
Maybe, and they could just pull it sideways with their Jeep and drive on it. But, I guess, Mike, I have a couple concerns that come up is that, are we going to make sure that the supports are good enough? I know that it was looked at by a project engineer, but it would really be nice if someone from town looked at it and made sure that we're not decking on something that is wasting their time and energy of whoever's doing it. And if we're going to do it and do it right, how are we going to restrict car usage? And if we're not going to be able to restrict car usage, what does that mean in our relationship with Westminster? And so if we're going about replacing this bridge, should we think about the future too and the development of the land beyond the bridge? There were people that were interested in having us rebuild this bridge so that they could use the land, which might add houses and people to the tax roll. And so maybe we should think about it in a bigger picture.
Right.
Yeah, that's good points, David.
Be a culvert, maybe it finished and done right, even though we can't afford to do anything right now. So I think it's a great idea. It's wonderful that someone's volunteering the materials and the time, but I think we need to look at all those things.
Yeah. Excellent points, David.
I think that as far as Westminster is concerned, I don't remember exactly how long a trail this creates for us on our side. My recollection is maybe a half mile to a mile, but I might be wrong. But our, not to disrespect Westminster at all, but as David's alluding to, if it does create access to an area of Putney that people want access to, then it's incumbent upon Westminster to close it off at the point they want it closed off. Right. That not that this shouldn't be part of the discussion, but it's not up to us to limit traffic on our trails in order to accommodate Westminster's desires. And again, that nothing against Westminster with that. It's just if it gives people access they want on the Putney side, that's good. I think that we would have to be also sort of to David's point, if it's going to be brought up and improved or repaired, and we are going to endorse that in any way, basically by allowing it, that potentially opens it up as a liability for us. So we would need to make sure that it was done to the standard that the state would require. And Brian certainly would be aware of what that would be. And I'm assuming, Renee, you're talking about as a state person?
Yes.
Okay, so I think we just need to know that first, what the standard, I mean, I agree, it would be great if this was done, because I think people are using it anyway, and we should do it if they're using it anyway.
Right.
Or if somebody's doing it at no charge, that's great. And I'm certainly in support of supplying hardware, et cetera, but that also probably implies that it needs railings, it needs,
Yes.
there will be more to it. So I think we would need to know what that standard is and the actual expenses to the town involved, even with volunteers. If we were then, if volunteers, for example, just put a deck on it and then we were responsible for railing, what does that imply, et cetera? So
Yeah.
All well-made points, and I think that part of my concern around Westminster is that I thought that we had this conversation with them as we were going through this the last go around, and so I just want to make sure that we haven't indicated to them in any way that, like, hey, we're going to close this off on our end too, and now we're suddenly shifting without communicating with them.
Right. So I don't mind talking with Westminster, but I first want more information on the bridge, because if we're not able to even repair it because of the structures underneath, the rails, because somebody said they were, it's like steel beams from a flatbed truck. So I'm thinking maybe this bridge only becomes a walkway, you know? So, because we don't want to put a new deck on something that's going to fail anyways, because it's still a liability to the town.
exactly, yeah.
My thought is, if it's only going to become a walkway, we really ought to think about what we want to do with that land in the future before we go and build a walkway in a spot where we might actually want to put a bridge someday for cars. So if we build it down and then have to tear it out and build it up again, maybe that's not the thing to do.
Right.
So just a thought. Maybe the thing to do is to take this bridge down and put in a little walkway bridge somewhere else. Right next to it, we still have the site or something else. And that might be.
Yeah. So I think we need to really research this further and look at all the factors and the variables. Because I know the land on that trail, David, there's access from 2 other roads on the other side. So those people already have access. So I wasn't concerned with shutting the bridge off right now. But in the future, we definitely got to think of something and have some sort of solution.
Well, the other thing also to that point is that if maintaining any bridge of any size gives us a grandfather clause in respect to future development, we would want to be cautious not to lose that, because getting permitting to build new bridges is not that easy. So, if it would buy us, whatever, a decade or 2 of time to improve it, well, we see what happens with that land. That might not be a bad idea. But we did also have this discussion and all agree that we didn't really need this access. So I think the place to start is to explore, if we're going to do something, what has to be done, and then we revisit the conversation. Seems logical.
Yes. Okay.
All right. So moving on, audit proposal results, recommendation and approval of auditor.
So
you've got some quotes.
Yep. And then I sent you the spreadsheet with all the costs.
Yeah. Thank
Did
you. That's
everyone
helpful.
see that?
I'm only aware of having received one proposal, and I didn't see a spreadsheet, so I'm not familiar with this yet.
Okay, so
I got all the different proposals, but not a spreadsheet. I don't know, maybe I didn't open it right, but I saw the different companies and what their bids were.
So the
So-
spreadsheet went out this afternoon.
Oh, okay.
It went out later than the original. We had 1, 2, 3.
Is the
4.
spreadsheet the one that lists all the different municipalities that each firm?
Can you see that?
I did get that. I'm sorry, I got that. Thank you.
Hang on a minute. I wonder if I can share my screen.
Thank you, Laura.
You should be able to.
Hold on.
I'm opening it now. Anyway, Karen.
Okay. Let me see if I can do this. I have to remember where it was.
It's the title is Auditor's List.
Let me see if I can. Do you guys, do you see this?
I see your screen, but holy smokes, Karen.
There we go. Yep.
What? Is it too big?
Make it twice as big. I can't read it.
Hang on a minute. I think I just lost it. I think
Seeing your
I
home
just turned
screen.
lists up. Hold on. Something's going on.
Oh, it was back for a second.
Do you see it?
There it is.
There it is. Yep.
Do you see it okay?
I'm not seeing it, but I have it on paper, so
All right.
I'm not sure what's going on my end.
All right. So there were 7, I think I just said, letters that went out. And then we had 2 that responded they could not send a proposal because they were too busy. But we did get 4 in. So of the 4, R.H.R. Smith and Company, Batchlanders Associates, Mudgett, Graham and Graham gave us cost proposals. And as you can see here, I mean, they're pretty much apples to apples, except for the cost. And I want you to, if you notice the hours.
Yeah, I was curious about that.
Yeah. Now, R.H.R. Smith and Company are out of Buxton, Maine. I did reach out to Chester, Vermont, Rockingham, and Vernon.
Nice.
To ask them, you know, how the company is. I had a lot of questions just to get a consensus to see, you know, if they're happy with them and, you know, how long they've been working with the firm. But I have not got a response yet. So another point, John Mudgett, who's been with us, with the town of Putney since 2004, and he does a really good job. And with our grants, we're supposed to go out to bid for auditing services every 3 years. So this is why I put this out there, and to see what the costs are and how competitive, you know, are we with Mudgett compared to someone else.
And remind me, Karen, wasn't he talking about retiring?
Yes.
Yeah.
But that's but his firm will continue. He himself would, at least mostly. I mean, I've had this conversation with him, so he would mostly retire. But his firm would still have the capacity and desire to do our work, and also is familiar with our situation and our numbers, et cetera. I have also, just on a sort of separate personal note, I have worked with John's firm in a different capacity on a different board, and the other folks in his firm are very capable as well. And not to say that's the way we should go necessarily, but just a comment. My personal feeling would be that it's really important we hear back from those other towns about the folks in Maine before we.
I agree with you.
I mean, it's not a huge price difference. It seems to me it's a big enough price difference, so it's worth considering if everybody says, wow, these guys are great. But if everybody says, yeah, they've been fine, but there's this and that, then it's probably not worth making that change.
And I agree with you, Josh, on that. I want to wait for responses to come back and then make a recommendation.
Yeah, I agree with that. So, all right, do we need to have any further discussion about this tonight, or can we move on from here?
David's got a question.
Oh, go for it, David.
I'd like to my comment, I'm always wanting to, get the best, possible.
I can't, David's breaking up for me. I don't know whether he is for you guys.
Yeah, he's breaking up for me too.
David? Oh, we're going to lose David.
There, that's better.
Oh, he looks like he might be back. Oh, no. Oh, David. Can you type your question in the chat? Can you hear us? I just want to give him a minute.
Yeah.
Maybe you could call Karen on her cell phone, or we can see you, we can hear you. Oh, maybe.
He's coming back, but.
You're very pixelated.
Yeah, I think he's frozen now.
Oh, here we go. I see the phone out. Oh my goodness. David? He's still muted, his camera, his microphone. Oh, there he is. David, can you?
Yeah, now you're back.
I think you're back.
You had a
spell. What happened?
Oh, there you are. Okay, you're back.
All right, I'll make this really quick. I think trust is hugely important, especially in this, and when it comes to the finances. And if we know you have a really good working relationship with someone that knows our situation, I think that's valuable. And I don't think it's that much money difference. It would be good to know, how other people feel about them. But, when I have, and I know this is not an accurate, metaphor, but when I have a supplier or a vendor that I know is going to do me right, even if they cost a little bit more, the ease of it is worth something. And you've worked with them before, Karen, so that might be worth something to you too. I think.
Right.
I'd like to know what you think about this.
Well, I've talked to John, and I know he's, looking at retirement, and he did state, that he would hand over our file to somebody in his office and, get them up to speed. So I trust him on that. But I think going out competitively and just shopping around to see, what's out there is a good thing. And, sometimes it's not bad either to, make a change,
Yeah.
Because there might be something, they have a different style of doing audits, or, they might make recommendations, because we're new to them, so sometimes you get complacent, after long period of time, and it's like anything that we do, so, but I'm going to wait and see what the other 3 towns have to say. And then we can make a decision.
I would just say that this appears to me to have been quite a valuable exercise just to see that everybody, really there's not a lot of variety in the numbers. So,
Right.
Everybody's very much in the same ballpark. So, so that means that's an appropriate ballpark seemingly.
Right.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yep. And if I have to go by the hours, John's got 120 hours, and he's also got single audit report down, which the other ones don't, and I have to question that too, especially with R.H.R. Smith, because if we have more than $750,000 in grant money, we have to have a single audit. So, and that's more money. So, but John's listed that here.
Okay, so we're going to come back to this.
Yes,
when
we are.
when you have more information from other towns.
How much of a hurry are we in, Karen?
How much what?
Of a hurry if we make that decision a week or 2 weeks from now, that's fine, right?
Right. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
No, we're okay.
All right, moving on to the Forest for Learning status. And I don't know, Josh and David, we got another email on this about an hour before we went into meeting.
Did you guys see that?
I saw it came in, but I didn't get a chance to read it.
I'm in the same boat.
So I actually think that for this conversation, it's important that we're all able to be on the same page with this. It's not a very long email. Are you able to go back in and give it a quick read?
Do you want me to share it?
Yeah, could you share it? That'd be awesome.
Because at this point, it's public information.
I can read it out loud too. It's not that long. So I don't know how you uptake information though.
I'm looking right at it now, Laura, so I'm all set.
Okay.
And
okay, great.
Read whatever.
Oh, what did I do? Oh, let me see. I don't know if I can pull it up for you, David.
All right, I'm getting there.
All right.
Just give you guys a few minutes to review this, and then we can jump back in.
Regarding any conveyance. So the veto power that he's referring to would be conveyance of an easement, I'm assuming. Is that correct, Laura? Do you know? I can't remember. I might be able to answer my own question, but hang on.
Yes, that we wouldn't have veto power for conveyance of an easement.
Right.
Which, I mean, frankly, I don't feel the need for that. I just feel the need to secure that it's going to come back to us should anything happen. Should anything unplanned happen, I want to know that it's going to come back to the town of Putney, not go to the state, not go to the county, not go to wherever. Yes.
Yeah, no, I would agree with you. I mean, I think that my assumption based on Lionel's capabilities and experience is that he's going to seek and get a really appropriate easement for it.
Agreed.
You know, if that appeared not to be the case, I think the publicity from that would probably be something that would end up, for all practical purposes, vetoing that anyway. So I don't think that's a power we need to have, in my opinion. Yeah. I think that's sort of overreach, not necessarily, but could be.
Well, and I just want to state that in these emails that have gone back and forth, it seems that there has been a misunderstanding as to our intentions here. This is not a trust issue.
Right.
on our behalf. We don't have concerns about how the Forest for Learning Board is going to take action. We're worried about the what ifs, you know, when things don't go the way we plan them to. And so that's really all this is about, is ensuring that that forest stays in the hands of the people of Putney,
Right.
or for the purpose of the people of Putney, not necessarily the hands of, but
No, I agree, and I had this conversation with Karen after our last meeting, that I think part of the confusion or frustration, perhaps, on the part of the Forest for Learning Board, and particularly Lionel, was perhaps related to the language that Bob Fisher used in conveying the message from Larry, which was basically, it implied that our intentions to convey the land had changed. And I think we tried to make that clear in our statements last time, but I would just like to reiterate, we have all along had the intention, and know that we also have, based on the agreement we had with the select board who drafted the initial suggestion, we're committed to doing this. It's nothing about our intentions or our desires as far as having the Forest for Learning there. It's that long-term assurance if things do not go as intended. Right. So, and the way it was presented in a statement to them, and I don't know whether that was something Larry said that Bob misinterpreted, or that, you know, I'm not sure how that happened, but I don't think our intentions have ever changed. We just needed the sort of assurance aspect of it.
Right.
So I personally feel like these first two paragraphs really cover that. That in the event the Forest for Learning Incorporated fails to deliver on its mission, yada yada, it will revert to the town of Putney, and then within the if there is a disillusionment, then it returns to the town of Putney, because that was where I found some of my biggest concern was the language around it going to a government entity, not necessarily us specifically. I don't know if the rest of the select board agrees with me, but if we can all support this, we may be close to a resolution.
Yeah, yes, I would agree, and I'm supportive of. I think we're very much headed in the right direction. I think that what we don't have, basically, Larry forwarded this to Karen, and Karen forwarded it to us, but I don't see a clear statement on Larry's part that this is satisfactory from him. So I think that for me, that would mean we shouldn't try and take an action on this tonight, which I don't think you're suggesting anyway. But I think we should, you know, just confirm with Larry that this satisfies his concerns. And if so, I certainly could get on board supporting it.
Yeah.
My question was that Larry was really, it seemed quite clear and adamant about it needed to be attached to the deed. And I'm not a lawyer, and these aren't. And so I'm wondering about that, and I wanted to hear from him too. I was hoping there was a letter from him in here. But
although he did also say that it didn't necessarily need to be in the deed as long as I can't remember the language he used. Karen is raising her hand and maybe saying, but essentially,
as long as it runs with the land.
Exactly. So as long as that's the case, effectively, I think it does the same thing.
Yeah.
Karen.
Okay, so I just want to point out to the select board that I do agree, because I was not clear. I think Larry's 2 points in the very first email on May 18th at 5:02 p.m. That Laura just brought up, and David also mentioning that, you know, Larry wanted those in the deed. And yes, I agree with all that. Now, Bob Fisher's letter to Larry mentions a separate document that he refers to as the agreement. And I have to say that if Lionel worked with Bob Fisher, on all of these points in this proposal. It was very thought out. He put more work into this, and it actually made me feel better and more comfortable. So I believe that with Larry's comments and Larry's second email, if we get the right of reversion language in the deed, but also have them draft up this agreement.
Mm-hmm.
Because in that proposal, it gives Forest for Learning 5 years to obtain the easements. And if they don't, then the land will revert back to the town anyways. Okay, so I think we have to understand that it is going to take a little time. It took over 2 years to, pull this nonprofit together. And it sounds like that they have to go through certain steps in order to secure funding and to sell, the easement. So I think we can give them that, but I also feel that this language needs to be in an agreement, and the select board need to be comfortable with that. And it also refers to having a select board negotiate with Forest for Learning, for conservation easements. And I think that's critical.
Yeah, I would tend to disagree with that.
But they're offering it, they're offering it.
I think they're offering us an opportunity to sit on that board, for one of us to be a representative on that board. I think that Lionel's been pretty clear that he doesn't want other people to be a part of the process, that it's a delicate process to go after conservation easements. Maybe I'm incorrect, but what I saw was where was that?
Forest for Learning will welcome a Putney Select Board liaison to its board so that there is openness and transparency in how the organization proceeds with the management of the property pending the sale of the development rights.
And I think, personally, I think that's a great thing for us to secure. I don't know that any one of us should feel obligated to do that at this point, but there may be future board members that would want to be a part of that and to sit on that board. So it would be nice to have the security of, we can have a place at the table if we want it.
I don't hear that offering a position on that board. I hear it offering a position as a liaison.
A liaison, yes. Yeah.
Which I don't think the select board needs a position on that board. If there were any select board member who were interested and wanted to be a part of it and was able to contribute, I would assume Forest for Learning would welcome that anyway. So I don't think there needs to be. I don't think that needs to be sort of a guaranteed position. But I can understand Lionel's point of not wanting the select board to be part of the negotiation of an easement, because easements are complicated and they're time consuming and so on and so forth.
Right.
Honestly, it's not really our purview. I mean, we don't, I think that we should be informed. We should trust because that's the nature of the beast. But I think that if we are signing this deed over to these folks, putting trust in them to do what they're intending to do, then we're saying, yeah. And as long as we have that assurance that if it doesn't go the way they think, then it comes back to us, I think that's fine. And they're going to do the right thing. And if for some reason it doesn't work out, then we get it back, then that's what it is. Yeah. But I don't feel like I don't think we need to micromanage that in any way. And I think that's what Lionel's concerned about, is that, if it becomes a select board issue as well, suddenly it becomes, a constant source of discussion, et cetera, that they have to manage, and that's pretty cumbersome. So I'm fine with.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
We could
I,
slow
I
the whole
would,
process down by, I mean, we already have.
yeah,
But,
no,
um,
again, I would defer to Larry's opinion on the appropriateness of the proposed inclusions, et cetera, that Bob is proposing. And I think we see what Larry has to say about it and then go from there.
Well, in Larry's email on May 18th at 5:02, he did make a statement, your suggestion, meaning Bob's, of an agreement which would survive the deed and be recorded in the land records is a good suggestion.
Yes. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
So what would the select board like to do at this point? So it sounds like everybody's agrees that moving forward, and I mean, from what I've read, I feel comfortable.
So I think at this point we need to have Larry give feedback. If Larry is comfortable with what Bob has proposed here, then I think, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe that we could move forward with this process with Larry and Bob making an agreement on that, making the additional updates that we would need, and then it could come back before us. And as long as Larry and Bob have come to a full agreement on this language, I'm comfortable with this. It sounds like the rest of the select board is comfortable with this. We just need to hear from Larry that this is good enough for him. And if not, why? Like what would be?
What's missing?
Where yes, exactly. So and then if that can happen I mean, we're already looking at 3 weeks behind, almost 4 weeks behind where they expected to be at. I would love to push this. If Larry says tomorrow, this is great, I would love for us to try and reconvene very quickly just to make this happen.
Yeah.
Or to say now, well, no, because we agreed on a different document, and this would be an additional document. So we would have to meet again. We would have to call a quick emergency meeting to just all come together and agree on it, and then we could sign it and be done with it.
Or, I mean, if we're intending to meet next week anyway, I'm not sure.
We're not.
We're not. Okay. So
no,
yeah,
we were gonna.
I think that
2 weeks.
In order to be assured that this is the case, and that Larry agrees, et cetera, before we vote on something, my feeling would be we need final documents presented from Larry and or Bob that they both agree to and that we can essentially endorse and agree to. So I think we have to have the documentation, and that may be the part that slows it down a little bit. But as soon as Larry has a document in front of him that he can get on board with, I'm comfortable getting on board with that. So
Agreed. And from the language that I'm seeing in these emails, it looks like they're really close. The two of them agree that they're really close.
Yes.
So I would love to see this resolved before our next meeting. I know that Forest for Learning would love to see this resolved before our next meeting, but we will.
So it's not going to happen this week because Larry was prepping for a Supreme
That's right.
Court case. So
priorities, Karen. Come on, push the guy a little bit.
Hey, I got all of this from him this week, so it's all good.
That's good. No, I think we're definitely headed in the right direction.
Moving in the right direction, and a lot came out of this, so everyone's done a good job. So I'll touch base with Larry, and Monday's a holiday too, so that's going to be another day delayed. So we're gonna have patient, okay?
Yeah. I guess my point to the board is just that if we get this, I would love for us to be able to call a quick meeting and resolve it for these folks. So, all right. So we're moving on. We added the conversation around masks to the agenda. And I don't know, David and Josh, have you had a chance to see what the town of Brattleboro chose to do regarding?
No.
Okay, so I'm just going to give you a quick rundown of that. Last night, the town of Brattleboro chose to basically require that face coverings are required in all public premises. And so it reads that starting May 20th, 2020, all establishments located in the town of Brattleboro that invite the public into their premises for the purpose of receiving services, purchasing products, or otherwise transacting business shall require both staff and customers or visitors to wear cloth face coverings or face shields over their nose and mouth while inside the establishment. The exceptions are cloth face coverings should not be placed on a young child under the age of 5, anyone who has trouble breathing, or anyone who is unconscious, incapacitated, or otherwise unable to remove the mask without assistance. And they have posting requirements. This is an ordinance that the effective period is that it shall remain in order until the Brattleboro Select chooses to amend, rescind, or suspend this order, or until the governor declares an end to the COVID-19 state of emergency in Vermont, whichever occurs first. So the governor has, in his wisdom, decided not to make a decision on this and to kick it down to the towns and put us in this position. And I reached out to our business owners today, as many of them as I could speak to, and got most of the responses that I got from our business owners were that they would appreciate us passing something like this because they feel like they are in a really hard position right now. Some of the feedback I got was, we're afraid that if you do something like this, we'll lose business. And so they would rather us make it a recommendation than a requirement. I will say that was the first business I spoke with that was more like, hey, recommendation, not requirement. 3 of the businesses I spoke with after that asked very clearly that we make it a requirement. So I'm just curious as to how the select board feels about it, and I wanted to bring it up because it feels important, and in light of all the discussions that we've been having, like something we should really be thinking about.
I'm happy to comment, but David, you want to comment first or not?
I'm still chewing on it.
I mean, you know, I think that as we always discuss in situations like this, we have no ability to enforce. So for all practical purposes, it's really just a recommendation anyway. I think actually of somebody in a business like David's, where if we were to say all businesses in town are required to do this, David runs a business, and we shouldn't bias our decision based on David's business, obviously, but the nature of his business is that, he's got a big open door, there's airflow, so on and so forth. So a requirement would seem to me to feel a little bit overly stringent as far as that's concerned. In an enclosed space where somebody's coming in, I think it should be. I guess my feeling would be, if there's any way we can word it so that it's required based on the desire of the business owner, that might be the best way to do it. But I don't know whether that's something we can do and or whether that's helpful in a way that is at all meaningful. I guess that depends a little bit on whether it's a business owner or their clients who are resistant to do this and what the feelings about that are. I mean, obviously somebody who's going to a business can either choose to, they can choose to go to the business or not, but but the business owner can't choose who they allow into their store or not. So we want to give the strength to the business owner to say, you have to wear a mask if you come into my business. But I don't think we necessarily want to say that that applies to all businesses in town. And I'm not sure how we do that. So I guess.
So my thought was that we switch the wording. Instead of saying required, we request. So I think that, at first I'd been talking about with Karen earlier this morning, we recommend it, and recommend it doesn't feel, request feels like it's a little bit stronger language than recommend. We're actually asking you to do this as a town. And whether or not businesses or individuals choose to uphold that becomes their choice.
So I guess, yeah, I agree. I agree that sounds like a good way to do it. I guess I might, if possible, strengthen it a little bit more by saying we request that businesses require masks, both of their employees and of their clientele.
They're already required by the state for the employees.
It is in all,
yes.
In all settings, or I mean, I know it is in retail.
All settings where you're serving the public. Yeah, even nonprofits. In all settings where you're coming into contact with the public are required to wear face masks.
So what I'm trying to think of, Laura, is there a way that we can leave it up to the discretion of a business owner as to whether they require it of their clients or not? I mean, if we can present it as a request from us and allow businesses to have the extra teeth of saying, yes, I'm allowed to tell you that you have to have a mask if you want to come in here, I think that would be ideal. So maybe we should allow them to do that if they choose. I mean, I think it should be any business owner's choice not to not have masks at all. But if they don't want somebody coming into their store without a mask on, we should allow them to be able to make that statement if we can.
Yeah. I think that some of them feel very comfortable in that, as we've seen the Putney Co-op has already done this. They've implemented it, masks and gloves, and they're providing them. But I think that what I've heard from a couple of our business owners is that it's hard enough at this point to interact with folks that are choosing not to do this, and then to not have something behind them saying that this is, and so that's what they're looking to us for. And so I think for us to, I mean, maybe we request and recommend, and you can put on your signage that the town of Putney requests and recommends that.
Well, except again, if we said the Putney Select Board requests that all customers wear masks, and we leave it to the discretion of a business owner as to whether they want to actually require it, then that gives those business owners the ability to really say that. And maybe that's too, I don't know whether we can word it in a way that makes that makes it viable, but I very much think we should allow business owners to make that choice if they want to.
Right.
That it's not just a request from us, that they have the legal right to require it if they so choose.
Is that true now? Can't they do that already, even if we don't make it? So, and it's still all, like Tom said a long time ago, it's the honor system, basically. This is all, basically.
Right.
So, is our statement helpful in any way because there's no enforcement?
Yeah, because it's a statement of, we hold positions of power, David. And in those positions of power, we actually were able to influence in a different way. And they're able to also point and say, it's not me, it's them.
Exactly.
And I think that's important to empower them in that way, that they can say, this isn't my rules, because they're trying to do business during a really hard period of time, as you understand. And to be able to kind of scapegoat us, I feel pretty strongly about that they are able to say the town of Putney is pushing this on me.
Right.
Whatever their personal feelings are, I think it matters for
But
them. At least that's what I'm hearing. And
but I do think it's also important to allow them, if they want to take that. I think the request is exactly what you're referring to, Laura, of, hey, the town requested this. But I do think it's important also that we allow them to make a decision to go further if they choose.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, frankly, if it wasn't for one business saying to me, I don't know that I want you to go as far as requiring it, I would probably be asking a very different thing right now. I would probably be saying we should be requiring this of all businesses. But because one business said to me, I'm really not sure that I'm nervous about what this will look like for us, I feel less comfortable with that. I don't want to do anything that's going to negatively impact any business in this town at this point. And I recognize too that though I feel pretty solid about the science behind masks, it isn't necessarily and I'm going to try and be very careful about how I say this. The WHO has not come out and fully endorsed this yet. The CDC has. So there's conflicting science at this point. And there are also some people that really struggle with the idea of wearing a mask for many different reasons, whether they have breathing problems or they have, sensory issues, or so. I would like to leave it up to the discretion of the owner and give them the support of the select board
Great.
in that choice.
So are we trying to take action? I mean, do you want me to try and verbalize a motion, or are we discussing this and trying to come up with an ordinance that we would adopt soon?
I think it would be great if we could come up with something tonight, just because we're not going to meet again for 2 weeks, and this is rolling fast now.
Yeah.
We know that we have our seasonal folks coming back into town. From what I heard from the few people that I spoke to today, I spoke to 5 different business owners total today. From what I've heard from them, they are definitely seeing that, and they're seeing a change in masking, and it's making them a little nervous.
Yeah.
So I would love to be able to do something about this tonight. And whether we choose to adopt the Brattleboro Select Board's language, switching it out from required to recommended, I'm pretty comfortable with that.
Karen's raising her hand.
I can't, you're all frozen on me, so definitely shoot me a message if
can you hear Karen?
I can hear y'all. I just can't,
Okay.
you're all
Karen,
froze.
question.
So can I just make a comment? Josh, you mentioned ordinance. So an ordinance has to be heard. You have to have a public hearing.
Warned, etc. Yes, right.
Yes. So
that's what
you're not referring to an ordinance though, right? Is this a temporary situation, Laura?
Yeah, so the way the town of Brattleboro did it, and they did it without, and they caught a little bit of flack for it last night, but they said they'd own it because this is emergency circumstance. They did it as a resolution.
Okay.
So I misspoke when I said ordinance. It is a resolution.
Okay.
So I will make. I don't have the Brattleboro one in front of me, so I can't base language. But I will make a motion to adopt a resolution to request that all clientele visiting businesses in Putney wear masks, and allowing business owners to require clientele who are attending their business to wear masks.
Can we encourage businesses to do that?
Encourage them to require it?
Encourage
That's
them
fine.
to require it. Yeah.
That's fine with me.
Okay.
David's not sure about that one.
I think it's the nature of my business is so different than most retail or service business that there's always room for me to say, could you just make sure you stay 6 feet away?
Right.
And I frankly talk so much all day on the phone and to so many people. It's a steady stream. And it's almost impossible for me to do that with a mask on. And I have a serious hearing impairment, and it's really hard for me to hear people talking when they're wearing a mask. So seeing it from my perspective, it seems restrictive, but I know it's honor system and I know there's no enforcement. I know my clientele is smaller and really well known to me, and they leave their cars and they leave. So I don't deal with them for any period of time, and they're not inside my building. So there's lots of needs that retail people have, and concerns that I don't have. So I think it's important that we recommend it, and I think it's important that they get to require it. But I don't know if we need to go any further than that.
Okay. So that's Josh's motion. Pretty much said exactly what you're saying. Are you seconding Josh's motion?
I'm seconding that motion. Yep.
Okay.
And then about endorsing it. So I thought you were heading towards changing the motion, I wasn't.
Well, no, I did ask that we endorse it so that we encourage it. Not saying that we require it, but that we encourage it.
Okay.
Encourage wearing of masks or encourage businesses to require masks?
Encourage businesses to require masks.
I think that's fair. I mean, we're not, I mean, we're not telling them they have to, but encourage. I'm okay with that. David, you okay?
I think encourage people to be safe in any way they can be safe and try to keep this spreading.
I will accept as a friendly amendment the inclusion of the word encourage businesses to require masks.
Okay, and I'll second that.
So if you could read that back, well, yeah, I don't know, however you want to run it, but if you can read it back in full so that we know exactly what the language is, that would be great.
Okay, so I did not. Karen, did you catch all of this?
I did not.
Okay.
I can repeat it if you want.
Please repeat it, and I'm going to catch it now.
Okay, so I will make a motion to adopt a resolution that requests that all clientele visiting businesses in Putney wear masks, and that would allow business owners or would encourage business owners to request their clientele to wear masks.
I think that covers it.
We can always amend it later if we find that something's wrong with it. Laura just disappeared.
Uh-oh. Laura? Laura? Hopefully she comes back in.
She put in a landline to try to improve the connection, didn't she? That she said.
I think they were working on it.
But they hadn't done it yet. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's also, I mean, I think it's great that Laura reached out to, oh, Laura's back in.
Yeah, she's coming
Yes,
back.
that was
Weird.
that was like that was really weird. Josh got stuck on mask and it just kept repeating and repeating and repeating.
Weird.
I can't see it.
Oh, hold on. Here we go. Now I have to be on my phone because my computer froze with Josh just repeating over and over and over. So,
Ask.
it was pretty bad, Josh.
A little bit. What was that? What was that show? The Talking Head. Anyway, never mind. Max Headroom.
Oh yeah. That's what it was like. That's exactly what it was like.
Okay.
So we're requesting that all clientele that visit Putney establishments.
Maybe
Is that what
Karen,
you were?
did you get it down, Karen?
I got most of it. So adopt a resolution that requests clientele in Putney
to visit Putney.
And that would encourage businesses to request their clientele to wear masks.
To require. So we're requesting, but we're allowing businesses to require.
Okay.
With the exclusions that Brattleboro put forth. So the exclusions were, hold on one second.
Yeah.
That
Fine.
Children under 5, where is it?
Yeah, people with difficulty breathing, unconscious, so on and so forth. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. The exceptions are cloth face coverings should not be placed on young children. And it could be face coverings or face shields. So all clientele to wear face coverings or face shields.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to read this back just to make sure we have it. So
David, hang on. I showed David as paused. David, are you there? Yeah, I think he might have bio broken.
Oh no.
I'm here.
Okay, we can hear you. Okay. All right. So this is what I have. The town of Putney requests that all clientele that visit Putney establishments wear masks or face shields and encourages all clientele or wait a minute.
Businesses.
Encourages businesses.
And encourages all businesses to require clientele to wear face coverings or face shields. Exceptions, cloth face coverings should not be placed on young children under age 5, anyone who has trouble breathing, or anyone who is unconscious, incapacitated, or otherwise unable to remove the mask without assistance. And then they have a posting requirement. I don't feel like we need to do that. I think that we can leave posting up to the businesses.
Yes.
Yes, I would agree.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this sort of would go without saying, but I don't know whether in those exclusions there all should also that it should also say, and at the discretion of the business owner by request of a client. Sort of, I mean, if somebody comes in and says, I'm phobic about masks or something like that. Right. So, but that maybe that doesn't need to be there. That might be overkill.
I feel like I'm just trying to, now I'm using one device, which I feel like that's kind of covered in this with the.
I think it's implied, so it's probably fine.
Yeah. I mean, anyone who has trouble breathing could be somebody that has sensory issues or that has
Yeah.
PTSD or asthma or no. Okay. All right. So that's been moved and seconded. Do we have any further discussion on it? David, are you still with us?
I am with you, and no, I'm no more discussion for me.
Okay. All right. Hearing no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, then it has been passed to create a resolution that requests all clientele that visit Putney establishments wear masks or face shields and encourages all businesses to require their clientele to wear face coverings or face shields with exclusions as laid out.
I guess now we've already voted, but it probably should say encourages and allows.
And allows. So friendly amendment to that?
Yeah.
Or do we? Okay. Was that a motion for a friendly amendment?
I don't do yeah. Yes, I guess. So we'd have to.
Are we all in favor of amending this to include the words and allows?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So be it.
Retroactively.
Yes. Okay. So that only leads me to one other thing before we move on. We had talked about signage, and I don't know, Josh, you had thought that maybe the Putney School might be able to help with some signage. Did you have a chance to follow up on that?
I have not done that, but I am meeting with Emily tomorrow morning, and I will ask about it.
Okay. All right. And if not, then Karen and I had found some signage that might be appropriate. And we can discuss that at another time. Okay, so town manager's report.
All right, I'm going to move through this as quickly as I can, okay? So
I have faith in you.
All right, Route 5 State Bridge project, as we all know, it started up on Monday. And in your packets is the schedule and the announcement that has been posted on social media and iPutney. The schedule has not been posted anywhere, but has everybody taken a look at the schedule?
I quickly reviewed it. I didn't spend a lot of time on it.
You know, I don't have a whole lot of concerns because Renault Brothers is a really good firm. And so it'll be interesting to see if they can maintain the current schedule and the original schedule. So the bridge will close June 15th and then reopen on June 29th. Just from the schedule, it looks like most of the startup was April 6th, but it's just basically getting, you know, everything in order for them to start construction. But so I'm confident that they'll stay on schedule. If anything changes, I'll let everyone know. On June 2nd, there's going to be a virtual public meeting. We will get that notice out to the public. It will be at 5:30. And I think it's just to touch base with the community and let us know what's happening and, you know, what it's going to look like down the road. So, and you will see things happening down by the mill. So they've had a boom truck. They're working underneath the decking right now to stabilize things so they can work under there. They're marking sidewalks too. You know, I don't know what that's all about. I will find out from Renee, the project engineer. But so that's moving ahead.
I noticed that. Are you referring in front of the, I noticed in front of the Catholic Church, they were marking sidewalks. Is that part of that?
I think it's part of that project, but
I couldn't quite figure out why that would be, but maybe it's just a reference.
Yeah, I'm going to ask the question because I'm not sure why.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a point or something that was surveyed.
Exactly. That would be my guess. That's probably what.
Right.
So it's come up several times through the public, and my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Karen, but the state route for diverting traffic from the bridge is to go to 91. Our local route is over Sand Hill. Is that correct?
All tractor trailer trucks will need to take I-91 north to Westminster and come back down Route 5 to the mill. Unless they're turning on to Mill Street, but no tractor trailer traffic is going to be coming through town when the bridge gets closed. Okay, so for a while there, that bridge will be one lane.
But when it's closed, local traffic will have the option of Sand Hill Road as long as they're not driving a tractor trailer.
Right. So the local bus, the current will be running on Sand Hill, and UPS, FedEx trucks will be running Sand Hill, and then all local traffic. And I've already talked to Brian about detour signs when the bridge is closed. So basically it's, up Kimball Hill, over to Sand Hill, back to Route 5. And I suspect, Laura, that most of the traffic you're going to find is from East Putney, because we can't ask them to go all the way through Westminster, get on 91, and then come down. That doesn't make any sense.
No, I'm in East Putney. It would be a nightmare for me. So, I'm very grateful.
I would think the other exception to that, to the use of Sand Hill would be, I mean, it's limited by the weight limit on that bridge on Sand Hill. So, for example, a concrete truck, I would guess, would have to go around, even though it's not a tractor trailer.
Right.
So, that would be either tractor trailer or subject to the weight limit of the road, of the bridge on Sand Hill.
Right.
Do you remember what the weight limit is on that bridge?
No, I'd have to look it up.
That's okay. I was just curious.
Yeah, I think like your oil trucks too, propane, I think they would be okay, but we're going to have to monitor that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But again, we do have a public hearing on public informational meeting on June 2nd.
June 2nd.
It'll be virtual. Okay.
And Karen, presumably either the state or Renault is going to take care of all signage related to that.
They are on Route 5. They are not on our local road. So Kimball Hill, Sand Hill, we have to do the signage for those two roads because we know the roads and Brian will know where to place them strategically. Okay. Because if anything happens and the state doesn't want the liability on a municipal road.
So we probably ought to just remind Brian, he may well have already considered this, but that weight limit posting should be at the ends of Sand Hill as well.
Yeah.
You don't want to get somebody getting to that bridge and having to back all the way out.
Right. Yeah, good point.
Isn't there a weight limit sign? Doesn't there need to be a certain distance from the bridge?
Probably. We should just make sure that it's there. Yeah, I'm not sure how that. I can't remember whether it's at the end or.
Yeah, and I can't remember.
That's a really good point.
I'm sure they're
no,
there.
I don't either.
Just like speed limit signs. I'm sure they're there, but.
Yeah.
But you never.
Exactly.
He never pays attention to them, especially when she's in the convertible.
You're right, I don't. It's
Aren't
like,
they just suggestions anyway? Isn't that? They're just suggestions, right?
Not enforceable.
They're recommendations, not requirements, right?
Yeah. All right, moving on. Tax sales status update. I sent you the list. I don't know if you all looked at it. Okay. So just a quick update. There's $95,063.46 outstanding in delinquent taxes. The letters went out to the property owners. I've already had one property owner pay one of their 2 delinquent years. So it actually got them off the tax sale list.
Good.
So now they're only 1 year delinquent. So I'm going to pursue, more, hopefully. I probably won't see more until, maybe the first week of June.
Closer.
Yeah. But so people, I'm confident they're going to do the best they can. And I will make payment arrangement plans with them. So
On the two properties that are listed that went to tax sale, but we could not sell, why couldn't we sell them? What happened there?
because nobody bid on them.
Is it? Okay. So
But-
desirability of the property.
Right. But it's okay because one of those 2, David, I have a neighbor that's interested in one of them, which is a good thing. And then the other one, I had somebody interested, but it doesn't sound like that's going to go through. But again, I'm optimistic. So people, they're calling. And once this list is posted, people will call because they're going to want to know where the property is. And I've already got calls about some of them anyways because of the condition of the property.
Okay.
So the mobile homes are going to be harder because they're personal property and they don't tend to sell.
Right.
And they are all in on Locust Lane, which is owned by Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust. So the land is owned by the trust, and then the mobile homes are personal property to the people living in them.
Well, that was really complicated. I can see that. Yep.
Yeah, that's going to be a mess, but I'll do the best I can with that. There are, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that are delinquent in water and sewer. And of those 6, 3 of them I'm going to call and try to make payment arrangements with. And then the other 3 are going to end up going to tax sale. So, I mean, we have people that haven't paid since 2016 on utility services.
We had this discussion in a meeting before about the enforceability of that. I mean, some of it, we can't provide people septic, but we can water. We can shut the water off, but not the septic, right?
Correct. And we can put a lien on the property, but every time there is a change in the amount, you have to, record it again with the land records. So, I'm hoping, a letter that, your property's going to go to tax sale will prompt them to at least call me and make some sort of arrangement.
Have we already, if any of those are related to water, have we already shut off their water, or are those all just related to sewer?
No, they're water and sewer. And we have never I don't know if you guys have ever shut anyone's water off.
Right. I'm not aware of that. Also, I mean, I know that during a pandemic is not the right time to do that anyway. But
Right.
it seems like a better option than going to tax sale. But maybe it isn't. I don't know. I guess you post them for tax sale and see what happens. But
Well, so on the list, there's one property that owes $8,341. It's water and sewer. It's water and sewer, $8,000. That's,
That's a lot.
that's a lot of money.
Yep.
But I mean, we can shut their water off, but again, you can't shut the sewer off. So
We don't really want to shut either off. We just want to get them to pay.
exactly.
Yeah. In the past, going up for tax sale has been a great motivator, at least to a high percent. Correct? At least that's what it seemed like last year. A lot of people responded to that. Almost everybody.
well, I'm going to explain one thing too. So, and I don't know if like this particular $8,300 property for water and sewer, I don't know if they have a mortgage on the property or not. So if they do, the bank automatically will get involved because they're not going to want to lose the property to a tax sale. So they'll pay it and then they just, deal with the property owner.
Right.
Right.
So that applies to
that particular property has been in arrears for a long time, but we've never taken it to tax sale before. Is that correct, Karen?
That's correct.
Right.
And that's because they're only behind on utilities, not in taxes.
Correct. That's correct.
Yep.
Okay. Well.
So when we revisit our policies too for water and sewer, maybe we can put something in there that reflects a better way to collect for utility services. If people there should be like 2016 is a long time. That's 4 years in arrears.
Right.
And if the users are paying for the system, it's not fair to the other users that, there's almost like $20,000 in arrears for utilities.
Yeah, no, and I mean, again, I would just say that I think that, going forward, when we do revisit that policy, maybe we look at, at a year out, your water gets shut off because you got to pay it. Mm-hmm. So, because otherwise you're going to be we've talked about this before with the tax sale concept, and maybe the shutting off the water is the carrot or the small stick before the big stick. Right. Of saying, hey, we're not mucking around. And if you don't want to go to tax sale, you got to pay this. So we're going to shut your water off until you do. And if you still don't pay it, then you're going to go to tax sale. So,
yeah, right.
And we got to do that more quickly too, because like you said, if a bank is involved, then it will get paid more quickly.
It'll get done.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh. And that's really actually in their best interest too, of course.
Right.
So we lost Laura again.
No, I'm still here.
Oh, you're there. Not on film. Okay.
So anyway, we're at about $116,604 in revenue right now. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And I'll keep you posted as I go through the process. And again, I'm optimistic. Broadband status update. In your packets is like a 32-page feasibility study. I don't really want to talk about it tonight because it's going to take up some time. So I think we should table it. And just some short notes that I spoke to Sue West at Wyndham Regional today. There's going to be a webinar in June. We are moving ahead. We're still on schedule. There's 10 towns now in the Deerfield Valley Communication Union District. And, oh boy, what happened? Whoops. Sorry, guys. I got distracted here. I thought I lost you. So there's 10 towns now in the new Communication Union District, and it looks like that's going to be the district for the entire Windham County, which is a good thing because this allows municipal select boards to vote whether they want to join or not instead of having a town vote. So
my recollection is the last time we talked about that, there were only like 2 or 3 towns involved in that. Is that correct, Karen?
yeah, there's 10. There's 10
Great.
now. So the business plan is going to be the next step. And that basically is going to look at how this district will work together, the cost to build the infrastructure, and then the fundraising in order to build that infrastructure. So there's a lot going on with that right now. And like I said, we can talk about it more in detail after we go through the feasibility study.
When is that meeting, Karen? In June?
They haven't set a date yet, Laura, but I will keep you posted.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And by the way, there's supposedly some funding that's coming out of the CARES package because of the COVID-19. So Windham Regional is looking at that, and you know, the other towns. So they're trying to secure some funding right now. So this might move a little bit quicker than we anticipated. So that's my spiel on broadband for tonight. You all set, David?
Oh, I could give you a list, but anyway.
I just wanted to let you know the listers have sent out change of value letters. There were 161 letters. This gives people the opportunity to grieve if they choose to. The listers grievance has scheduled May 27th through GoToMeeting to do all their grievances, if any come to them. I don't even think they had one last year, so I'll keep you posted on that.
That's unusual, though. That was a first. I think that was a first for me.
Yep. So, and then let's see, abatement. There's an abatement meeting. Jonathan has set that up for May 28th. That is basically with his abatement board to kind of go over like the go-to meeting and how they're going to handle abatements. We already.
But that includes us, David, if you're wondering.
That's right. So the
I didn't make
select
it
board.
last year's meeting, but I wanted to this year. Yep.
Yeah. The select board, JP, the treasurer, or I should say the interim treasurer, Lissa Harlow. I'll be in that meeting too. Then I believe he's going to schedule the abatement meeting for June 11th, which is the last day for our tax sale properties to respond to me. So the timing of that coincides. So I'll keep you posted on all of that. Are there any questions? Okay. Beatrice Aiken Trail cleanup. So the Beatrice Aiken Trail is off of Old Route 5. We've had some complaints. So people have been using the trail, but they noticed a structure that was being built out there, kind of like a wood structure. And there's been a couple fire pits and there's empty beer cans out there. So I asked the deputy sheriff if he could go up there and just kind of check it out. Dana Shepherd did walk up in there. There is a four-wheeler trail, and it looks like it's coming off of Shagbark Hill. but because there's a couple homes up there, we're not really sure who is driving down there and who is hanging out and building structures. So Anne and Lionel and Ellen Strong, maybe a couple other people went out on Sunday. They cleaned up the trail because there were some trees down. They took down the structure, and they did post some signage stating that this is Town of Putney property. It is for public trail access, but whatever you take in, you take out. So,
And
hopefully,
presumably no motorized vehicles.
yeah, none. There's not
Right.
With the exception of four-wheelers.
No, I don't think they're supposed to be.
They're not supposed to
Oh,
be in
okay.
there.
No, I thought you meant, all right. I misunderstood your question.
Yep. So, we're going to monitor that a little bit because we don't really know who they are or where they're actually coming from. We can presume where they're coming from, but because the trail leads right up to Shagbark Hill. Josh? Do we have?
Sorry, you froze up a little bit.
Oh.
No, I'm here.
Okay.
Karen froze on.
Well, yeah, I think it was you freezing, but
Oh.
yeah.
We all take turns.
Yeah.
I know, right? Technology. So that's what I wanted to let you know about Beatrice Aiken.
Thank you.
Census, I had something on that. So
We're over 50% now in the state. We've gotten up over 50%. We've gotten up over 50% participation in the state. I don't know about Putney particularly, but I know in the state we finally gotten over 50%. It was
right. So we
pretty
want to
dire.
encourage people to, fill out the census. It's very important because we do get funding, and at this point, every little bit's going to help. So Jonathan was on a webinar today for census, and the two takeouts or the two takeaways that he got out of that was Windham County only has 35.3% response rate. Chittenden County has 70%. And then the census does not mail anything to post office boxes. So anybody with a post office box is not going to get a card to remind them or tell them where to go to fill out census. And I don't know
Laura,
how many.
I can't remember whether we talked about this before, Laura, but if there's any way, if you're in communication with the Putney Mutual Aid to encourage them to encourage people, that would be great.
Yeah, I can do that. I know that like the organization I work for is actually working with the census to encourage folks through our organization to do it. They've really done a great job of trying to outreach. It's just unfortunately, I think in part this is the COVID crisis has really impacted their ability to reach people the way they normally would. And so these numbers have kind of stagnated because of that in some part. But yeah, I will encourage anybody and everybody to encourage folks to participate in the census. It's so important towards our funding. And in this state, not so much towards our federal representation, but it does indicate our state representation. So like right now we have 2 representatives for Putney, Dummerston,
Westminster, if our population is drastically changed through this, we could see that representation change locally. So
Right.
could be
Yeah.
revisited. So please, please, please go fill out your census. It's really easy to do online. You know?
Green Up Day is May 30th. So we are doing Green Up. We do have bags at Town Hall. We do have them out on the front step near the front doors. There's 5 to a roll. So if anybody wants to stop by the Town Hall and just grab, some bags, we encourage them to do that as well. We did talk about, and I know we don't do this, so Brian Harlow always puts a truck down at Town Hall, and everybody brings all their Green Up bags and tires and whatever to the dump truck at Town Hall. Now, this is an idea, and maybe we can implement it next year, but and this may encourage more people to participate, but if we were able to do Green Up on all the roads and then possibly put the bags down at like major intersections and have the highway department pick them up on, the following Monday, that may get people to participate a little more.
Just because of visibility, you mean?
Yes. Yeah.
Maybe like bus stops.
Yeah, bus stops.
Like school bus stops.
At any intersection on any road, because like Hickory Ridge, how many side roads you have, if those bags were all on Hickory Ridge, truck could go up, pick everything up, and then, go back to the highway department.
Right.
I think also, like I was on River Road the other day and somebody like dumped a television, one of the big tubes. There's a TV laying out there, and I'm like going, really? I'm like,
Bummer.
what is wrong with people, So that too, if somebody's walking down a road and there's, a big stuff like that, you put it in a pile, and perhaps maybe we can get the highway department to pick it up. It might be too late to do it this year, but it might be something we should consider for next year.
Yeah.
I like that idea. I'm curious, I have not dove too far into Green Up Day media, but is there an educational campaign happening to help people understand how to safely handle sharps that are found? Because we did have last year several incidents of people finding sharps throughout the community. It's going to happen. It's a part of, frankly, it's a part of the opioid crisis, and I would really love to see education around that so people know what to do when they find them and don't feel panicked in the moment.
There is education on that, Laura, and I can have Jonathan. So Jonathan is our Green Up coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
So I can have him get information out there.
Fantastic.
There's a couple posters that are going to be posted around town too, one at Town Hall and at the co-op and at the post office. So maybe we can get information on our website too for the sharps. But there is a special way to handle those.
Yeah, it's not, and it's really, it's not that complicated, but it should be done with caution.
Right. Education
and care.
Well, and making also, if we're having highway folks picking up bags, you can't have sharps floating around in an open bag.
No, and that's why it's so important that it's done properly, that, it's ideally folks are educated in advance so they know to have some kind of plastic container that's lidded that they can tape and mark that this has sharps in it. And then I know that the dump takes them for free. So, or the I call it the dump. That's what I grew up with it being called, but the Waste Management Center.
That's true. Also, just since Karen mentioned it, for televisions, I believe virtually all electronics they take for free as well.
They do.
Yeah.
Yep.
All
Okay,
right.
moving on.
You had Landmark, Recycling, Library, and Putney Public Pool still.
Yeah, so the library, Mominy Painters has their sign out in front. So I called Emily and she's like, yes, they already washed the building. So the building's been washed. They plan on staining it next week. And I already talked to Emily about doing one coat. She's going to ask Mo to give her an estimate to do 2 coats just on the south side of the building, like we discussed.
Right.
So she's going to get that, and then and I'll let you know what it is. So we'll have to compare that with the 2 coats for the full building and see what the difference is. So hopefully I can get that before our next meeting. Well, I'm gonna ask for it before the next meeting, so we have it. Landmark College, they will be doing a virtual commencement on May 30th, which is a Saturday. I spoke to John McLaren, and he also mentioned that their high school program that they usually have in the summertime, they won't be holding that because of the COVID. Their hopes, like any other school, is that students can return in the fall, but everybody's trying to be optimistic.
Sorry, Karen, did you say they're having a commencement ceremony in person?
No, virtual.
Oh, okay. Same,
Yep.
same for Putney School. That
Yeah.
there will not be an in-person graduation this year, and also they are not running their summer programs this year.
Yeah.
So same story, but also hoping to be in person in the fall.
Yes. Fingers crossed.
The school district, the greater school district, sent out an update saying pretty much the same thing. And they're planning for many different possibilities. So they're planning for the possibility of partially returning in the fall. They're planning for the possibility of remote learning in the fall, and for actually a full returnage. So fingers crossed.
All right. So Putney Public Pool status. Because of David's business and having fiberglass in the pool, I asked David to go look at the pool. Have you seen the pictures, Josh?
Yes.
Yeah. So we have a big problem.
Yes.
And I don't know how to tackle it yet. I have a call into Carol Lalott down at in Brattleboro. I'm going to make a phone call to Falvey Pool. Twin State that Joe had spoken to, they're busy until July. David did go inspect the pool, and David, you want to fill us in?
Yeah, we need to refiberglass the whole ramp, basically, from down from the top where you start in down to where it connects with the bottom, and then about 2 more feet and a strip the width of the ramp. It looks like water infiltration between the fiberglass and the cement underneath it, starting at the top of the ramp between the wall, the ramp, and the way you walk on the ramp, above the 2 suction inlets for the recirculation system. And it's lifted. Basically, we're going to have to cut through the fiberglass with a grinder at the base of the wall, strip all of it that's loose off, rough it up, clean it, and refiberglass it. So,
what kind of expense is that, David?
You know, I put in pools when I was 26 for a year, and We did. That was a very long time ago, and it looks like, you know, and I'm guessing, and it's been a long time, but because I don't know the cost of materials for this, I'd say two guys who work hard could get this stripped and cleaned in most of a day, and then reapplied and down and painted in most of a day. So that's what it looks like to me. As long as there's nothing underneath there in the cement that I haven't seen yet that needs to be dealt with, and then we've got to jackhammer out any cracks in the cement, and then hydraulic cement that and let it dry, and then fiberglass it to make it bigger. So I think basically it's unusable the way it is. It doesn't seem safe the way it is, and you're letting water in under to damage the rest of the liner. And so it's time to fix it now. You know, get the fiberglass, get me a grinder and a young back.
My understanding, though, is of the governor's restrictions currently that, you know, when I read them, I questioned it's so incredibly restrictive for pools. Are we going to, is it realistic for us to even open?
Yeah, it seems like, you know, Karen and I had to talk about that. It doesn't seem like that's going to happen, and probably this is the thing that, you know, goes on the back burner. And there's as she was saying, most of the pool companies are, you know, backlogged right now anyway, because everybody wants to get their pool up and running. And so, you know, and we haven't got a estimate or a contract with anybody yet. And who does our maintenance? Do we have a maintenance contract? Who do we?
Dalby, right?
No. Simon's operations, Joe, has always been taking care of our pool.
So does he just do that? He keeps the pumps running, does the plumbing and that stuff, but not the rest of it.
So I had Tim Carrillo. He has his own pool company, and he patched it last year, the small crack. And he said, yeah, this job is way too big for me. So he's only one person, you know, and they're all busy doing other things right now. So I'm going to look into a couple different companies, get an estimate and see what happens. But given that the governor is restricting and you can only have like 10 people, you know, in a pool area, I mean, it limits what we can do anyway, like with swim lessons, open pool, movie night, all of that. So, you know, we talked about a GoFundMe page too. And, you know, I want to talk to Larry about that some more, because Ruby, who has left our meeting, she had brought it up 2 years ago, you know, because of
I think it was Jamie. I actually think it was Jamie that was pushing for GoFundMe for this. I could be mistaken, but
no,
I thought
you
it
might
was
be
Jamie.
right. Yeah, Jamie and Ruby have both been in on the pool thing anyway. So
they have pretty,
I mean,
close goals.
Right. You know, and maybe this is a, you know, Putney mutual aid thing that can get off the ground, you know? But we have to be careful when we start, you know, doing GoFundMe pages and having other people, you know, I don't know what the liability is to the town. And I just don't want GoFundMe pages popping up for things in Putney that, you know, we're not aware of.
Yeah.
No, I do think I'm guessing it's important though that we, regardless of what the pool schedule and opening ability this summer is probably important to do this repair regardless, because I'm guessing it's not something that's going to improve with time if we try to ignore it. So.
Right. So let me get some prices, and I'm going to do my best to get them as quickly as possible. and then we can make a decision on how to address this. But I definitely agree with everyone that it needs to be dealt with now.
So we store the pool empty in the winter, right? We drain it all.
No.
There's water that stays in it. It's gross.
Yeah.
So, and
It's really gross.
the reason behind that is, the reason we don't drain it is
I've never understood it.
it's drained now.
No, so Joe drains it down to the jets. You know, where the jets are, where the water comes out. So he drains it down that far. And then he winterizes everything in the pool house and, you know, shuts everything down.
It's a less common practice, I think, now, David, than it used to be to drain it all the way. And I don't know what the reasoning behind that is, but that totally anecdotal, but I feel like I've seen it's more usual to see pools filled now than it used to be. And I don't know why that is.
So
they're usually covered though. We don't cover ours.
Yeah.
It's really, it's weird.
Yeah.
The
way we treat it.
Because the area that's affected is above the water line, quite a bit above the water line now.
Right.
And even though
Right.
rainwater will make it worse, it won't be as bad as if it's filled with water and we don't repair it. So I don't know how much damage will happen from this point forward if we don't use the pool and don't fill it. So I mean, it definitely needs to be done, and the sooner we can do it, the better, but I'm not sure how much worse it's going to get. You know, it might progress another foot and might not, you know. I don't know how much water is in there, but
my concern would be if we go into next winter without repairing it, freeze thaw damage and cracking of the concrete. So I think at a minimum it should be done. And you know, again, I'm just talking. I don't know for sure, but I think we should be aware that that's a possibility of a risk. So
that makes sense.
I've never really worked on a pool this design, a fully cement poured pool sprayed with fiberglass. It's interesting. I've never seen one. It looks like it would be really prone to cracking because of the movement of concrete.
Yes.
Most of the pools we put in only had a concrete ring and the top 3 to 4 feet. And then they were sand filled and had a vinyl or plastic liner, which move, tend to not crack, are much more easily serviced and don't pose this problem. You know, gunite's the best, but it's so expensive, you know, sprayed gunite. But I don't know.
That's what, Brattleboro uses that gunite.
Yeah.
Josh, historically, how often does this pool crack?
I don't really know. It's not a problem that we've I mean, there's often sort of small repairs, but not anything of this scale that I'm aware of. And I don't know whether I'm just not aware of it, but you know, we're also, I mean, I can't remember, Brad did a bunch of concrete work on it 10, 12 years ago, something like that. But previous to that, I mean, that pool is, you know, age is catching up with us with the pool also. I mean, it's been there for a long time now. So, you know, we may at some point be looking at a more expensive decision-making process, and maybe we're getting closer to that point. I don't know.
This problem, looking
it's got to be at least 20 years, right?
So
20 years old? Oh, it's more than that. It's pushing, probably pushing 40, I would think.
Really?
Yeah, you might be right, Josh, because my husband used to swim in that pool when he was a kid.
Wow.
Yeah.
I had no idea it was that it had. Okay, that's interesting.
So
that's
I think
really interesting.
The problem's been happening for a while. Looking at the fiberglass, it's been leaking between the fiberglass and the cement for quite a while, but we weren't aware of it because the weight of the water held
the fiberglass down. Right.
And then you put in the water and it pops up, and when it pops up, it cracks. Or as it gets loose enough and people walk on it, it cracks. But I can't imagine this problem just happened. This has been happening for a while.
Yeah.
Right. And Beverly Wright, who is in charge of the pool during summer, she said it's been like that for at least 2 years.
Mhm.
Yeah, Brad would have more history on it, Karen, if you wanted.
Yeah.
He would know,
Okay.
because again, he definitely did concrete work on it a while ago. I can't remember when. And I think it was his dad who poured it originally, so he probably was in.
Maybe I'll talk to him. He might know how to handle that. Or maybe he has some connections. He knows somebody that might be able to.
Yeah.
I'll call Brad. Good recommendation. All right. So on
The
that
only
note,
thing we haven't covered, Karen, is recycling. You had that on your list.
oh no, that was supposed to be Green Up Day. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, I meant to say green up, not recycling.
Oh, okay.
That's a whole nother topic.
Oh gosh, yes it is.
So warrants.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve and execute the warrants as presented upon completion of review.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Payroll warrant dated May 22nd, 2020 in the amount of $12,849.62.
I'm pretending to sign it.
And that was noticeably less people, Karen. Is that just, have we shifted? I mean, I know we have less people working, obviously, but it felt to me like we've had a number of employees listed on the past payrolls, but with zero payment to them. And this time it was a smaller number of people. Is it the same thing? Just now we're not.
No, that was a very good observation, Josh. So we did not get timesheets for the fire department prior to Tom going on vacation.
Oh, I just wondered if we were so far down in accidents, and I mean, I know we've had a few doozies, but I was wondering if the calls were so far diminished.
No.
That
no,
we weren't seeing hours.
No, we requested timesheets to be submitted prior to departure on vacation, but it's an oversight, and unfortunately, the on-call personnel will have to wait another 2 weeks at this point. So, accounts payable warrant dated May 16th through May 22nd, 2020 in the amount of $46,745.52. So David, on that warrant is Keith Short Plumbing and Heating.
Oh, I noticed. Yeah.
I just read that, yeah.
So
That's for the shower?
That is for the decontamination shower at the fire department.
Got it.
That is a reimbursable expense through COVID.
It is, good.
Did we ever get the FEMA question answered?
The grant?
Sorry, David, you have a question about the warrants? Yeah.
I do. We paid Bob NASA $140 for something.
Yeah, we did.
What's that?
So those were for PPE for masks.
Doesn't Tom get masks through the, what's it called? The reserve?
Yes,
or
the state
whatever.
stockpile. Yes.
Stockpile.
Yeah.
Retired,
So,
right.
I can't answer your question.
Are these special? There's just curious about that.
Well, there's
I can't
lots
answer
of
that.
different PPE. So was it necessarily masks or?
No, they were masked. It's on the
Oh,
invoice.
okay.
Yep. Let me see if I can find it.
What is Endyne Incorporated?
Endyne is a lab. It's a testing lab for our
Diamonds?
samples for water.
Okay.
Very expensive. We might have to start looking around for other contractors or labs. I've been monitoring the expenses at the treatment plant, and every year they keep going up. And I have to believe there's other companies out there that can do the same testing for less. But
Do we have anything else?
I don't. Karen?
I'm all set.
Okay.
Okay. Moving on to.
So Laura, the answer
Karen.
to your question, so the FEMA grant through the firefighters, I ended up going through a different portal. It's a grant portal specific for PUA. So that's the one we're gonna utilize that grant.
Nice.
Great. So we will be able to get some back.
Yeah. It's still a lengthy process, but I'll work my way through it. And
sorry.
the other thing too is, I'm just going to mention this, that any expense that we ask for reimbursement has to be directly related to COVID-19. You know, I have about $5,000 in expenses that state they're COVID-19, but some of them are not going to be reimbursable. So COVID-19 means PPEs and overtime for personnel, like first responders, okay? So all of Tom's time, he's a salary person, so we cannot get any reimbursement for any of his overtime. Even though he put in 200 hours, he's a salaried employee, it's already budgeted. So, you know, on call is on call. I mean, they can work 40 hours a week and, you know, if they're on call. So it's going to be really hard to get reimbursed for labor for the first responders. So anything that we ask for reimbursement is going to be basically an expense item, not a labor related item.
It would seem like, though, if you could show that they were coming in for something that's directly COVID related rather than their regular duties, that should be reimbursable. And I also get that that's not always the way it works, but.
You know, we can try to submit what we think is COVID related, and the worst that can happen is they're going to reject it.
So would they, the only concern I would have is, would they reject the whole claim or pieces of the claim? Will they itemize their rejection?
I think they're just going to itemize the items and then, yeah, not the whole request, but the thing is, if we drop underneath the $3,300 threshold, they're going to kick it out anyway.
So before you go through all the work, how do we go through the list to make sure that we have fairly confident about what we submit being accepted, so you don't do all the work for nothing?
I've been through the list, and there's a lot of it that's not going to be reimbursed. So
Do you feel
70
confident about 3,300's worth though?
No, I
Right.
don't. So,
Well, I mean, to David's point, if it's a whole lot of work, then maybe it's not worth it. If it's not a whole lot of work, maybe it's worth it. And if they don't kick it out and we get $3,400 worth, great.
right.
Yeah.
But if it's
It's kind of the conversation we had last week.
if it's $3,800 worth of work to get $3,400, then don't bother, you know.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
And we're only going to get reimbursed 75%.
So it begs the next question: if there's a lot of stuff on that list that you don't think we're going to get reimbursed for, then what were we spending $5,000 on, and should we look at that?
Good question. That's a very good question. And I have a list, so at any time you want to stop in, I can.
Okay. All right.
We can go through that list.
All right, thank you for going over that with us. Other business, it has come to me through a few different folks that the parking situation on Kimball Hill and in front of the Putney General Store is less than desirable, that folks are parking overnight, sometimes taking up 2 spots, sometimes leaving their vehicles in front of the Putney General Store for long periods of time. Karen and I talked about this a little bit today as far as the Putney General Store is concerned, and I passed along what you had said, Karen, to Mike. And he said he was going to try and think about ways to do some positive signing. He doesn't really like the idea of putting up general store only, but he would like to find a way to positively message that these parking spots are really important for them. And then as far as Kimball Hill goes, I don't really know what to tell folks when they are upset that spots are taken up the way that they're being taken up, and I don't know that there's really anything we can do about it. So I guess I'm just bringing it up. Josh, I know you have a ton of experience with this and our parking issues in Putney, and I'm curious as to what the conversations have looked like in the past.
There's very little we can do. I mean, there are, the landowners have specific rights to specific places, but we have no authority to enforce that for them. There have been agreements with various different parcel owners in different capacities, and sometimes they hold for a while and sometimes they don't. It tends to be, in my experience, pretty cyclical. It tends to be a problem for a while, then tends to sort of seem to go away for a bit. And, it's related to occupancy numbers and the particular occupants, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But I'm not aware of any time that we as a governing entity have had a whole lot of success in trying to manage it for anybody much, because I don't think we have either the legal right or the personnel to do much about it. I think probably positive signage would be the best way to continue to try to manage it, and maybe we're willing to participate in that in some way if there's a sort of proposal brought before us, but I'm not sure.
I'm curious on Kimball Hill, so if you're headed towards Putney Central on the right hand side, those spots that are in front of houses that are marked out, are those spots actually technically do those buildings have ownership over those particular spots, or are
Only,
those town spots?
um,
I don't think they own them. It's the town right away.
yeah,
Okay,
but
that makes sense to me.
but there are agreements. Yeah, it's definitely in the right of way. But for example, I mean, this may have shifted since Neil Maddow, he owned all three of the buildings up Kimball Hill from the general store. And there was an agreement, and I don't know where you would find this, Karen, if you were able to. There was an agreement at some point about allocation of spots for those apartments versus allocation of spots, because since he also owns the what used to be the pizza parlor, there's space behind in basically in Christian Square in that parking lot area behind there. And there was an agreement with Neil as to capacity for parking, but I don't remember the details of it. But we might be able to find that, and that might clarify a little bit of it. I would guess, the person who might know more about this than others is Lisa Papazian, because she has tried to manage it for the Historical Society, and I think she was on the board when that agreement with Neil was made, perhaps. So might be worth asking her if she has any memory. But yeah, the only thing I know we can mandate is no parking from whatever it is, November 15th to April 1st, or for the snowplows.
For overnight parking.
Exactly. Other than that,
And
I don't have jurisdiction.
And that's the only time overnight parking is banned, is during those winter months, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
There's some confusion on that as well, so I will clarify that.
It's mostly about courtesy,
Right.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Neighbors being neighbors.
Yeah.
I think we can bring that up.
Yeah, right.
It's been complicated for as long as I can remember. I mean, it just, again, sometimes it rears its head and sometimes it doesn't. And
Well, just to, let you guys know, when the Route 5 bridge construction actually starts, the general store is going to lose those parking spaces on Route 5, for the construction. So it's going to be even harder. So
yeah, they might want to consider signage before that happens.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good recommendation, to just point out what the schedule is to them and okay.
Yeah. And of course, the other thing about that, but I mean, it's sort of irrelevant right now, but Next Stage has an agreement with Basketville where they use their parking, but there's no events, so that's irrelevant. But Basketville isn't going to be available anyway because the bridge is going to be closed. So that's also.
Yeah. The timing of all of this, I have to say, is actually shaking out kind of well. Traffic is reduced. We're, that's as far as like doing this to the bridge and all of that. It's not too bad as far as timing goes if we're going to have a pandemic. But I did point out to Mike the history of Baskerville supporting community parking, and he wasn't aware of that. So,
but it also would be worth reviewing if you could find it, Karen, that agreement with Neil, because it does allow for parking. The whole concept was that tenants of those three buildings above the general store, in theory, are supposed to park behind the pizza parlor at least some of the time. And I again, I don't know the details, but reminding people of that. Neil is no longer the owner of what used to be Mellon Store, the next one above.
There's 4 apartments. Yeah.
Jocelyn, yeah, but there's a number of apartments in there,
4.
and there's
4.
competition for those spots. So, and I'm guessing she inherited the agreement that Neil had, but I don't know that. So it would be worth looking for that.
But during the wintertime, they have to park behind the old pizza place. But during the summertime, it's, they can park on Kimmel Hill. Now, Neil also has apartments in that green building, and he's got parking behind the pizza place as well. But again, during good weather, they're all parking on the street.
Right. So that's more about messaging and speaking. I mean, talking to Jocelyn and asking her to ask her tenants to park behind the pizza place. And, it's all about neighbor stuff.
Right.
Are people going to quit? Not all the time, obviously. So.
And Mike and Kim are being really lovely about the parking in front of the general store. Their feelings are, as long as we're closed, it's open to anyone. They have no problem with folks parking there when they're closed. They just really ask that folks don't park there when they're open for long periods of time, especially in this time of doing curbside service. They need those spots in order to be able to serve people well. So, but I think that they're being very thoughtful in their approach to it. And so I will pass along some of this information. And then just a friendly nudge to you guys, we still have to schedule time to do Karen's review. So, I'll just keep reminding you, we'll get there. I'll send out an email again. So, all right. So the one other thing I was going to bring up is we have been doing executive sessions in the same go-to meeting that we're doing our regular meeting in. And I noticed when I was reviewing Brattleboro's protocol, and it makes sense to me, that we should actually be jumping out of this meeting and going into a separate one, so that nobody could accidentally come into our meeting during an executive session. Though we would notice somebody coming in, there's a chance that we could miss it.
Yeah, but you can lock the meeting.
That's what I was going to say.
Come in.
Okay, are we doing that?
Yes, during our executive sessions, yes. We turn off the recorder and then I lock the meeting.
Okay. All right, fantastic. Then let's not worry about it. I just noticed that and was like, oh, we haven't been doing that. So that's good to know.
No, BCTV showed me how to do that.
Well, thank you, BCTV. They are wonderful for so many reasons.
Yes.
All right. So unless we need an executive session.
No, we do not.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Wait, our next meeting date. I know you're excited. We're skipping. We're not going to do a emergency management meeting next week. We're going to take a week off and regroup. And our next meeting date is June 3rd. And then we will go back to the emergency management schedule until it is no longer needed. And now, please jump all over that motion.
Motion to adjourn.
And seconded.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everyone. Thank you
Bye.
so much. Good job. Oh, enjoy the week off.
Good morning.
Morning.
So just for people listening in on YouTube, this is Vermont House Commerce and Economic Development Committee holding a hearing on H945 and possibly discussing other economic issues within the state in the next couple of hours. So right now with us, we have Commissioner Joan Goldstein from the Department of Economic Development from the Agency of Commerce. And so good morning, Joan. Thank you for joining us this morning. We appreciate your time.
Good morning.
So I think we're beginning to hear that, and we'll have Commissioner Sherling on at 9:45 talking to us from Public Safety's position, but that probably 9:45 is not needed at this point, and that things are moving along very well, helping the manufacturers that are out there that want to pivot. There is an opportunity built into their contracting, I think, that assists them in pivoting. Is that that's the understanding I have?
Yeah, so the understanding I have, and this is working pretty closely with Commissioner Sherling, is that because there is an effort to ensure stability of the supply for Vermont, for first responders, for hospitals, what the commissioner has been doing is basically helping manufacturers by placing a purchase order. So basically, if they find out a good source, they would then do a purchase order to get that done. So I think the feeling and the sentiment was that perhaps this is not necessary because this looks like this would give funding first and then figure out whether or not there was a market for it. So like the best way to determine whether the entity had a chance or capability or capacity to create this would be to say, okay, we've vetted them. We, meaning the state, has vetted the source and the entity. We think they could produce X amount within X amount of period of time. We're going to commit to purchasing a quantity to be delivered at some future date. So that is my understanding of how they're working it right now as we speak. And I know I've been on a couple of those calls where they're trying to develop sources that would be closer to Vermont, or if not in Vermont. And that is kind of the path that they're taking.
Okay. All right. And they're able to use FEMA dollars, right?
I believe that's the source. I'm not 100% sure. I know that all the purchasing authority and everything is with emergency management and BGS. So yeah, we've not been part of that discussion necessarily, but they have the ability to spend and commit.
Ready? Any questions for Joan? Even if it's not related to 9:45. We
any riddles? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some questions about. I know this afternoon we'll be having a more in-depth discussion with you and others on 641 and where we go or what we do with that, and then what is happening, that kind of giving us a preview of what you may be bringing to us next week as far as assistance for the business community through this COVID-19. So.
And that's at 12:30, right? Is that what you're?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So we were looking to pass to vote on that bill, but we may not vote on that one. We do have the captives bill we'll be voting on too. But
okay.
Christy, you have a question?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner Goldstein, for appearing this morning. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
What are you hearing from the business community regarding the anticipation of a scheduled opening? I know retail is expected on Monday. Are you hearing from other industries, salons, the personal contact stuff, I know outdoor recreation is starting to see a revitalization. We're getting a lot of questions from our constituents in our businesses, and we just like to feel comfortable that there's people at the administration level that are working towards perhaps providing a schedule, or at least giving some indication of when these businesses perhaps could open. And I know it's the exact date can't be identified, but what's phase one, what's phase two, what's phase three, and what are these people, what are the expectations that they can have? Are you involved with any of that?
Yeah, I'm not as directly involved as Deputy Secretary Brady, but we are in frequent conversations. We are getting lots of queries from everybody. Personal care, particularly gyms, of course, restaurants, et cetera. So we don't have a date. Obviously, the higher the contact that the business requires, the more risk as per health. So I guess the expectation setting would be that, it's going to be a little bit longer. I don't have a date. We talk about this daily, and we have schedules and we have proposals from each of the industry groups about how they would reopen. And I know in the Connecticut River Valley, it's particularly stinging because of New Hampshire being open, and there is fear of loss of business. And I understand that and appreciate that fear. So we are, advocating and putting forward those schedules as possibilities. So I think we'll hear something, and, we'll know a little bit more as the week unfolds. In the next week, I think we'll hear something more, but it's just the toughest. The high contact is the toughest decision because the risk of spread is highest there.
I absolutely understand facts and watching how the virus diminishes or starts to just resurge. I think we're all conscious of that, but it's just it sounds like you're hearing the same issues that we are. I've had some communication with Deputy Commissioner Brady, some sort of guidelines, or not guidelines, future scheduling, just so that the people know, or the businesses know, at what point or what level that they're going to be considered. And it may not be a specific startup date, but where they are in the pipeline as far as their resurgence.
Yeah, we are working on it. I mean, I know that's not a satisfactory answer for anybody who has lost their livelihood. So we're sympathetic to it. It's not our decision alone. We're doing this in tandem with health, and so it takes some time, for the whole plan to unfold. If you notice how we kind of went from like controlled environments, sort of outdoor environments, to controlled indoor environments, and which were low contact, right, and then go into higher contact and then higher numbers of people. When you think about that as the grid, it sort of is a schedule of sorts. It's just too indefinite for anybody to plan, and we understand and appreciate that. But that's what we're working with.
Thank you very much.
Hey, there's a couple more questions, but before we get there, Patricia's joined us from VMEC, and maybe Patricia, you can give us VMEC's thoughts on 945, where we go from here.
Thank you for inviting me. I apologize for being late. In having some follow-up, let's say, email conversation with Joan and also Commissioner Sherling, kind of shed some new light, I guess, maybe on some of the other factors and things to kind of be considered, and the strategy at the moment in terms of really trying to address the highest priority needs through the procurement channel. So so to make sure that we're all in alignment and have the information at the right times and everything, essentially Commissioner Sherling is kind of asking to wait until some of the emergency needs are addressed and fulfilled, if you will, through the procurement channel, before we look at other ways of funding some of these needs. I guess as a way to just be sure that the priority items are being addressed through the place. I know, Joan, if you have any other, it may not be my place to ask a question, but I don't know if you have anything to add.
No, I pretty much said
Okay.
the same thing about kind of pausing.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, I apologize for being late.
No, not a problem. We'll, of course, 9:45 is still sitting in appropriations, and I can ask them to hold on to it. If there's a time down the road where we need to use it, it's there, and we can get it ready to go pretty quickly, I think. So that's fine.
Okay.
So we have Commissioner Sherling can't be with us until 9:45, so we're going to continue on with some discussions and questions. And so for either for Commissioner Goldstein or for you, Patricia. So there's a couple of hands up now. Charlie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had two questions. One was for Patricia and then the other for Joan. And Patricia, you had mentioned that I think you had 15 different projects, folks that were looking at producing, and I would imagine that those projects also are in coordination with BGS and Commissioner Sherling as well. So if there's an opportunity for them to start making products, then they could contact those sources and see if there's a contract. Is that, do I understand that correctly?
Yes, that would be the case for most of them, I would say. There are some that that the state of Vermont may not be the primary customer, but many of these are have either made proposals to the state and or are working through them. Yep.
Okay, great. And it kind of is a segue into my favorite question for Joan, which is about PPE and about the state's role in trying to provide supplies. Certainly that the Coronavirus Relief Fund provides money for personal protection equipment. And I hope I'm getting the right PPE nomenclature. And so the question is, other states, namely our neighbor, are providing PPE either free or for easy distribution to either businesses or individuals that are distributed through, I think, even the DMV. And I'm not sure how they coordinate that. But so just wondering if, I don't know if it's appropriate for Commissioner Sherling to talk about if this is something that we can do as a state. And really allocating funds to purchase PPE and distribute it to enterprises and to gain some kind of comfort level for those businesses to reopen, especially if we're trying to reopen retail, speaking as a retailer, and trying to figure out, is there enough PPE for customers to wear and for the employees? So thinking about, is that something that I know you and I have mentioned, had a brief conversation about that before, but any thoughts on the agency about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's been brought up before, and you should definitely ask the Commissioner to address it. My understanding is that it isn't a question of funding, but rather a question of supply. So I think at the time it was raised, we as a state were waiting for a delivery of a large order just for state coffers, first responders, hospitals, in case there's a resurgence. And I think at the time, there was not a confidence level in the supply line in order to then commit to being able to source that for all the businesses and customers of Vermont. Now that could have changed because that might be a week old news, things are fluid. So we could revisit that for sure.
And I don't think we're alone in that. I know Massachusetts has reported that they're short of PPE, and somehow Dean Kamen got involved with the state of New Hampshire and figuring out how to leverage his private contacts with FedEx to get more PPE. I don't know how that worked. I don't think we have the same, or maybe we do, I don't know. But yeah, so okay, we'll ask the commissioner, but it would certainly be great for us to enable businesses to reopen if we can provide that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And just to go along with that, I'm wondering if the unavailability of PPE could hamper businesses from opening. And I know that the order for people, for businesses to open even right now is masks for, having their employees wearing masks and 6 feet. And I'm not seeing a lot of that. And I'm seeing a lot of people working outside side by side with no masks on, delivery people coming in where they have helpers and they're not wearing masks either in the truck or when they're bringing things in. And I did see today that the governor may be considering a mandatory mask wear for everyone. And so I'm wondering, how do we provide the essential, which is either a cloth mask or something throwaway, to everyone if we're going to mandate things like that. So
yeah, I mean, I know, as you know, the governor was not 100% in favor of mandating this for quite some time, but if it's going to be warranted by lack of attention and care for it, then it may have to happen. Of course, they don't have to be medical masks. They could be kerchiefs, they could be whatever, just to try to avoid the spread of droplets. So yeah, I don't have the answer to that. I mean, the more people don't abide, the more difficult this is going to become, both from a health and an economic perspective. So I don't know what to say about it.
I mean, it's kind of funny because you'd think that people would start getting used to this now, but instead, as we're opening up more, that they're freeing themselves up more. And even people coming in my store, I've constantly telling them to keep 6 feet apart. Hurry up and get your stuff and get out. They want to sit around, scratch tickets and chit chat and everything else. And then I'm looking around town as I'm driving around, and as construction starts to open up, and people are they're out working side by side with no masks on. And so it's concerning that they're not heeding the warning, and could drive us right into another a second wave. And so
right.
And it's hard. It's really difficult for a business to mandate someone to wear a mask when they come in. It's a lot easier if everybody has to do it. So yeah, if people don't start listening and understanding why they need to wear a mask, then I think the only thing you can do is have it as regulate it and tell people they have to wear them. It's too bad, but I don't know.
I suspect even with a regulation, there'll be people who break that rule.
Oh yeah, sure.
And then do we have the ability to enforce, and to what extent? So I mean, that it just leads to a whole host of questions. I know everyone wants the state to be able to tell everybody what to do, which is a shocking thing through this whole ordeal, but they do want that, and we possibly could do that. It just, I don't know if that's going to change the behavior, perhaps for some. I know you've seen horrible pictures from all over the country where they are trying to enforce that. It's really not pleasant. But I think, there's risk. The problem is this is an invisible thing until it's visible, and then it might be too late. So it's really, it is concerning.
Yeah. Well, and especially, the areas that haven't been hard hit. We've had 9 cases in Orleans County. It's, and it's been holding steady. So it should be, actually, people should be happy that that's where it's at, and because they've been doing the right thing.
Right.
But don't stop doing the right thing. Just because it hasn't hit us doesn't mean it won't.
Right.
And same with, around the state, especially with the low numbers that other areas have. So, Lynn, you have a question?
Yeah, I do have a question for Joan that she can pass on to Ted and whoever else is making these decisions. One of the issues for these businesses, small business, often Main Street businesses, for the personal care. In our case, it's a dental office, but there's optometrists, there's restaurants, there's all kinds of people that are involved with this. The PPP loans have all come through, and now people are on an 8-week time frame. And if you can't open, it's hard to pay people to do nothing. You are doing something. A lot of times you have to go and revamp your business so you can hire people and pay them to go and do the training and to revamp your schedule or revamp how your business is going to run. But there's very clear guidelines. You have to spend money on these people. That's within 75% of that loan has to be on payroll. And people in restaurants, they're not going to hire back all those people. And we've got people going part-time. There's the wage, we can have them part-time and they still be on UI. I mean, the whole point of this was to do that. And of course, nobody expected that it would take this long. But this is a real concern for businesses who are going to end up with 18 months basically to pay off some kinds, a huge loan, $8,000, $10,000, $15,000 every month to be able to pay off this loan by the time they say it. And I know I've talked to Rebecca Ellis about this couple months ago about this, and the feds need to, it's a federal thing that needs, and of course the Treasury is changing all the rules every week.
Daily, yeah.
So this is a real concern for a lot of the Main Street businesses and a lot of the personal care businesses and the restaurants and the things like that. And, for instance, Charlie's talking about the PPE. We have specialized PPE that we need. And apparently the reason that Sununu allowed the dentist to go back to work in New Hampshire is because they had stuff that the state has enough to give them so they can actually work. And there's no way, the supply chain doesn't exist. Trying to find, we have a little bit, but we won't have enough in another month.
Right.
We don't get supplies. This is a real concern. And so the manufacturing grant program looked like there was some potential there, but I don't see it. So
no, thank you for that comment. We are aware of the tremendous shortfall that the PPE is actually causing in terms of the concern and the lack of guidance on forgivability and the fact that these businesses are closed. And so we are working on a possible solution, a possible state solution with using COVID relief funds, where we could deploy immediate funds to the sectors that have been closed to get them the help that they need. And a combination of grant, a combination of loan through VITA. So we are formulating these ideas as we speak. We understand there's immediate need that we need to get out right away, that we need to prevent massive business failures and massive bankruptcies, and to rebuild the revenue drivers of the state. So I know it's a federal problem. We can't just wait for the feds to fix that. I know that everybody, the governor, everyone is petitioning to make that change happen, but we're not sure. So in the meantime, we need to design a program that could help these businesses in our communities, whether it's Main Street or otherwise, but the ones that have been closed.
Yeah, the other thing is to comment also on Mike's issue. I think the longer this goes on, the more complacent people get. Doesn't happen to me, I'm fine. And they'll just pick up and do what they've always done. That's another problem. And at the same time, we have employees who are scared stiff. They don't want to go and do anything until everything is like 100% ready to go. And you can't blame them. They want to make sure that when they go in there and start to work on people, that they're going to be able to be safe.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is yeah, this is this is something like no one's ever experienced before. So it's not just a recession. It's about people feeling comfortable to go back to work. It's about employers feeling comfortable welcoming people back to work. It's about having enough capacity where it makes sense to reopen and getting the financial and technical support to enable that to happen. So we have to build that. We have to build that system of supports to enable that to happen, even if it's going to happen at a much more reduced fashion as we learn to live with this, because this did not go away. So I know that's scant consolation, and we're working on a program and a variety of programs to help businesses that are most in need to prevent a catastrophe. And I think we could do it with the resources that we're able to get from the COVID Relief Fund.
Stephanie.
This question is actually for Patricia. She's still, oh, there you are, still on, good. So the other day I heard a story on NPR about a lack of producers of the particular type of swabs that they need for the COVID-19 testing. And only, from my understanding of the article, it was the only producer was located in Maine and the other producer is located in Italy. Is there anyone in Vermont who's ready to take up that task to help produce these very specific type of swab that's needed for that test?
That is not something that, not that I'm aware of, and it has not been, hasn't been an area of focus for VMAC anyway, but I certainly can.
It was a an NPR article earlier this week, and it certainly seemed like that was an opportunity for some small business to be able to pivot and step in with, at least temporarily, while this is the only type of test that works.
I can say that I did share, VMAC is, part of a national network, and the Kentucky MEP, the VMAC of Kentucky, had posted some information about a US manufacturer, the owner of which actually was on their board, who had swabs available in large quantities. So I did share that with Commissioner Cole, and they were going to look into that. But this could be an area to look into in Vermont. The challenge, again, that we have definitely is around mass producing these kinds of items at a price point that works. Yeah, one thing I do want to add, however, we have not put a lot of focus on that particular item. I did want to add to some of the prior conversation. We have been really trying to work on solutions for low cost, high volume face coverings. And just yesterday, so one company that's been working for weeks on trying to come up with a solution is Web Industries, or CADCUT. They're located in Montpelier and manufacturing in Middlesex. And anyway, they made a proposal yesterday, and I've passed that along to Commissioner Cole, and he's asked for samples. And this particular face covering would be one that they could make tens of thousands a week kind of volume. So at less than $1 each, that they would be willing to sell them to the state. So anyway, that's late breaking news. As you mentioned, like it's very dynamic. I also want to mention that Gordon's Window Decor, you heard from Brian Wernicke a couple of weeks ago, they have launched a website, they've launched their product. It is available in packs of 25 for $75. So that is another, and both of these items I'm talking about are washable, reusable. So those are a couple of options that are available that I'm aware of, you know, in Vermont that could help us, I think.
Okay. Jim, did you have a question? I know your hand was up before.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. This is for Commissioner Goldstein. Joan, Charlie Kimball contacted you about an idea that one of my constituents and I developed, and that was, and you touched on it briefly, but I wonder if you could flesh it out a little bit more. And that is, rather than loan forgiveness, loan deferment during the declared state emergency, and then once the emergency is ended, there would be a 6-month buffer period with respect to loans and mortgages. Would you care to expand on that, or see if, or talk about whether or not it's going to be possible?
So we know that Vita and many banks have done some deferrals and loan modifications, but
not all.
Yeah, we have sort of no way of knowing that in totality, but we know that it's pretty widespread. So what we can do and control really is getting funding to folks so that they could make their payments. It would be, I'm not sure how we would work out a way to mandate that, mandate deferrals, because then we'd have a banking crisis probably on our hands. We also don't have jurisdiction over every single bank. So I think that the way that we're approaching it is, if the feds are permitting the use of COVID funds to issue grants to businesses for the disruption caused by the business interruption, that express statement in the Treasury guidance is what we're counting on to be able to issue grants to folks to pay their fixed costs. So even though they're closed, they still have to pay their mortgage, they still have to pay their rent. And so that's how we're designing this relief package, if you will, is with that in mind, just because we can't possibly just say, everybody stop paying your mortgage.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think we have to be very careful about what we try to mandate. We don't have too many more state chartered banks or state chartered credit unions, and it wouldn't take much for them to flip their charter and go be federally chartered, and then we lose our ability to regulate them, for one thing, and to do anything, to ask them to do something. So we need to be careful there. And like Joan said, we have to be very careful that we don't put our financial institutions into peril either, because they're the ones that we're going to need to help us get out of this mess, along with with the government. So although it's an idea to think about, I think if we really get into exploring it, I think it'd be near impossible to force them to do those forgiveness, so, or to put off people paying their mortgages, and even after 6 months after they come out. So I know that the banks and credit unions are working the best that they can with their customers to help them as much as possible, but we want to make sure that the banks and credit unions and all the other financial institutions stay as healthy as possible. Charlie.
Yeah, one of the things that came out of my conversations with Representative Carroll, and one thing that I had forgotten, is any SBA loans, the SBA was going to make 6 months worth of payments on their loans. Those are direct loans, those are guaranteed loans, whether it's 7A or 504. Or, so that is tremendous. So if you do have conversations with companies or businesses that have SBA guaranteed loans or SBA loans, there's been a tremendous effort to, excuse me, give them some kind of financial relief for at least 6 months. Good. And that doesn't add to their burden. That doesn't extend their loan. It pays their loan for 6 months. So, and that's, we can't do that as a state, but the federal government found the money to do it.
Yeah, well, good. Yeah, that's a straight out grant. It's not a deferment or anything. So that's really helpful for businesses. Anyone else have any questions? Comments? We have 5 more minutes before Commissioner Sherling joins us. So, nothing. I'm amazed. I've never seen this committee not have questions. Okay. So I think as we Lynn, good.
Yeah, I have a question of Bob Bancroft, since the economist here. He was an agriculture economist. I'm sure he's seen lots of difficult times in his work and advising at UVM and farmers, and if he has any words of wisdom here for the rest of us.
I really don't. This is a age-old problem with agriculture of the swings in supply and demand. Generally, it has to do with supply, but the long-term solution is for that supply and demand to equate. And in most cases, that means that producers are going to have to go out of business.
Yeah,
people want to be real careful about switching to other products, at least making large investments. And I think the hemp may be a prime example where, at least my experience in all agriculture, where there's no restrictions on entry, and it's not, and there isn't restrictions isn't capital intensive. People will move in, and what will go from being a lucrative business will go to one where many people will fail. Agriculture is one of the last vestiges of a purely competitive market. Although with dairy now, that's the capital requirements. There isn't that freedom of entry and exit that they're typical of a really competitive market. I think we just got an oversupply situation, and it doesn't look good. Dairy industry was starting to look better until all of a sudden this hit, and now it's gone back to what it was here a year ago, which with prices way below the cost of production. Ultimately, some people are going to have to go out of business.
Yeah, it's a scary time for farmers right now. Has been for a long time, but it's even worse now.
Well, there may be some opportunities to grow more stuff locally if people are scared, for security purposes, and that's been growing over the last I'm going to say 20 years. I mean, significant. There were talk about being self-sufficient way back in the 70s. It was just never. We didn't have the infrastructure, and there wasn't the demand for it.
Well,
I suspect that we're going to see more people move into it, and there will be more supply of locally produced products, which may lower some of the costs associated with it.
Well, you go to the, we're in the middle of May, and you go into the hardware stores where they're selling seeds, and you can't find seeds because people they want to start growing their own food now. They're worried about the supply. My wife went to the grocery store yesterday, and they're selling Hamburg now for $8.49 a pound. And that's only going to keep going up. So, locally grown vegetables and meat are, I think more and more people are going to get into that. And it's not a bad thing.
The primary issue there with a lot of it is the supply line.
Yeah.
Our farmers out in the Midwest don't know what to do with their hogs and their beef animals. And then there's people on the East Coast that are begging for meat.
Well, the beginning of the supply chain is not the problem. It's the slaughterhouses, and yeah, it's right in between where, you know, the packaging companies didn't take precautions, and they wound up with some horrendous amounts of people coming down with COVID, and they had to shut them down, and so now we got a supply problem right in the middle. It's choking everything. Stephanie?
For those of you who have seen those production lines in both, I don't care whether it be beef, pork, or poultry. I mean, people are shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah.
It's what's scary about it is it tends to be a cold environment, but it doesn't appear that cold restricts the spread of it.
No.
Good question for Joan. Joan, you know, with so many people out of work, we've also been hearing that there's a lot of people hiring, and I'm just wondering what your perspective was from the jobs board on Think Vermont.
Yeah, to be honest, I have not looked at the jobs board activity in the, you know, since this hit. We are thinking about a possible way to develop some sort of retraining. I think also the Treasury guidance in COVID does permit that. So if you could do some sort of retraining for the unemployed to get them certifications to work for the people who are, you know, looking to hire. But to be honest, I've not looked at the activity. I mean, we almost entirely have been devoted to the COVID response and also building up a recovery plan. But you're right. I mean, matching the unemployed with the need is an absolute priority. We just haven't gotten to it yet. You know, we are seeing some scant activity on people inquiring to come to Vermont for the remote worker and new worker. But even that just went to a complete halt, I'd say, from the executive order time. You know, just now it's coming back. People are asking questions about it. And I think once we're able to finalize our plan and get to it, you know, some of the other activities will continue. I mean, having said that, there's still things going on. You know, there's brownfields remediation projects. Vermont just got some EPA funds for projects in the Upper Valley. So there is some activity. We have Northern Border Regional Commission, letters of intent came in, and there are people who are going to embark on some projects. So as much as possible, as part of recovery, we want to make sure that projects get put back on track and get people to work. And there may be some retraining necessary for all the unemployed.
I also see this as a time when we have had 6 or 8 weeks of people who have come to Vermont to spend time with their families during this pandemic, and that they've found that they can work remotely successfully as long as there is good bandwidth. So I would love to, I'd love to be able to seize that opportunity that people are seeing that they can successfully work here and live here, and under, they've had to test this out under these dire circumstances. But I mean, I'd be curious to see if there's going to be a spin-off from this, that people actually decide to stay or return.
Yeah, we're hoping that's the case. I mean, we definitely could see that, and we could see that even as a marketing campaign. Like we know that people who had second homes, let's say, came up and are working from home, and if they could do it now, they could do it, forever. There are companies, I read somewhere that Twitter has made all of their employees work remotely, like permanently. I think we're going to see a lot of change where remote work is going to become more the norm rather than the exception. And Vermont is poised to take advantage of that. Also, we've had such a great track record in terms of our containment of the virus that it's really like a selling point that we are indeed a safe place. We've always said that we've had the safest place to live in terms of crime rate. And now, because of the diligence that we took in containing the virus, and even though amongst a lot of critique about the reopening, this is the place to be, that you could be safe and work remotely. And ensure that there's broadband. And so, yeah, I think it's all part of our overarching theme on recovery would be those things.
Yeah, and this is going to go on for a long time. I'd heard that Google in New York is not going to be reopening for its employees till January 21. So these people will be around for a while.
Yeah.
The ones that are.
I mean, I guess basically, if you could work remotely, continue to work remotely. It's probably the safest way to work at this point. And if you can't, then we make these other plans and requirements to make sure that people are safe. And some jobs just can't be done remotely, so it's an acknowledgement. You know.
Okay, thanks.
So I just wanted to share, I know the real estate market in this area is nuts. There is more real estate activity happening with the purchase of properties, and it used to be we had 9 pages of listings, and now it's down to 3, and half of those are under contract. And so I know that that's very fast right now. So it's amazing the desire to have property here, even though people's economic situation may be different because of either the stock market or because of their job. It's fascinating to see. But the thing that I was going to ask you, Joan, is now we're looking at a skinny budget, is what we're calling it, the skinny bill for 2021. And I think you guys are in battle mode, not thinking yet about, but you're probably thinking about that. But that's going to be a different budgetary priorities for 2021 than what we thought it was for 2021 3 months ago or 4 months ago. So, and I know we'll be having those discussions about what that budget looks like next month or maybe at the end of this month, right? Or at least for the first 3 months. Have you started to work on that yet as an agency, or is that?
Yeah, I mean, I saw the memo, and I need to delve deeper into it. Our financial people are looking at what that would look like. So I don't have an answer right now, but yeah, I mean.
Yeah. Okay.
It's skinny.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
So Commissioner Sherling, good morning.
Hello.
Great
How
to
are
have
you
you back
folks?
with us again.
It's nice to be with you. Sorry I'm a couple minutes late. The daily schedule is a little bit of an adventure.
Yeah, I bet it is. So we just wanted to chat with you a little bit about H945 and your perspectives on it, and see where we go from here. And if you could fill us in what's going on in public safety.
Sure. I won't have time to bring you up to speed on, excuse me, on everything that's going on in public safety, but my understanding is the goal for today was to chat about potential grants for folks that would be constructing PPE in state. Is that correct? That's the component.
Yeah,
okay.
Just assisting manufacturers to pivot.
Got it. So at the moment, we have a number of efforts underway. Some of them began early on in the emergency. A variety of others are ongoing, including conversations with both Vermont-based companies and some companies from outside Vermont to try to establish a more resilient supply chain that is domestically based, and in particular based in Vermont. At the moment, we are still, and for the foreseeable future, we anticipate continuing to operate in an emergency response mode relative to personal protective equipment. So that creates eligibility, in theory, from our normal emergency funding streams like FEMA. So at this stage, we don't see the need for a specific grant program to support PPE construction in Vermont, because we've got some flexibility now in our ability to respond to that using existing dollars. But I would put a pin in it for the future, because FEMA guidance does change with some frequency, and no one's ever been through an event like this, so we don't know exactly how things will evolve, because this is going to be a long-term emergency response. The end date is unfortunately unknown.
Okay. So I think probably the best thing for us to do at this time is to just ask appropriations to leave it on their wall for the time being. It's drafted. It's if we need to make any changes, it could come out very quickly. So it would make us pretty nimble to do something in the future if we need to.
That sounds great. That's sort of to use the emergency management moniker, put it in the staging area for use as necessary. Have it sort of ready to go, and if we need to pivot to it, we'll do that. I should be clear, the primary need to put a pin in it, I think, is just to save the state's limited resources for use as necessary. And this may become a necessary use, but there's certainly going to be plenty of others. So if we can avoid having to ask you to invest in this right now, that would be great.
Okay, Charlie.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. You and I talked before about what you anticipate the demand to be over the long term, and you're working on some models, and I know that keeps getting refined as to what you need to put in store in case there's a resurgence of the virus in the fall and that kind of stuff. So just thinking about, we had an earlier discussion about trying to provide PPE for employers and citizens that are going out and trying to restart the economy. Trying to really think through what the availability is going to be for us to be able to provide that, if we can use that coronavirus relief fund money to buy PPE equipment. And I know it's an unfair question, but when will you know if you have enough inventory, if you ever will be able to know with certainty, for the state's needs for responding on a health crisis basis in order to bring PPE out to industry and business?
It's a great question. We don't know when we're going to know the answer to that. The PPE landscape it may be the most complicated portion of this response. So I'll try to just walk you through a couple of the most important highlights. The worldwide supply chain is constrained for a variety of reasons, ranging from material to where items are constructed, to the reduced availability and increased cost of air freight, and a worldwide competition for PPE, beginning in the medical arena, but also now expanding, as you noted, Representative Kimball, to a variety of other areas as well. So supply chain is constrained significantly. Burn rates have gone up for a variety of reasons, initially led by the need to use enhanced PPE, both to protect healthcare workers, but also to ensure that we do outbreak mitigation and prevention, so that nursing facilities, long-term care facilities, other at-risk populations, correctional facilities are using PPE in a way they have not before, to ensure that we're not vectoring disease into those places and having outbreaks. And then the next level is, as medical restart happens, those same kinds of enhanced needs occur as well. And then the next level, of course, is folks that may need it for their regular jobs, so to speak, folks that are working in lumber mills or with fine particulates that need some kind of a filtering mask or something of that nature. Set next to that are challenges in what folks believe they need versus what the existing health guidance is. So there's a global health document or global PPE document that was created by the Department of Health that went out via Health Action Network alert and has been distributed to all of the folks that we potentially supply through state means, to ensure essentially that people are looking at their use of PPE under the correct circumstances, the right use case. So in other words, you're not getting because you're getting on mass transit, it's not prescribed that you wear an N95 mask, but you may have someone who's asking for an N95 mask for that use. So there's some incongruity there that we're still working through. And then the final piece is the universe of logistics and supply that the state warehouse is now supplying is now hundreds of facilities instead of the normal 13 or 16 hospital sites plus the medical surge sites that were set up. So we sent a survey just last week to 506 different cross sections of groups and facilities around their PPE needs, and